Chapter 1832. In the fantasy land, generally, whether it was humans or monsters, they would use a very simple word like mountain to call the monster mountain. That was to say, if someone mentioned a mountain, then most of them were referring to the monster mountain. On the monster mountain, there were many ancient monsters and gods. A cultural society that was different from other humans and monsters was also established here. In the monster mountain, in addition to those gods that are rarely seen on weekdays, the monsters that are active here are mainly Tengu and Kappa. Tengu and Kappa had high-tech means that were comparable to the outside world. This was a special society that was formed a long, long time ago, based on the society established by the ghosts and gods that led the Tengu. Therefore, since a long time ago, many monsters had lived in the monster mountain. The monsters that lived here had a longer history than the humans in the fantasy land. It was precisely because the monsters in the monster mountain were different from the monsters at the foot of the mountain. They lived a corrupt society and served as an important balance point in the fantasy land. In particular, Tengu and Kappa possessed technology that was comparable to or even more advanced than the outside world, which was why no monsters could invade this mountain. Among them, the Tengu was mainly famous for its photography, printing, publishing, and other technologies. The Kappa had the technology of smelting steel, construction, and making props. It could be considered an extremely special existence in the fantasy land, but it did not seem out of place. Moreover, the monsters in the monster mountain were more cheerful and united than any other race in the fantasy land. With advanced technology, they lived a rich near-future life. However, because of their strong sense of companionship, they were also quite repulsive to others. Especially the intruders in the mountain, no matter who the other party was, they would do their best to drive them away. Therefore, there were many mysteries in the monster mountain that had not been confirmed by the monsters and people in the fantasy land. For example, there was a rumor that inside the monster mountain, it was an incomparably huge hole. The monsters in the monster mountain secretly lived in this hole, living the same life as the outside world. For example, there was a rumor that in the monster mountain, there was a technology. It only needed the light energy of the sun for a day. It could automatically produce the necessities of modern life. The monsters in the monster mountain only needed to drink wine and read newspapers. Chatting was enough. There was no need for any labor. There was even a rumor that there was a barrier cave in the Demon Mountain that was supposed to be forbidden from connecting to the real world, the fantasy town's Great Bali Barrier. The monsters in Monster Mountain used this cave to disguise themselves as humans. They obtained modern technology in the real world and interacted with humans in the real world. Therefore, they did not have to interact with other monsters and humans in Fantasy Village. Of course, these were all just rumors. Whether or not such a thing was true, even Ling Meng, the manager of Fantasy Village, did not know. Most of them were just nonsense. After all, the monsters came to live in the Fantasy Village because they had no place to stay in the real world. Basically, it was impossible for them to have any contact with the real world. If the Boli Great Barrier really opened a hole that could lead to the outside world, Violet would not turn a blind eye to it. She would definitely do something. At the very least, she would not allow the monsters in the Monster Mountain to casually use the hole to enter and exit the outside world and Fantasy Village, so as not to expose the existence of Fantasy Village. As for the empty rumor in Monster Mountain, only Tengu and Kappa knew whether it was true or not. When it was almost midnight, in a certain corner of Monster Mountain, several figures visited a hot spring that was emitting steam. The newcomers were naturally Remilia, Patrice, Zhuyi, and Ling Meng. The monsters in Monster Mountain were very xenophobic. Usually, there were guards formed by monsters patrolling the mountain, even at night. Once they found an intruder, they would eliminate them. Even if the monsters in Fantasy Village came to Monster Mountain for some reason, they had to be interrogated by the guards. If only Remilia, Patrice, and Zhuyi came to Monster Mountain, they would definitely be interrogated like this. However, it was different with Ling Meng around. who didn't know the shaman of Boli Shrine? She was the manager of Fantasy Village and Monster Mountain was also under her jurisdiction. Although Boli Shrine wouldn't interfere with Monster Mountain's matters, it didn't mean that they could exclude her unless they didn't want to stay in Fantasy Village. Therefore, as soon as they confirmed that Shaman Boli was among the newcomers, the guards tacitly retreated and continued their patrol. Ling Meng, your face is quite useful. Remilia said helplessly. If only we came, there would definitely be a dispute, that's why I said that you guys are a bunch of troublemakers. Ling Meng said with an expressionless face. She then extended her hand and slowly unbuttoned her clothes. Stop talking nonsense, quickly soak in the water and go back to sleep. Remilia, Patrice, and Zhuyi could hear the annoyance and impatience in Ling Meng's words. This annoyance and impatience wasn't directed at Remilia and the others, but Ling Meng was still angry at the culprits who destroyed her shrine. Remilia didn't beat around the bush. She took out a bottle, poured out a pill, and swallowed it. This piqued Ling Meng's curiosity. Then what kind of item can allow you to touch water temporarily? It's said to be. Remilia frowned as she weighed the bottle in her hand. I just don't know if it's effective. Since Lord Bai said so, it must be true. Zhuyi hurriedly said. Lord Bai wouldn't joke around with young Miss Safety. That's true. Patrice looked at Remilia. Remilia, for the sake of caution, you should try it first and see if it's effective. I got it. Remilia started to feel nervous at this point. After living for 500 years, Remilia had never touched a source of water other than drinking it. No, it should be said that she didn't touch large amounts of water. A small amount of water naturally wouldn't affect Remilia. However, if she came into contact with large amounts of water, she would be affected. If Remilia were to touch the hot spring in front of her, she would probably feel pain. But if she were to soak herself in, she would probably melt right away. Thus, Remilia couldn't be blamed for being nervous. Remilia could only put on a brave front and pretend that she didn't care. She walked forward, squatted down, and looked at the steaming hot spring water in front of her with some struggle. Ling Meng had already stopped removing the clothes, while Patrice had also kept her book. A trace of nervousness appeared on Sanye's face. The three of them simultaneously looked towards Remilia, who was squatting by the hot spring, with different expressions. While Ling Meng said that she didn't want to have anything to do with Wu Yan, she was curious as to whether Remilia could really touch water with the item he gave her. Patrice was also curious, but at the same time, she was also concerned for Remilia. Only Zhuyi didn't have any curiosity or concern, only worry and nervousness. Under the gazes of the three, Remilia couldn't help but swallow her saliva. She nervously extended her hand and paused on the surface of the hot spring for a moment. Then, she shut her eyes and threw caution to the wind as she stretched her hand in. Ling Meng, Patrice, and Zhuyi immediately took a step forward and shifted their gazes to Remilia's hand. Ugh! Remilia let out a sound. Hearing this sound, Ling Meng, Patrice, and Zhuyi understood. Remilia could really touch water now. Because this sound didn't contain any pain, only satisfaction. So comfortable. Remilia opened her eyes, her scarlet eyes were filled with joy. Also, it's so warm, young miss. Zhuyi carefully asked. Is there anything strange about it? Don't worry, I don't feel anything strange. That medicine should be able to let me touch water. Remilia happily waved her hand in the water. I am clear about my body, you can rest assured. Later, let me study that medicine. Patrice nodded. Perhaps you can find a way to overcome your weakness. Remilia gladly agreed. Since there's no problem, hurry up and get down. Ling Meng's tone was impatient as she continued undressing. I still have to find a place to stay later. Remilia and the other two exchanged glances and also started undressing. Chapter 1833. Soaking in a hot spring in the middle of the night wasn't a rare occurrence. However, soaking in a hot spring in the middle of the night in a desolate place with no other source of light apart from the moonlight and starlight in the sky was an extremely rare occurrence. At this very moment, Ling Meng, Remilia, Patrice, and Sanyi each occupied a different location and soaked in the hot spring of the Demon Mountain. Only those with good eyesight and careful observation would be able to discover the situation in the hot spring. Ling Meng was alone in a corner of the hot spring. Not far from her side was Remilia, and Sanyi was beside Remilia. Opposite Remilia and Ziyi, on the other side of Ling Meng, was Patrice. She was clearly here to soak in the hot spring, but for some reason, she had brought a book with her. She was doing her own thing, soaking in the hot spring while reading her book with an expressionless face. In this manner, Ling Meng, Remilia, Patrice, and Sanyi sat in the hot spring and leaned against the rock wall. Basically, everything below their shoulders was submerged in the water. Remilia, who was originally happy to be able to touch the water, was hesitant to share a bath with Remilia. Due to various reasons, Ling Meng was unhappy. But at this moment, all of them cast their gazes in the same direction and remained silent. The three of them cast their gazes in the direction of Patrice. No. More accurately speaking, it should be Patrice's half-exposed chest that was submerged in the water. Because they were in the hot spring, it was needless to say that everyone was completely naked. If one were to observe carefully, no. There was no need to observe carefully. As long as one's vision didn't have a problem, they would be able to clearly see the differences in the figures of the various young ladies that were originally not very good-looking due to the existence of the clothes. First, it was Remilia. As for Remilia, one could only say that her figure was that of a proper young lady. She looked like she was only 10 years old. Her body hadn't fully matured and couldn't even be said to have grown a little. However, Remilia's figure was very slender. It was surprisingly watery, as if it was made of glass. Although it wasn't transparent, it was like a solidified white jelly. It gave people the feeling that if they pressed their fingers on it, they would be bounced back by the skin. It couldn't be said to be tempting, but it was quite easy to make people gasp in amazement. On the other hand, although Ling Meng's figure was more outstanding than Remilia's, she did not have the same feeling as Remilia. Instead, she appeared more refreshing and smooth. Even though she was soaked in water and surrounded by white steam, Ling Meng's fair skin could still be seen. If Remilia were to be compared to jelly, then Ling Meng would be a brightly colored candy. One could not help but lick her. Of course, Princess Ling Meng's figure could not be described as good. Her curves were very distinct, but it was still too early to say that she was impressive. She could only be described as cute. Then, it was night. In terms of the size of the part that needed to be protruded, night was the same as Ling Meng. They were the type that could only be grasped with one hand. They couldn't be considered voluptuous or impressive. However, Ziyi had a delicate body that reminded people of ice, snow, and rivers. It was an extremely beautiful body. Her chest wasn't large, but the shape was beautiful. Her skin wasn't as smooth as Ling Meng's, but it was far more exquisite. It wasn't as watery as Remilia's, but it was soft and tender like a blooming cherry blossom. It gave people an indescribable sense of beauty. The water from the hot spring dripped down from her cherry blossom-like skin. It was a beautiful sight that could take one's breath away. It was very alluring. Remilia, Ling Meng, and Night. Out of the three of them, Night's figure should be the most suitable and the most attractive. However, compared to Patrice, it was still child's play. At first glance, the feeling that Patrice gave people could only be described with one word. Soft and velvety. Just by looking at it with the naked eye, one would feel that it was extremely soft. If one was lucky enough to hug Patrice, they would definitely feel as though they had thrown themselves into a bed. It would be extremely comfortable and blissful. Compared to this softness, Patrice's most prominent part was still the most eye-catching part. Even if the water flowed past, it wouldn't be able to find a gap to squeeze in. It was a pair of voluptuous breasts that were tightly pressed against each other. In addition to her soft and firm waist, slender thighs, and fully developed figure, this was undoubtedly the dream of all men. It was the most perfect figure in the world. It was the embodiment of both men's desires and women's longing. It could be said that it was a figure that was doted on by the Creator. Needless to say, what caused Remilia, Ling Meng, and Raven Knight to ignore all their emotions and stare at the pair of perfectly round chests that could not be concealed. Of course, compared to Patrice's voluptuous figure, Remilia, Ling Meng, and Knight looked like a child of about 10 years old, while the other two were only 16 or 17 years old. They still had a lot of room for growth. However, Remilia was a vampire. She wouldn't age or die and her body wouldn't grow any further. Ling Meng and Knight had also reached the final stage of their development. Not long after, their figures would be fixed unless they were developed by their destined other halves. Even so, with Ling Meng and Knight's current state, if they were to allow their bodies to grow freely, they would definitely not be able to reach Patrice's level. Furthermore, Patrice gave off a feeling of being too weak to stand up to a gust of wind. She also had an intelligent and steady appearance. Even if their bodies were to grow to Patrice's level, Ling Meng and Knight didn't have the confidence to compete with Patrice in terms of attractiveness to men. Thus, Remilia, Ling Meng, and Knight gazed at the enviable semicircle floating on the water surface. Their eyes were filled with unwillingness. Patrice, to think that I've always treated you as a good friend. I didn't expect you to betray me so early on. I'm displeased that my shrine was destroyed, and I'm also displeased that I didn't get rid of that super troublemaker. I'm displeased with Marissa, and I'm displeased with Wenwen as well. But, I'm most displeased with this moment, right? Lady Patrice, to think that you could hide so deeply, Patrice tilted her head and asked in bewilderment. She could faintly hear a few muttering voices. What's wrong? Humph. Facing Patrice's question, Remilia, Ling Meng, and Zhuyi responded with cold snorts, leaving Patrice somewhat stunned. Did I offend them? Ling Meng. As though trying to shake off her displeasure, Remilia turned to Ling Meng and spoke with a rather harsh tone. How about we compete and see who can soak in the hot spring the longest? Huh? Ling Meng frowned and waved her hand disinterestedly. How troublesome. You should look for your maid to compete with that big-breasted witch over there. Don't say that, there's a prize. Remilia revealed an unfathomable smile. If you can soak in the hot spring longer than me, after you rebuild the shrine, I'll pay for all the furniture and utensils. Hearing this, Ling Meng's uninterested and lazy expression disappeared without a trace, and her eyes shone with a bright light. Are you serious? Of course it's true. Remilia shrugged. It's just some furniture and utensils, it won't cost much. It's not just furniture and utensils. Ling Meng reminded. I also want to buy a bigger and better kotatsu than the one I had before. No problem. And the best tea set. That's not a problem either. I also want to buy tea leaves. I'll buy you the best. And, so annoying. When the time comes, you can buy whatever you want. All right. Ling Meng finally mustered up her enthusiasm. No, that's not right. Rather than calling it enthusiasm, it would be more accurate to call it throwing caution to the wind and going all out. For the furniture of my new shrine, I won't leave before you even if I die. Even though they already expected this reaction from Ling Meng, Remilia, Patrice, and Knight couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness when they heard this. This poor witch, could it be that the mysterious power in her blood is a power that can make people lose all their strength? That's truly frightening. Chapter 1834. Generally speaking, hot springs aren't suitable for prolonged soaking. Otherwise, one would suffer from chest tightness, thirst, dizziness and other symptoms. Perhaps due to the lack of moisture, the skin would be dry. Therefore, it's generally unsuitable to soak in a hot spring for more than 20 minutes. Otherwise, there would be all sorts of side effects. Large amounts of moisture would be drained from the skin and cause discomfort. Originally, Ling Meng intended to soak in the hot spring for 10 minutes and return to her shrine to worry about it. However, after Remilia proposed the bet, Ling Meng decided to stake it all. As time elapsed, Ling Meng, Remilia, Patrice, and Sanyi had entered the hot spring for 30 minutes. Roughly 40 minutes had passed since then. I can't take it anymore. Patrice's body was originally weaker than an average person. Although she wasn't a human but a witch, her resistance to the hot spring was much stronger than an average person. However, after 40 minutes, her calm face turned red and she surrendered. Lady Patrice. Seeing Patrice acting as though she was drunk, her head swaying left and right. She looked as though she was about to fall into the hot spring and faint. Zhuoye's face turned red as well. He rushed over and helped Patrice up. Lady Patrice, are you all right? Zhuoye. Patrice mumbled in a daze. I feel dizzy. This. Zhuoye turned his gaze to Remilia, his expression somewhat awkward. Young Mississippi. Zhuoye. Her face was also red. However, Remilia, who was still at ease, waved her hand at Zhuoye. Help Patrice to the shore to rest. But. Zhuoye hesitated. Young miss, don't you need me to accompany you? Don't worry, I'm fine. Remilia said with a dull expression. You can wait on the shore with Patrice. Rao Yi glanced at Remilia, who appeared to be at ease, and then at Patrice, who was fainting. He could only nod his head in agreement. I understand, young Mississippi. Leaving these words, Jinyi helped Patrice out of the hot spring and walked towards the shore. Patchouli and Nagai left the hot spring. They returned to the shore. Only then did Remilia tilt her head and look to her side. There, Ling Meng was soaking everything below her shoulders in the hot spring, her eyes wide open. It was as if he had pulled an all-nighter and hadn't slept at all. They were still in a stalemate and refused to sleep. Like a person who was holding a toothpick against his eyelids, he held on desperately. Taking a closer look, Ling Meng's face was redder than a monkey's butt. Her pair of large, watery eyes that used to be filled with laziness were no longer filled with laziness. Only dullness remained, and she even drew circles in her eyes. A sly smile appeared on Remilia's blushing face. How is it? Are you okay? That goes without saying. With circles in her eyes and a face as red as pig's blood, Ling Meng forced a smile and spoke in a hoarse voice. It's still too early, is that so? Remilia shrugged her shoulders with a do-as-you-please expression. Don't try to be brave, it was natural for Remilia to be so calm. The medicine Wu Yan gave Remilia, rather than allowing her to come into contact with water, it's more accurate to say that it's enhancing her body's adaptability to water, even if it's a hot spring. Thus, for Remilia, as long as the medicine was still in effect, her body would be able to adapt to the hot spring. She might not be able to soak in the hot spring for a long time, but at the very least, she wouldn't experience any side effects. If Remilia wanted to soak in the hot spring for 1 or 2 hours, she would be able to do so. In other words, Remilia was cheating. However, Remilia swallowed the medicine in front of Ling Meng and didn't connect the dots. It was Ling Meng's own carelessness. Furthermore, Remilia's goal wasn't to determine the victor between her and Ling Meng. Remilia turned her head and saw Ling Meng's increasingly red face. She raised an eyebrow. Still not giving up? It's still too early, too early. Ling Meng seemed to have lost her mind. She kept muttering these words, but her head was also spinning along with her eyes. I can. Seeing this, Remilia no longer tried to hide her emotions. Her face tensed up as she called out to Ling Meng. It should be about time, right? There would always be times when a person's blood would surge due to excessive heat or some other reason. Soaking in the hot spring could also cause a person's blood to surge and increase their blood circulation. Here came the problem. If one soaked in the hot spring for too long, their blood circulation would increase and their blood would surge. What kind of situation would occur? Those who could adapt to the hot spring would feel dizzy and their bodies would overheat. It was possible that their skin would turn red. Those who couldn't adapt to the hot spring would experience the effects of excessive blood circulation. For example, a nosebleed. How was Ling Meng adapting to the hot spring? Was there even a need to ask? Ling Meng had only soaked in the hot spring once, and this was only her second time. After soaking in the hot spring for such a long time, the surrounding air was rather dry and her body had lost most of its moisture. Thus, Ling Meng's nose began to bleed. Drip, Ling Meng's face flushed red at a speed visible to the naked eye. The look in her eyes became even more lifeless. Her tense face collapsed as a drop of dark red blood dripped down from the tip of her nose into the hot spring. Seeing this, Remilia's eyes lit up. With lightning speed, she collected the drop of blood floating on the surface of the water. Then, she acted as if she couldn't take it anymore and floated out of the hot spring. I can't take it anymore. You won. Ling Meng, who did not realize that she was having a nosebleed and did not react in time, was stunned for a moment before she realized what had happened and said foolishly. I won? That's right. Remilia admitted since she had achieved her goal. You won. Then. Ling Meng said stubbornly. My furniture, I know. Remilia said helplessly. I will have someone send it to you when the shrine is rebuilt, too. Ling Meng seemed to have relaxed as she giggled foolishly. That's great. Ling Meng's head hit the surface of the hot spring and her entire body sank into the hot spring. Ling Meng. Remilia, Patrice, and Black Knight's exclamations reverberated through the steamy mountain and into the night sky. Fantasy Village, Scarlet Devil Mansion. Looking at the gem-like drop of blood floating above his palm, Wu Yan was speechless. Soaking in the hot spring until she gets a nosebleed? To think that you guys could come up with such a method. Wu Yan didn't know what expression he had when he said that. Soaking in the hot spring until she gets a nosebleed? Not everyone can do that, right? How did you know that Ling Meng would get a nosebleed? As long as the blood reaches a certain level, humans will have a nosebleed. Patrice calmly said. I think that Remy must have made up her mind. As long as Boli doesn't get a nosebleed, she will continue to soak in the hot spring. Are you for real? Wu Yan looked at Remilia, who was sipping her tea at the head of the table. What will you do if the potion's effects disappear? What will I do? Remilia said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Can't I just eat another one? Ugh. Wu Yan was at a loss for words. He had achieved his goal, but he wasn't happy at all. He only felt conflicted. Although Ling Meng's blood is essence infused with fantasy power, Wu Yan had the urge to throw it away when he remembered that it was Ling Meng's nosebleed. Forget it. In the end, Wu Yan couldn't muster up the courage to throw it away. He sighed and said weakly. Thank you, you've done me a big favor, although I think so too. Remilia frowned. But you don't look like you're happy. Wu Yan could only laugh dryly. He could only pray that the item that allowed him to ascend to the demigod rank wasn't to be eaten. Otherwise, he couldn't guarantee that he could harden his heart and swallow Ling Meng's nosebleed. Chapter 1835. Today's weather was unusually clear. It couldn't be said that the sun was shining, but the sky was indeed blue, without a single wisp of cloud. In the cloudless sky, a streak of light, like a colorless shooting star, cut through the air as if it wanted to cut the sky in half. It flew past with a long tail of light and landed in a dense forest. From the very beginning, the owner of the flowing light, already had its own destination. It did not slow down at all as it shuttled back and forth in the dense forest, passing by trees of different sizes that were equally lush, flying towards one of the directions in the forest. Not long after, a medium-sized manor house appeared in front of the streak of light. The streak of light didn't slow down until the manor house appeared. It landed in the open space in front of the manor house and showed its original form. It could be worn as casual clothes or as a suit. It had a very modern style of clothing. It was pitch black all over, and only the shirt under the jacket was white. The newcomer had black hair and red eyes. It was Wu Yan. Looking at the manor house in front of him, the corners of Wu Yan's mouth slowly rose until they reached a rather happy arc. He stopped and walked over. When he arrived in front of the manor house, Wu Yan didn't knock on the door. It was as if he knew that the owner of the manor house didn't lock it. He pushed the door open and walked into the manor house. He crossed the hall and went up the stairs to the second floor of the manor house. He didn't know if it was intentional or not. Wu Yan tried his best to eliminate the sound of his footsteps. He went up the stairs very slowly and crossed a corridor. He came to the door of a room. He tilted his head and listened with his ears. Wu Yan tried to hear the sound in the room. Faintly, Wu Yan could hear a very subtle knocking sound echoing in the room. If he didn't listen carefully, he wouldn't have heard it at all. This also proved that there was indeed someone in the room. This confirmed it. Wu Yan smiled and pushed open the door in front of him. What entered his field of vision was a Western-style, slightly dreamy room. Just like a dollhouse where dolls lived, the room was brightly lit, and there were some pink decorations in different places. The color of the furniture was also relatively bright, and it was quite girly. In such a room, the young lady sat gracefully on the floor. His head was lowered, and in his hands was an extremely delicate, palm-sized doll. He was fiddling with something with a serious look on his face. The hem of the sleeveless blue dress was spread out like a cake skirt. With the young girl as the center, it formed a circle on the ground. The young girl was like a housewife knitting a sweater. While she continued with the work at hand, she exuded an otherworldly aura. Seeing this scene, even Wu Yan's eyes lit up. Ever since Wu Yan overbearingly dominated her, Alice's temperament has become more and more attractive. Also, her every move was like an elegant aristocratic daughter. It's hard for anyone to look away, even Wu Yan couldn't bear to look away when he saw her like this. And the arrival of Wu Yan. Naturally, it was impossible to hide it from Alice. But Alice didn't stop the work at hand, nor did she look up to say hello. She still continued to fiddle with the doll in her hand. Instead, Shanghai and Peng Lai, who were dressed as Western maids, were suspended on both sides. They bowed to Wu Yan as a greeting. Unfortunately, although Shanghai and Peng Lai had a healthy personality, they were just lifeless dolls after all. They didn't even have a voice. They could only bow. Wu Yan waved slightly to Shanghai and Peng Lai. Without saying a word, he walked directly into the room and sat opposite Alice. He stared straight at Alice and didn't move anymore. Under Wu Yan's invasive gaze, Alice remained expressionless. However, her pair of beautiful eyes had some ripples. Obviously, being stared at so brazenly by Wu Yan, even with Alice's indifference, she couldn't calm her heart. She wasn't as calm as she looked on the surface. Regarding this, Alice was angry and helpless. Angry, naturally, she was angry at herself, and also angry at Wu Yan. Helpless, she was helpless at herself, helpless at the thick-skinned Wu Yan. Alice never knew that in this world, there really existed a person who could break the peace in her heart with just a gaze or an action. One must know that in the past, even Marissa and Patrice couldn't break the peace in Alice's heart so obviously. Ever since this man appeared, Alice realized that she was becoming more and more different from her past self. At least, not in front of this man. Could it be that this guy was really her nemesis? With such a helpless thought, Alice stopped what she was doing and raised her head to meet Wu Yan's eyes. "Is there something?" Hearing this, Wu Yan smiled faintly as though he had won some sort of victory. "Can't I visit you if there's nothing?" It was the same conversation and answer as the last time they met, when he shamelessly begged for Alice's forgiveness. This made Alice's heart unable to calm down, and anger and helplessness surged up once again. "If there's nothing, then don't disturb me while I'm making dolls." "Am I disturbing you?" Wu Yan purposely put on an innocent look. "I remember that I didn't speak nor did I touch you. How could I disturb you? Are you doing this on purpose?" Alice furrowed her brows. "Since you don't intend to disturb me, then don't look at me like that." Wu Yan cried out in a pitiful tone. "I can't even look at you. Isn't this too much of a bully?" "Bully? Who's the bully?" Alice didn't know how she should react. She could only let out a faint sigh. "What do you want?" Wu Yan retracted his joking expression and stared straight at Alice. When he saw Alice's expression turning unnatural, he opened his mouth and said something like that. "How long have you not been out?" Alice was slightly stunned. She was puzzled. "Why are you asking this?" "Well." Wu Yan didn't answer the first time. Instead, he said seriously. "Answer me first. How long have you not been out?" Noticing that Wu Yan isn't just chatting and that he's asking this question in a serious manner, Alice fell silent. "How long have you not been out?" Of course, no one knew this better than Alice. Sigh. Wu Yan sighed and said straightforwardly. "As far as I know, you haven't been out since that day, right?" "Yes." Ever since the day she had sex with Wu Yan, Alice hasn't left the house. She didn't appear in front of anyone. It's as if she's sealed herself away from the world. She's been staying at home making dolls. Usually, Alice wouldn't run around everywhere, but she wouldn't stay at home for a few days. Alice might seem casual, but she was actually very afraid of loneliness. Otherwise, she wouldn't have attended Ramilia's banquet. It was because of this that Wu Yan came to find Alice. "Alice." Wu Yan looked at Alice and his tone became melancholy. "Do you hate me that much?" "No." Alice quickly shook her head and lowered her head. "It's not like that." Alice did have complicated feelings about Wu Yan. After all, this person took her by force, didn't he? But surprisingly, among these complex emotions, there were no negative emotions such as hate or hatred. At most, there were only emotions such as anger and anger that were neither painful nor itchy. Alice didn't go out since then because she felt a little lost about her current self. She wasn't mentally prepared, so she subconsciously lived a life of isolation. She didn't know if Wu Yan noticed this. He stared at Alice, who lowered her head and didn't dare to look at him. He reached out and held Alice's hand. "Come with me for a walk." This time, Wu Yan took a rare forceful tone. His tone is unquestionable. Under such a tone, Alice actually subconsciously obeyed and nodded her head unconsciously. Chapter 1836. Fantasy Village, Bori Shrine. Wu Yan held Alice's hand as they walked up the stone steps in front of the Bori Shrine. Wu Yan held Alice's hand as they walked up the steps at a steady pace. At this moment, Alice was like a child who was afraid of strangers. She didn't object to Wu Yan holding her hand. She lowered her head and followed Wu Yan to Bori Shrine. Alice looked up and saw the end of the stone steps getting closer and closer. She whispered with a puzzled expression. "Why did you bring me to the shrine?" It was obvious that Alice didn't know that an earth-shattering event had happened at the Bori Shrine yesterday. That is, the collapse of Bori Shrine. Now, this matter was basically known to everyone in the illusory village. There is no other reason. As long as there is no problem with eyesight and perception, they should be able to see that yesterday, the dream seal released by Ling Meng fell from the sky like the sun. That dream seal move was indeed powerful. It was so powerful that no one in the entire fantasy village couldn't feel it. Even the ordinary humans in the human realm could see it even if they couldn't feel it. So, who wouldn't be curious after witnessing such a powerful attack? It was impossible to hide the collapse of the Boli shrine. Under such circumstances, Alice, on the other hand, had a puzzled look on her face. She probably didn't know about this matter that was known to everyone. One could only imagine what kind of isolated life Alice had been living for the past few days. If Alice was allowed to go on like this, perhaps Alice would completely become a reticent person who no longer saw people. That was hard to say. Wu Yan once again confirmed that his decision to drag Alice out of this mess was the right one. He scratched his cheek. Well, yesterday, I caused quite a bit of trouble. I have to go check it out, right? Trouble? Alice's face was still filled with confusion. What trouble? Wu Yan bitterly smiled and told Alice what happened yesterday in a concise manner, causing Alice to reveal an astonished expression. You destroyed the Bori shrine? Actually, that's not my fault. Wu Yan tried to shift the blame. It's that hateful black and white who attacked the shrine without permission. I didn't want to destroy the shrine at all. Marissa? Alice shook her head helplessly. Indeed. She's the only one who can cause such a big trouble. Alice tightened her grip on Wu Yan's hand as she continued with a complicated tone. Then. Is Marissa at the shrine now? You can say so. Wu Yan looked at Alice with a smile. What? You don't dare to see Marissa? Alice opened her mouth slightly as if she wanted to refute, but she couldn't say anything. Dare to see Marissa? It wasn't that she didn't dare to see Marissa. It's just that Alice didn't know how she should react to Marissa. It couldn't be helped. Who asked Alice, who had a Yuri plot towards Marissa, to be eaten alive by a certain wolf? Who asked Alice to truly follow the harmony of yin and yang, and the great Tao of male and female pairing? That's why Alice was so conflicted. In this regard, Wu Yan only said one sentence. Marissa is your best friend in Fantasy Village. She's the closest person to you. I don't want you to be afraid to face her. Hearing this, Alice's heart calmed down. That's right. Marissa was Alice's best friend and the closest person to her in Fantasy Village. Even if she had a relationship with Wu Yan, her Yuri plot towards Marissa couldn't be realized. She couldn't stay away from Marissa because of this. This was the kind of friendship that only existed between women. It was far more intimate and delicate than the friendship between men. Following Wu Yan's footsteps, Alice followed behind Wu Yan and walked to the end of the stone steps. After the two of them walked down the stone steps, the current state of Bori Shrine was presented before their eyes. The wreckage of the original Boli Shrine, which was supposed to be in ruins, has been cleaned up, leaving only a vast open space. On the side of the open space, there were piles of wood and stone. Under the processing of two listless girls, they were turned into materials needed to rebuild the shrine. Needless to say, those two girls were Marissa and Soul Shooting Maru. As for Soul Dream, she was still holding onto her imperial coin as she stood in front of Marissa and Soul Shooting Maru. She had a hangover look on her face as she clutched her head. Faint whimpering sounds could be heard clearly by everyone present. Oh, my head is still a little dizzy and my body is still very hot. Very uncomfortable. But to be able to get a lot of furniture and tools for free, it is worth it. Such a sentence made Marissa and Soul Shooting Maru feel even more powerless. Damn it, why can Soul Dream soak in the hot spring until she gets dizzy while we have to work here for so long and take care of the unconscious Soul Dream? Woo-woo, I really want to soak in the hot spring. I really want to write a report. There is no report today. I wonder if everyone will have a bad impression of Wenwen daily. Seeing this, Wu Yan and Alice looked at each other speechlessly. Soul Dream, who was still holding her head, inadvertently turned her head to look in the direction of the stone steps. She saw the man and woman standing at the end of the stone steps and was momentarily stunned. When she saw Wu Yan, her eyes widened and she shouted. "You actually dare to come?" The sudden shout startled everyone present. It also caused Marissa and soul-shooting Maru to notice Wu Yan and Alice. The two of them ignored Alice and shouted at the same time. "You absconding bastard! You finally appeared." "What do you mean absconding?" Wu Yan retorted. "The one who destroyed the shrine was not me. Why should I abscond? You were the one who told me to destroy the shrine." Marissa shouted. "If you didn't want Soul Dream's blood, I wouldn't have become like this. It is all your fault. I didn't destroy the shrine either," soul-shooting Maru said indignantly. "Then why do I have to be responsible for rebuilding the shrine?" Marissa and soul-shooting Maru's resentment has been accumulating for a period of time. Now that they have an opportunity to vent, the two of them showed signs of not being able to stop. "Don't just focus on talking." Soul Dream pointed at Marissa and soul-shooting Marabune as she issued an order. "Hurry up and continue." Marissa and soul-shooting Maru wanted to say something, but under Soul Dream's imposing gaze, they immediately withered and obediently continued processing the wood and stone in their hands. Wu Yan could only bitterly smile at Alice before he looked at Ling Meng and awkwardly said, "Sorry, Ling Meng. Do you need my help?" "No need," Soul Dream said without hesitation. She even looked at him as though he was an unwelcome person and waved her hand disdainfully. "Nothing good will happen when you appear. Hurry up and leave. Don't hinder me from rebuilding the shrine and don't give me any trouble." After saying that, Soul Dream snorted coldly. "Of course, don't expect me to give you any blood and cause any trouble. Even if you are someone from Yukari's family, I will still treat you." It seems that Soul Dream still doesn't know that she was tricked by Remilia yesterday. She had already used some furniture and tools as bait to lure out the blood. Wu Yan didn't intend to expose her and shrugged his shoulders. "This time, I am not here to ask for blood." "Not here to ask for blood?" Soul Dream was startled and immediately became vigilant. "If you are not here to ask for blood, then what are you here for?" Looking at how Ling Meng is acting as if she's guarding against some dreadful beast, Wu Yan felt a bit depressed. "Can't I be here to make amends and to help? I already said that I don't need your help." Soul Dream was unmoved. "Just don't cause any trouble." Alright. After being rejected by Soul Dream, Wu Yan could only compromise. "You really don't need help?" "No need." "You don't need to apologize?" "No need." "You can't even use gold coins as a gift?" "No." Just as Soul Dream was about to reject him, the word gold entered her ears. She suddenly choked and crossed her arms. With a thoughtful expression, she nodded her head. "That's fine." Wu Yan, Alice, Marissa, and Sensei Marumi were speechless. Chapter 1838. Fantasy Village, Lost Bamboo Forest, Forever Pavilion. Even in this bright and sunny weather, the Lost Bamboo Forest was still filled with a dense fog that made it difficult for people to see clearly. The incoming sunlight was completely blocked outside the bamboo forest, causing the light within the Lost Bamboo Forest to be somewhat dim. Forever Pavilion was an exception. No one knew how it was done, but the sunlight that shone down from the sky and shone on the surroundings of the Forever Pavilion was not blocked by the heavy fog. Instead, all of it poured in, like a pillar of light descending from the sky, enveloping the entire Forever Pavilion. This scene could not be described as not beautiful. If someone was nearby and looked at the Forever Pavilion from a distance, they would see that the Forever Pavilion was shrouded in a beam of light descending from the sky. Although the style of the Forever Pavilion was an ancient Japanese style, it exuded an otherworldly temperament, as if it was a secret residence in a paradise, making one's heart surge. In the courtyard of the Forever Pavilion, there were many extremely fat rabbits, at least much fatter than their peers. They were about half the size of an adult dog. They were like lazy cats, nestled in various corners of the courtyard, as if they were basking in the sunlight. No matter how one looked at it, this was quite an incredible scene. Not long after, a door in the corridor above the courtyard slowly opened. A young girl carried a huge box and moved it with some difficulty. She walked out of Forever Pavilion. This was a rather strange girl. She was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt, a uniformed coat, a red tie, and a pink pleated skirt. The girl had a pair of wrinkled rabbit ears that were at least 20 centimeters long. They looked like ornaments. Her long purple straight hair swayed in the wind. Her delicate face was a little rosy. Obviously, she was using a lot of strength. This girl was a member of Forever Pavilion, the pet of Mount Penglai, and the disciple of Yonglin. Not long ago, in front of Wu Yan, Ling Xian bore the last sin of the 7 deadly sins. After a few days, Ling Xian had already borne all the 7 deadly sins. She was no longer the dissatisfied and depressed rabbit who had been eager to touch the opposite sex a few days ago. But now, Ling Xian was behaving like a cow. It seemed that even if she did not bear the 7 deadly sins, her life did not seem to be any better. That was why Ling Xian was the victim of his fantasy, wasn't she? She struggled to move the box that was half as tall as her. Inside the box was a large pile of carrots. She walked into the courtyard and slammed the box down as if she couldn't hold on any longer. Huff, huff. It was unknown if she had done a lot of work before this, but Ling Xian was panting slightly. She wiped the sweat on her forehead and complained. Why do I have to do the work of the emperor? Di was the other member of the Eternal Pavilion, and also the last member of the Eternal Pavilion. She was also the pet of Mount Penglai's bright knight. At the same time, she was the leader of all the untransformed rabbits in the Eternal Pavilion. Usually, the work of feeding rabbits was done by Di. Ling Xian's job was to assist Yonglin in making medicine. However, this rabbit demon named Di was extremely mischievous and active. Not only did he like to bully Ling Xian, but he also liked to run around and tease people he didn't know. It was precisely because of Di's bullying that Ling Xian received the title of rabbit. She must have gone somewhere to tease people again. Ling Xian sighed. I really hope the princess can teach her a lesson. As she said this, Ling Xian actually didn't have much hope. It was not that Emperor would not be punished, nor was it that Mount Penglai and Yonglin doted on Emperor so much. It was just that Mount Penglai only cared about playing games and reading comics all day long, while Yonglin only cared about her pharmaceutical work and did not care about Emperor's misdeeds at all. That was why Ling Xian was so tragic. Let's hurry and feed these rabbits. After saying this, Ling Xian clapped her hands and raised her voice. Everyone, come and eat. However, Ling Xian's shout only caused the rabbits in the courtyard to lazily open their eyes and glance at her. Then, all the rabbits closed their eyes again and continued to bask in the sun. Ling Xian was startled at first, then she became angry. Even you all want to bully me? It was clearly a reprimand, but Ling Xian made it sound like she was sobbing. She even had tears in her eyes. Not only did she not look dignified, but she also made people want to tease her even more. Thinking about it, it was because of this that Ling Xian was always bullied. Oh. Ling Xian's eyes were filled with tears. Why does everyone like to bully me so much? Suddenly, the teary-eyed Ling Xian heard some light footsteps coming from the bamboo forest not far away. Who is it? Ling Xian's body trembled, and her vigilant eyes became timid under the influence of her tears. However, she still turned to look in the direction of the voice. Ling Xian saw it immediately. On the mountain path not far away, 2 figures appeared there. Hand in hand, they walked in the direction of the Forever Pavilion. It was a man and a woman. The man was wearing a casual suit. Except for the white shirt under the jacket, the rest of his clothes were black. His eyes were wine red. He wasn't charming, but his aura was deep and unforgettable. The woman wore a blue sleeveless dress with a white shawl draped over her shoulders. The dress reached her ankles, and her shoulder-length golden hair exuded an enchanting luster under the sunlight. Her appearance was one of a kind, and she was exceptionally beautiful. Looking at the man and woman duo, Ling Xian was completely stunned. There were two reasons why she was stunned. The first was because of the woman. Apart from her princess, this was the first time Ling Xian saw such a beautiful girl. Her appearance and aura were comparable to Mount Penglai's Huiyi. The other reason was because of the man. If Ling Xian wasn't mistaken, the man was the one who came to Yongyuan Pavilion a few days ago. He seemed to have done something with Mount Penglai's Huiyi and Yonglin. He was pushed to the ground by her and was almost pushed back by her. Yes. It was Wu Yan and Alice. Holding Alice's hand, Wu Yan slowly walked in the direction of Yongyuan Pavilion. He didn't say a word to Alice during the process, so Alice's doubts remained unanswered. Why did he bring her to Yongyuan Pavilion? Alice didn't ask this question out loud. She just obediently followed Wu Yan in silence. Soon, Wu Yan and Alice saw Ling Xian standing behind a big box of carrots in the courtyard of the Forever Pavilion. Ling Xian stared at them blankly from behind a box of carrots. Looking at Ling Xian, who is staring at him and Alice in a daze, Wu Yan recalled the scene of him being pushed to the ground by Ling Xian a few days ago. He scratched his cheeks and he grinned. Hello. Ling Xian finally reacted. She realized her inappropriate behavior and remembered what happened a few days ago. She blushed and bowed awkwardly. Hello, Alice couldn't help but grin at Ling Xian. Even Wu Yan couldn't help but feel amused by her. Miss Rabbit, do you remember me? I'm not Miss Rabbit, I'm Ling Xian. Ling Xian puffed up her cheeks. Her face was still red. She spoke in an uncertain tone. I remember, you're Lady Yakumo, right? Oh. This time, Wu Yan was surprised. Do you remember my name? Yes. Yes. Ling Xian lowered her head shyly. Although I was in that state, I heard Lady Bai's conversation with Her Highness and Master. I still remember, in other words, Ling Xian still remembers how she pushed Wu Yan to the ground when she lost control of herself. Wu Yan was a bit embarrassed. He asked Ling Xian in front of Alice's confused expression. Are you alright? Yes. Yes. I'm fine. Ling Xian's face turned redder and redder. She couldn't help but change the topic. Are you here to see Her Highness? Wu Yan was about to nod in response to Ling Xian's question when a voice suddenly sounded in the Yongyuan Pavilion. It's you again. Chapter 1839. Sure enough, it's you again. As the voice echoed, a tall and plump figure walked out of the Yongyuan Pavilion. She came to the wooden corridor and attracted everyone's attention. First, she looked at Wu Yan and Alice, who are holding hands. Then, she waved her hand at Ling Xian, who is standing beside her. Her expression is as mysterious as ever. She waved at Ling Xian, who is standing beside her. Adumbra courtyard, go back to work. Yes. Master. Ling Xian answered in fear and trepidation. She didn't want to disturb Wu Yan and Yonglin. She lifted the box full of carrots and staggered to the other side of the courtyard. Wu Yan, Alice, and Yonglin looked at each other. No one spoke at once, which made the atmosphere a little weird. Just when Wu Yan thought Yonglin was going to give him a hard time and send him away, Yonglin sighed and waved her hand in a bored manner. You're here for the princess, right? Wu Yan was stunned. He didn't react to Yonglin's sudden change of attitude. The princess is in her room. She should be either sleeping or playing games. Yonglin said with a dull expression. If you want to find the princess, go by yourself. Wu Yan, who just came back to his senses, was stunned once again. He was surprised by what he saw. You're not here to stop me? Hachii Yonglin dotes on Kagaya, or rather, she spoils him. A few days ago, Wu Yan forcefully took Kagaya in as his summon in front of Hachii Yonglin. Hachii Yonglin should be hostile towards Wu Yan since he performed life fusion with her. He didn't know why. With Yonglin's wisdom, what exactly did she think about the matter of him accepting Mount Penglai's Kagaya as a summon? Did she secretly try to remove the situation where Mount Penglai's Kagaya's life force fused with him? But logically speaking, Yonglin shouldn't let him come into contact with Mount Penglai Hui so easily. After all, last time, Wu Yan took Kagaya of Penglai Mountain as a summon in front of Yonglin. Yonglin didn't have the power to stop him. In that case, even if Yonglin didn't feel regretful, she would feel unwilling. Logically speaking, he wouldn't let Wu Yan get close to empty Penglai anymore, right? Who knew what Wu Yan would do? Even if Yonglin didn't take Wu Yan down last time, her favorability towards Wu Yan must have dropped to the negatives. That's why she chased Wu Yan out of Yonsei Pavilion in such a hurry. This time, why did he compromise without a second word? Yonglin glanced at Wu Yan as if she saw through Wu Yan's thoughts. Do you think that the princess would hide all the facts from me? At this point, Wu Yan understood. Kagaya of Penglai Mountain must have told Yonglin about Wu Yan and the system. Also. And it was the kind that didn't leave out anything. This Kagaya. Wu Yan was dissatisfied. Speaking of such an important matter so carelessly, aren't you afraid of attracting unnecessary trouble? First of all, even if the unnecessary trouble comes, you forced her to do it. You are also the one who forced it on the princess. Yonglin said without changing her expression. Second, compared to the so-called unnecessary trouble, having that kind of relationship with you is the biggest trouble for the princess. With Yonglin Yatsuki's wisdom and the explanation of Mount Penglai, it was impossible for Yonglin Yatsuki to not think of anything. Yonglin sensed that after becoming Wu Yan's summon, Kagaya's peaceful life in Penglai Mountain is coming to an end. She's the worst. In the future, she might have to leave Fantasy Village. She would follow Wu Yan to another world. That was the biggest trouble. Yonglin didn't think so. Wu Yan would let Kagaya live a good life in another world. At least for now, it was impossible. It was more likely that she would be involved in some unnecessary disputes. Although Hui of Mount Penglai was an immortal from the moon and had taken the medicine of Mount Penglai, his immortality was superb, and no one should be able to kill Hui of Mount Penglai. But even something like the system, which even Yonglin couldn't understand, appeared. What else was impossible? In other words, Kagaya's life might be in danger if she went to another world. Yonglin is angry at Wu Yan for bringing about an uncertain future for Kagaya of Penglai Mountain. But, she's also thinking about it. To Mount Penglai's Hui, perhaps this was also a chance to change his current situation and enter a new realm in life? In other words, fortune and misfortune came hand in hand. Yonglin chose to wait and see. Yonglin glanced at Alice, who had been silent all this while, and suddenly said, "This magician is also your summoner?" Summoner? Alice was stunned. She didn't understand what was going on. Not now. Wu Yan smiled. Definitely in the future. Really? Yonglin narrowed her eyes and asked another question. Then, what about Yakumo Yukari? Yukari? Wu Yan didn't expect Yatsuki to bring up Yukari, so he reacted a little slower. Did Yonglin already know about his relationship with Yukari? But regarding this part, even if it was the system, it wouldn't instill the relevant memories into Mount Penglai's Hui, right? How did Yonglin of the Eight Wills know? Looking at the surprised Wu Yan, Yonglin seemed to have gotten her answer. She laughed in a very joyful manner. I see. Even that guy couldn't resist becoming your summoner. Then, It's not that hard for me to accept that I can't stop you from doing what you want to the princess. Hearing this, Wu Yan understood the situation. Yonglin was just trying to get information from him. After getting confirmation, she felt better from Yukari. Yonglin was still upset that she couldn't stop Kaguya from becoming Wu Yan's summoner. She only accepted it after knowing that Yukari couldn't do anything about the system. However, Yonglin didn't know that. Back then, Yukari couldn't resist the system and refused to become Wu Yan's summon. She used her realm power to slow down her condition, allowing her to stay in Silveria for a long time even though she can only summon for a short period of time. This was something that Yonglin definitely couldn't do. Yonglin wasn't as powerful as Yukari. In terms of strength, Yonglin was about the same as Yukari. However, Yukari's ability was special. That was why she could resist the system a little. From this, it could be seen how powerful the power of one's cultivation level was. I just want to tell you something. Yonglin stopped smiling and looked at Wu Yan. Yonglin stood in the corridor and looked at Wu Yan. Don't let the princess get hurt. Leaving this sentence, Yonglin turned around and returned to the parlor without looking back. Wu Yan shrugged. Alice seemed like she had been waiting for this moment for a long time. She asked Wu Yan when she saw Yonglin's disappearing figure. What is a summoner? This was definitely not the only question that Alice wanted to ask. Judging from the conversation between Wu Yan and Yonglin, the two of them must be talking about something that Alice couldn't understand. However, Alice wasn't in a position to get to the bottom of everything. She only asked this question that was slightly related to her. Wu Yan didn't want to hide it from Alice, but he didn't explain it immediately. Well, it's a little troublesome to explain. I'll tell you later. Let's go and see the princess. Alice pondered for a bit before nodding. Under Wu Yan's lead, they walked up the wooden corridor of the Forever Pavilion and headed towards the other end of the corridor. After a while, they came to a room. When they were about to knock on the door, a familiar and pleasant voice came from inside. Come in. It was the voice of Mount Penglai. Wu Yan heard this voice a few days ago. Alice, who had attended the exhibition held by the Yonglin Pavilion, also recognized this voice. They looked at each other. Wu Yan opened the door and walked into the room. Chapter 1840. Compared to the first time they met, this time, the situation in Mount Penglai's room was a bit different. The boxes filled with game discs and mangas all over the ground disappeared. No one knew where they were taken by Mount Penglai Kaguya, leaving the retro-style tatami completely exposed to the air. The room also seemed to have been specially tidied up. Compared to the first time, it was a lot cleaner and didn't feel sloppy. In addition, there was a stove next to it that was releasing some kind of fragrance. The whole atmosphere was already comparable to the ancient Japanese aristocrats' living quarters. If, ignoring the computer that was sitting in the corner of the room, the screen was still on, showing an interface of an unknown game. Sitting on the side of the stove, Mount Penglai was still wearing the pink top and white bottom. The sleeves were extremely long, like a kimono. Holding a teapot in his hand, he poured coarse tea into the 2 teacups in front of him with an elegant smile on his face. No. Instead of saying it was an elegant smile, it was more like an extremely playful, extremely cunning, like a cat catching a mouse, full of teasing, very black-bellied smile. With such a smile, Mount Penglai pushed the tea in front of Wu Yan and Alice, who were sitting opposite him, and said softly, "Have tea." Wu Yan and Alice, who were a little uncomfortable by Mount Penglai's cat-and-mouse expression, nodded at the same time, stretched out their hands, picked up the teacups, and sipped the hot tea. Until this moment, the scene was quite normal, and the atmosphere was quite good. It was like an ordinary hospitality scene. It couldn't be said to be harmonious and friendly, but it was going smoothly. But the facts proved that Mount Penglai was not as dignified and serious as he looked on the surface. After his eyes wandered back and forth between Wu Yan and Alice's faces. Covering his mouth, he chuckled. Are the two of you here to send me the wedding invitation? Pfft. Unsurprisingly, this sudden speech made Wu Yan and Alice stare at each other at the same time. They spat out all the hot tea in their mouths and sprayed it toward Huey of Penglai Mountain. Era. Mount Penglai's Huey seemed to have expected this reaction. He nimbly dodged to the side, allowing the 2 mouthfuls of hot tea to graze his body as he landed on the tatami not far away. Without waiting for Wu Yan and Alice to say anything, Mount Penglai's Huey was the first to complain. Don't dirty other people's rooms, okay? Can you not speak so carelessly? Alice raised her voice, unwilling to be outdone. What nonsense are you talking about all of a sudden? I knew it. You can't be so honest. Wu Yan picked up the handkerchief on the side, wiped his mouth, and rolled his eyes. How on earth did you think of that? Intuition. Mount Penglai Huey said with a smile. A young girl's intuition, that's a pretty good ability. Wu Yan smiled a few times. Then did your young girl's intuition tell you that it's best not to speak carelessly about things that don't need to be said? The things that don't need to be said, that Wu Yan was talking about were naturally related to the system. That wasn't something that could be casually brought up and talked about. Don't look at how Wu Yan usually didn't seem to care much about it and even said that many people knew about it. But of those who knew about the system, which one of them didn't eventually become his summons? Basically. Except for his own summons or those who would be his summons in the future, Wu Yan wouldn't casually talk about the system. If something went wrong, it would attract a lot of people who coveted the system. They wanted to slice Wu Yan and the girls who summoned him into pieces for research. So, the system's matter could be big or small. I'm not talking carelessly, I've only told Yonglin. Mount Penglai Huey retorted slightly and looked at Wu Yan with a smile that wasn't a smile. Or, are you trying to tell me that Yonglin is not trustworthy? Wu Yan really wanted to say that, even if he knew that it was just a joke. Just like how Yonglin spoiled Mount Penglai Huey excessively, Mount Penglai Huey trusted Yonglin. It was also more than everyone he knew for thousands of years. For Mount Penglai Huey, in his life, there was absolutely no one who was more trustworthy than Yonglin, even if she became Wu Yan's summon. That was to say, compared to Yonglin, Mount Penglai Huey's trust, Wu Yan couldn't even match it. If it wasn't for the system and the summon, Mount Penglai Huey wouldn't even know if she would keep Wu Yan in her heart. Don't look at Mount Penglai Huey's black-bellied appearance. No matter what, Mount Penglai Huey was once the moon's princess and the rumored bamboo takemi. She conquered an era with her beauty alone, so it was impossible for her to casually trust a person. Otherwise, a few days ago, Wu Yan wouldn't have needed to turn Mount Penglai Huey into his summon to gain a trace of Mount Penglai Huey's trust and let her give him a drop of blood. Although that demon sage in your family is also very powerful, my Yonglin is not weak either. Mount Penglai Huey held her cheek and sighed. If Yonglin wasn't here, I don't know if I would be bullied by you in the future. Bully you? I'll be thankful if you don't bully me, you black-bellied guy. Wu Yan resisted the urge to push Mount Penglai Huey down and spank her butt. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he shook his head. Are you trying to say that no matter what, Yonglin will be by your side? If possible, I would like to do so. Mount Penglai Huey finally became serious and looked at Wu Yan seriously. No matter what, I hope that Yonglin can be by my side, even if it means going to another world. Indeed, Mount Penglai Huey and Yonglin were already inseparable from each other in the true sense. The relationship between the two was not like Wu Yan and Mount Penglai Huey, where their lives were intertwined and they would never leave each other. It was similar to a life community, where they both needed and desired each other. Mount Penglai Huey said this so solemnly because she wanted to express her determination to Wu Yan. Needless to say, Mount Penglai Huey wanted to tell Wu Yan that she wouldn't object to leaving Fantasy Village and leaving this world with Wu Yan, but Yonglin must be by his side. Wu Yan didn't know if Mount Penglai Hui had already colluded with Yonglin, but compared to this, he was more willing to believe that this was something that Mount Penglai Hui and Yonglin didn't mention but had already decided on. Wu Yan couldn't find a reason to object to this. For the time being, maybe we can't. Wu Yan said in distress. After all, Yonglin's value is not low. Yonglin was a demigod powerhouse, on the same level as Yukari. When he summoned Yukari, Wu Yan used a total of 1 million summoning points to summon her. Yonglin's value was definitely not lower than that. Now, Wu Yan only had a little more than 10,000 summoning points left. How could he summon Yonglin? Mount Penglai Hui seemed to understand and didn't show any obvious intention. She smiled faintly. I didn't say we have to do it now. I'm just telling you not to forget about Yonglin. After saying that, Mount Penglai Hui glanced at Alice, who was silently listening to the two people talking, and asked curiously. Are you also his summoner? Alice was silent for a moment and shook her head. I don't know what you mean by summoning, I see. Mount Penglai Hui suddenly understood and looked at Wu Yan with disdain. In other words, you're going to abandon her after you've slept with her? Are all moon people so good at jumping around in the form of backflips? Wu Yan touched his forehead helplessly. I'm just adjusting my mood temporarily. I'll explain it to Alice sooner or later. Oh. Mount Penglai Hui smiled again, but this time, her smile was more or less cold. To her, you're going to talk about your feelings first and then explain later. To me, you're going to get on the bus first and then buy the ticket later? Wu Yan almost choked. Alice didn't know what Mount Penglai Hui was talking about, but she could tell what he meant. She looked at Wu Yan with a slightly cold gaze. Aha! Wu Yan could only laugh dryly. I brought Alice here to play a game with you. Come, let's play a game. Humph. Mount Penglai Hui snorted but didn't object. He stood up and went to prepare the game console. Alice didn't say anything else. She sighed and followed Mount Penglai Hui with Wu Yan. Chapter 1841. For the whole day, Wu Yan, Alice, and Hui of Penglai Mountain had been hiding in the room and playing games. They were having so much fun that they completely forgot about the time. They didn't even eat lunch or dinner. After all, Hui of Penglai Mountain had the glorious title of Princess Neat. It should be said that she lived up to this title. Throughout the day, Hui of Penglai Mountain showed enthusiasm that she didn't show during their two meetings. Not only did she no longer maintain her dignified, elegant, and even black-bellied personality, but she was also immersed in the game. It was hard to imagine that such a person was actually a princess who had lived for thousands of years, or Princess Hui who once conquered an era with her beauty. However, it wasn't without reason. That's right, Hui of Penglai Mountain was indeed a homebody. She was very homebody and liked to play games very much. However, in the past, Hui of Penglai Mountain could only stay in the room and play games alone. It was rare for someone to play with her, so how could she not enjoy herself? Wu Yan, on the other hand, is having even more fun. Thinking back to the past, Wu Yan was also a homebody. Although he wasn't as homebody as Hui of Penglai Mountain, he still liked to play games. Ever since he obtained the Soul Fusion system and came to the Spalier world, Wu Yan had never played games again. Instead, he ran around the Spalier world and each dungeon world to improve his strength. Of course, there were many dungeon worlds that also had games. In fact, the theme of Sword and Saber Dominion world was games. However, Wu Yan had only lived in Sao for 3 years. He had played games before. Since then, he had never played games again. Under such circumstances, how could he not have a good time? Therefore, for the whole day, Wu Yan and Hui of Penglai Mountain were an unprecedented combination. They were immersed in the game. They couldn't extricate themselves. As for Alice, she was a little conflicted. Unlike Wu Yan and Hui of Penglai Mountain, who had not played games for a long time, Alice had been playing games since she was born. Until now, he hadn't played any games at all. At the end of the day, Alice was originally a monster who had cultivated from a human to become a magician. In the era when Alice was still a human, games were not popular at all. After becoming a magician, she came to the fantasy village and had no chance to come into contact with modern technology and games. Therefore, during the whole process, only Alice looked very uncomfortable, unable to keep up with Wu Yan and Mount Penglai's enthusiasm. Many times, Alice wanted to stay out of it and silently watch Wu Yan and Penglai Mountain Hui play games, but she didn't know why. Every time Alice wanted to quietly withdraw, Wu Yan could keenly feel it and pull her back. This also made Alice understand that Wu Yan was not really completely immersed in the game at all. At least, he definitely diverted a little attention to pay attention to her. It was also because of this that Alice could only be very conflicted. She was very unaccustomed to and played all kinds of games with Wu Yan and Mount Penglai Mountain Hui crazily. Gradually, she got a little better and evolved from a rookie to a newbie. Unfortunately, no matter how enthusiastic Wu Yan and Mount Penglai Mountain Hui were in the game, no matter how fast Alice gradually got used to it, time would still quietly pass by. Unknowingly, the sky was dark. Under the 8 Will Yonglin's reprimand, everyone could only regretfully leave. Then, standing in the courtyard of Forever Pavilion, Wu Yan took Alice's hand and waved to the Bell Fairy in the corridor. "We'll leave here." "Yes. Yes." The Bell Fairy bowed with an embarrassed face. "I'm so sorry," the princess refused to end the game and came out of her room. "Master is teaching the princess a lesson and can't come out to see us off. Well, I don't mind. I had a lot of fun today." Wu Yan shrugged. "So, that's all for now. I'll disturb you next time." "Sorry to disturb you." Alice nodded slightly and said goodbye. Under the gaze of the Bell Fairy, the two walked out of Forever Pavilion hand in hand. They also walked out of the mountain path and walked into the misty Lost Bamboo Forest. The surroundings were terrifyingly silent. In the Lost Bamboo Forest, there seemed to be no birds, beasts, or insects. The surroundings were pitch black, and even the green bamboo trees seemed to be dyed with a layer of pitch black color. The entire scene gave people a strange feeling of horror. Walking in this bamboo forest where monsters could jump out at any time, Alice stared at the back of Wu Yan, who was holding her hand and walking in front of her in silence. At this moment, there was only one emotion in Alice's heart. That is, confusion. She is puzzled by Wu Yan's actions for the entire day. For the whole day, Wu Yan seemed to have gone to the Boli Shrine to apologize to Ling Meng. Then, he came to Forever Pavilion and said a lot of things that Alice didn't understand. Then, he said a lot of things that Alice also didn't understand. Then, he played the game until now and did a lot of things. However, there was one thing in common among these things. That is, Wu Yan has always allowed Alice to stay by his side. He didn't even try to hide anything from her. However, based on Wu Yan's deep conversation with Yonglin and Kagaya, it seems like the three of them are talking about something that can't be known to anyone else. It's a very secretive matter, isn't it? For such a secret matter, why did Wu Yan insist on bringing her along? In addition, Alice could see that today's itinerary basically had nothing to do with her. Why did Wu Yan want to bring her along? Her existence was not only unnecessary, but also redundant, wasn't it? With such confusion in her heart, Alice couldn't help but ask at a certain moment. Why do you want to bring me along? This was the most confusing thing for Alice. It was more confusing than the summoning figure. Alice's intuition told her that compared to the summoning figure, this was the most important thing to solve in today's itinerary. In response, Wu Yan didn't look back and didn't stop at all. Only his voice slowly drilled into Alice's ears. If I say that I just want to play with you, would you believe me? Just want to play with me? Alice paused for a moment. Putting aside the question of whether she believed it or not, first of all, this answer was already beyond Alice's expectations. Alice thought of all kinds of reasons why Wu Yan would bring her along. For example, when they were at the Bori shrine, Wu Yan wanted her to plead for him to come to the Forever Pavilion. It was also related to the summoning figure. After all, even if Alice didn't know what was going on, it didn't mean that she didn't hear anything. Wu Yan said that in the future, he would definitely let Alice become the summoning figure. Therefore, Alice thought that Wu Yan brought her to the Forever Pavilion to talk about the summoning figure. Who would have thought that in the end, it would be such an answer? Would she believe it? Alice's first thought was naturally not to believe it. Is this necessary? Alice furrowed her brows. I'm not good at games, and I'm not good at communicating with people too intimately. If you want to play, compared to me, it should be more suitable to bring along Marissa or life-shooting Maru, right? However, Alice once again received an unexpected answer. No. Wu Yan didn't even turn his head when he said that. His tone was firm. No one is more suitable than you to come out and play. This. Alice was at a loss. What do you mean? Wu Yan finally stopped, turned around, and faced Alice. He held Alice's other hand, and his wine-red eyes met Alice's eyes. I have no choice, seeing you stay at home depressed, I can't help but worry, but I know that words won't make you feel better, so I can only bring you out to play. Alice looked straight into Wu Yan's wine-red eyes, and listened to Wu Yan's seemingly affectionate words, while at the same time, she felt slightly unnatural, and at the same time, slightly nervous. I won't ask you to accept me immediately, and I won't ask you to return to your previous state immediately. Wu Yan closed the distance between them, reached out, and slowly hugged Alice's slender waist. But at least, try to face all kinds of things with me. Alice leaned on Wu Yan's chest, her eyes flickered, and then, she closed her eyes. Only Alice knew that her heart wasn't calm at all. Chapter 1842. Phew. On the way back to the Red Fiend Mansion, Wu Yan let out a long sigh of relief. There was a hint of joy on his face, and his footsteps were also somewhat brisk. It was obvious that he was in a good mood. Just now, Wu Yan sent Alice home. Compared to when she was still at home this morning, on the surface, Alice seemed to be as calm as ever, and her performance was as calm and indifferent as usual. However, Wu Yan, who had carefully observed Alice, saw a slight change. That was, the brilliance in Alice's beautiful eyes was much brighter than when she was still making dolls at home in the morning. Thinking of this, Wu Yan couldn't help but recall Alice's figure when he saw her at home this morning. How should he put it? She was as beautiful as ever. However, under this beauty, there was a hidden gloominess. She was like an old man in his twilight years, giving people a feeling that she had no vitality. When she returned home, Alice already had the feeling she had when she first met Wu Yan. If one had to describe it, it would be that the brilliance on Alice's body had slightly converged these days. It wasn't until just now that the sense of existence that belonged to Alice returned without a trace. Of course, it would be a bit of an exaggeration to say that not a single detail is missing. Alice's heart is definitely no longer as calm as it used to be. At the very least, Wu Yan saw signs of Alice recovering. Come to think of it, from tomorrow onwards, Alice shouldn't hide at home and not go out anymore, right? I hope Alice can treat herself better. As soon as this sentence was said, Wu Yan laughed bitterly as if he had said something stupid. Because of the relationship between the two of them, there was indeed some kind of grudge in Alice's heart, causing her to be at a loss. This caused her to be somewhat closed off during this period of time, but it wasn't to the point of abusing herself. For him to say such a sentence, it could be said that he was overly worried. In any case, Alice wasn't a child. Although her appearance was similar to that of a 16 or 17-year-old beautiful girl, she had lived longer than ordinary humans. Although she was somewhat closed off due to her not being very open-minded, Alice was still very considerate and would never do anything stupid because of this. It's better that the current Alice is a little open-minded. At least I didn't drag her around today and play games for the whole day in vain. With such gratified words that only he could hear, the door of the Red Devil Mansion finally appeared in Wu Yan's sight. Wu Yan pulled himself together and walked over. Creak, with such an extremely soft sound, Wu Yan slowly pushed the door in front of him, and peeked his head into the Red Devil Mansion's hall and looked around. However, just as Wu Yan peeked his head into the Red Devil Mansion's hall and before he could see the situation inside clearly, a loud noise suddenly struck and startled Wu Yan. After taking a closer look, Wu Yan realized that at this moment, in the hall of the Red Fiend restaurant, there were all kinds of demons in human form, beast form, unknown form, or half-human and half-beast form gathered in the hall of the Red Fiend restaurant. They were holding wine cups and plates with dishes as they laughed and played. Long tables were set up all around, and plates of steaming hot dishes were placed on them. In addition, there were all kinds of wine and wine glasses for the demons who were laughing and playing in the hall to enjoy. Fairy maids in maid outfits were busy everywhere. Some were carrying dishes, some were cleaning up the leftover cutlery, and some were greeting the monsters. It was an extremely lively scene. In this extraordinarily lively scene, Remilia sat at the head of the round table on the platform, enjoying red wine with Patrice while chatting about something. The little devil was also on standby beside Patrice, sneaking food from time to time and looking very mischievous. As for Fran, she was running around in the crowd of monsters like a cheerful little bird. She was like a child visiting a temple fair. Sometimes, she would talk to people casually, and sometimes, she would climb onto the long table to eat. Her face was brimming with joy. But this wasn't strange. In the past, Fran had always been locked up in the basement and had never come out to participate in such a lively scene. Even though she had attended all sorts of events with Wu Yan in the Spalier world, she couldn't let loose and play freely. And now, in this lively scene, the happiest one was Fran, right? Seeing this scene, Wu Yan was stunned for a moment before scratching his cheek. Could it be that Remilia is holding a banquet again? Even though it was a question, Wu Yan's tone was full of certainty. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain this scene. Just in time, I was worried that I would be in trouble if I came back too late. Wu Yan snuck into the living room and closed the door behind him. Then, as if he's trying to hide his presence, he walked towards the corridor. Let's take a longer detour and return to my room to sleep. Unfortunately, Wu Yan's idea was destined to fail. Hi-sama. A helpless voice came from behind Wu Yan. What are you doing? Wu Yan, who was about to enter the corridor, froze. He laughed dryly and slowly turned around to look at Sakuya, who is standing there with a helpless expression on her face. Zwa Yi, Lord Bai. Zwa Yi looked at Wu Yan reproachfully. You came back a bit late. Before the banquet started, the young mistress and second young mistress were looking for you. Even Miss Patrice asked about your whereabouts. Many guests wanted to meet the butler of the Scarlet Devil Mansion. Where did you go? I was delayed by something. Wu Yan scratched his head in embarrassment. Since you planned to hold a banquet, you should have told me in advance. Wouldn't I have come back earlier? The young mistress decided to hold a banquet during dinner. Zwa Yi shook his head. In the past, the young mistress would hold a banquet on the same day and have the fairy maids invite guests. That's why she didn't have time to tell Lord Bai. Did you decide to do it at dinner? That should have only been 4 or 5 hours ago, right? However, there were at least 300 to 400 demons participating in the banquet. In just 4 or 5 hours, they were able to invite 300 or 400 guests to the banquet. Should I say, as expected of the Scarlet Devil Mansion? All right. Wu Yan could only sigh. It's my fault that I didn't make it in time. I'll be careful next time. Hearing this, Zwa Ye's face looked much better, and he reminded him. Right now, Lord Bai is a representative figure in the Scarlet Devil Mansion. In this kind of situation, the young mistress and second young mistress can't personally arrange the banquet. Miss Patrice also doesn't have the authority to order the fairy maids to do things. Only Lord Bai can come out and host. So, you have to be careful next time. I'll host? Wu Yan was startled. I don't have a problem with that. But even without me, didn't the banquet still succeed more than once? In the past, because the Scarlet Devil Mansion didn't have a butler, I was the one to host the banquet. But it's different now. Zhuo Yi said seriously. Right now, outsiders know that the Scarlet Devil Mansion has a butler in charge. Under such circumstances, if the banquet is hosted by a head maid, it's inevitable that people will gossip about it, especially Lord Bai, indeed. There was clearly a butler present, but the banquet was arranged and hosted by a head maid. No matter how one looked at it, it was a little strange, right? Although there were too many heartless people and demons in Fantasy Village, it didn't matter if it happened once or twice. If it happened too many times, others would gossip. For example, the butler of the Scarlet Devil Mansion didn't even have the ability to arrange and host banquets. For Remilia, who announced in front of all the demons that Wu Yan was the butler of the Scarlet Devil Mansion, it would be a huge loss of face. People would say that Remilia didn't have good eyesight. Alright. I'll be careful next time. Wu Yan spread his hands. Then I won't be participating in this banquet. Zhuo Yi, you can go and do your work first, I understand. Zhuo Yi bowed slightly. Then Lord Bai, I'll go and do my work first. Zhuo Yi disappeared on the spot after leaving that sentence. At the same time, on the platform, two intense gazes were cast on Wu Yan, attracting Wu Yan's gaze. In the next moment, Remilia's dissatisfied expression and Patrice's questioning gaze were seen by Wu Yan. Wu Yan made an apologetic gesture, causing Remilia to snort coldly. Only then did it pass. Chapter 1843. Scarlet Devil Mansion, Remilia's room. Yay! Fran cheered and jumped onto the bed. She had a smile on her face that hadn't disappeared since the beginning. She twisted her body on the quilt. She looked really happy. Her wine-red eyes were curved into crescents. The banquet is so fun. Remilia's expression softened when she saw Flan's reaction. She felt like this banquet was worth it. However, she still looked at Wu Yan with a dissatisfied look. It would be even better if you weren't late. Didn't I already apologize? Wu Yan said helplessly. Besides, you didn't tell me beforehand. How would I know you were going to have a banquet? Well, it's your fault. Remilia said stubbornly. Who told you to go out all day? Can't you just stay at home? Home? Wu Yan couldn't help but smile. Well, I have all kinds of things to do. Don't throw a tantrum. I'm not throwing a tantrum. Big brother, big sister, stop arguing. Fran jumped up and muttered. Hurry up and sleep. Got it. Wu Yan and Remilia laughed at the same time as they walked up to her. At this point, Remilia didn't reject sleeping with Wu Yan, she's acting very naturally. And this also proved that. Remilia was gradually getting used to having Wu Yan by her side. Oni-chan. Flan hugged Wu Yan's neck and she hugged him. Hurry up and help Fran change. Fran wants Big Brother to hug Fran to sleep. Okay. Wu Yan shook his head and pinched Fran's nose affectionately. He gently undid her clothes while she whined. Now, Fran would no longer be locked in the basement. However, in the eyes of everyone, Fran was still a child. They would definitely not allow Fran to run around as she pleased. So, Fran didn't go out often. Occasionally, Wu Yan or Remilia would take her out to play. However, whether she went out or not, Fran was still wearing the red and white Gothic lowly outfit. Wu Yan, who was already very familiar with this outfit, took it off with ease. Remilia, who had seen this scene more than once, turned her head away. Although it wasn't as big of a reaction as the first time. She watched a man help her sister change clothes. That feeling was also very tangled. Wu Yan, who inadvertently caught a glimpse of this scene, smirked. What? Do you want Big Brother to help you change clothes? If it wasn't for the fact that your blood is higher than mine, I would have sucked all your blood dry. Remilia revealed her canine teeth. Like a cat with its hair standing on end, it bared its teeth and bared its teeth. I'm not a child. I don't need to help me change clothes. Yes, yes, yes. Wu Yan replied half-heartedly. Then please hurry up and change clothes. It's time to sleep. Ugh. Remilia could only glare at Wu Yan. She picked up her pajamas and went to the bathroom to change clothes. She whispered softly as she walked. This bastard. He only knows how to dote on Fran. Not long after, Fran changed into pink pajamas. Remilia also walked out of the bathroom and changed into pure white pajamas. Fran looked at Wu Yan with a hopeful expression. Wu Yan chuckled and he picked her up before lying down. Remilia also laid down on the other side of Fran, resting her head on a pillow. Hee hee. Fran, who was sleeping between Wu Yan and Remilia, didn't immediately close her eyes to sleep. Instead, she kept laughing happily. What's wrong? Remilia asked in confusion. Why are you laughing? Why don't you sleep? Fran just wants to laugh. Fran said. Because Fran is very happy right now. Wu Yan and Remilia's hearts melted. They couldn't help but move closer to Fran. One patted her head while the other hugged her. Very happy right now? Who wouldn't be? Hey, big brother, big sister. Fran looked up. Stars seemed to be flashing in her eyes. She was extremely beautiful. Let's stay together forever and never separate, okay? This was Fran's most fundamental wish. Apart from this wish, Fran had no other requests. Remilia seemed to recall Fran's crazy appearance when she was mentally unstable and the lonely figure in the basement. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. She hugged Fran tightly. Big sister will never leave you. Fran hugged Remilia tightly. She turned to look at Wu Yan expectantly. Wu Yan looked into Fran's eyes and he grinned as he uttered those words. Our lives have long been fused together. Neither of us can leave the other. Fran giggled. She hugged Wu Yan tightly and leaned her body against Wu Yan. She felt the familiar warmth of Wu Yan's body. She breathed in his scent and enjoyed the feeling of their lives fusing together. She curled up in Wu Yan's arms. After a while, Fran finally began to feel sleepy. She slowly closed her eyes and murmured in a low voice. Fran loves big brother and big sister the most. After that, Fran closed her eyes and fell asleep. Remilia wrapped her arms around Fran's body and looked at Fran's sleeping face reluctantly as she whispered into Fran's ear. Big sister also loves Fran the most. At this moment, Remilia's heart was filled with deep love and tenderness. Remilia would never forget the crazed look in Fran's eyes. She would never forget Fran's lonely figure. She would never forget Fran's words when she longed for freedom. She would never forget the various clashes between her and Fran. Now, the two sisters could finally admit that they were very happy. Remilia was very happy, very happy. She was happy that her sister was able to meet the man who brought her back from hell to heaven. In the future, Remilia only wanted her sister to stay in heaven forever. She wanted all the painful memories to turn into dust and disappear forever. Remilia looked in Wu Yan's direction. She saw that Wu Yan was also looking at her. Their gazes met. This time, Remilia didn't make any obvious reaction. She didn't look away either. She looked straight into Wu Yan's wine-red eyes. After a long while, she said this. Although I don't know what kind of life-sharing contract you made with Fran, if possible, I hope to make the same contract with you. This was the first time Remilia expressed her inner thoughts without holding back. Not only for Fran's small wish, but for herself as well. Needless to say, Remilia wanted to make the same contract with Wu Yan to fulfill Fran's wish for the three of them to be together forever. If others knew that Remilia actually took the initiative to make a life-sharing contract, they would definitely be shocked. However, Wu Yan didn't. Because he also understood Remilia's feelings. I will. Wu Yan patted Remilia's head and responded to her wish with a powerful voice. I also hope to be with you forever. Remilia smiled as if a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders. She slowly closed her eyes. Remilia believed that tonight would definitely be the most comfortable sleep she had in her 500 years of life. There was no other reason. It was just that Remilia's heart was telling her that she really didn't want anything else in this life. Just like that, the voices of the two young vampire ladies softened. Their breathing stabilized and they fell into a deep sleep. Wu Yan relaxed his movements. He laid down and hugged both Remilia and Flan. Then, he closed his eyes. One after another, images of girls started appearing in his mind. They were the young ladies whose lives were intertwined with Wu Yan's. They were destined to never leave him. And now, apart from Alice and Patrice, there was another young lady in Wu Yan's embrace who made a life-sharing contract with him. Since he made a promise, Wu Yan would never go against it. Needless to say, Wu Yan didn't want to go against it. No matter if it was Alice, Patrice, or Remilia, Wu Yan would make them his summons and stay with him forever. Lowering his head, he looked at the two vampire girls beside him who are so exquisite they don't look like they belong in this world. They have angelic beauty in their sleep. Wu Yan's heart gradually calmed down as the night deepened. Chapter 1844. The next day, with no sunlight shining in, no lights pouring down, no alarm clock ringing, and no one waking him up loudly, Wu Yan woke up. Next to him, Remilia and Fran hugged each other tightly. They were still sleeping and showed no signs of waking up. Last night, although Wu Yan slept with Remilia and Fran at the same time, he only stayed in the room and did not participate in the banquet held in the Red Devil Mansion like Remilia and Fran. Remilia and Fran, one enjoyed a long time at the banquet, and the other played crazily for an entire night. Even if they were vampires, their physical strength was not as weak as that of ordinary people, and they were mentally exhausted. In addition, vampires were nocturnal creatures and could not adapt to daytime life, especially Remilia and Fran, whose bloodlines were not very high. Therefore, after sleeping for a while, they should not be able to wake up in a short period of time. Wu Yan yawned, pulled himself together, and straightened his body. He glanced at Remilia and Fran who were sleeping beside him. He first moved Fran's little feet away from his body, then helped the two little girls cover with the quilt, and then got up and put on his clothes. Originally, at this time, Wu Yan should go back to sleep. But today, Wu Yan still had something to do. Therefore, at this time, even if he continued to sleep, it was impossible for him to sleep. He might as well get up and finish his work as soon as possible. Of course, it was still unknown whether or not this matter could be carried out smoothly. Today's Red Devil Mansion was a little quiet. There was no other way. After all, last night's banquet, the fairy maids were busy until the morning before they finished cleaning up the mess. The fairy maids in the Red Devil Mansion were ordinary. They all worked during the day and at night. But because the owner of the Red Devil Mansion was a vampire, there were more fairy maids working at night. And this phenomenon was even more obvious when the banquet was held. Once Remilia decided to hold the banquet. That day, many of the fairy maids working during the day in the Red Devil Mansion would be transferred to work at night. In order to cooperate with the banquet, the number of fairy maids working during the day was greatly reduced the next day. So, today, the number of fairy maids working in the Red Devil Hall would be surprisingly small, no more than 10. And of course, among these fairy maids who were still working, there would definitely be a dutiful and perfect fairy maids. When Wu Yan entered the Scarlet Devil Mansion's main hall, he saw that the long table, dishes, cutlery and whatnot from last night had all been cleaned up. Just like before, nothing has changed. In such a vast and quiet hall, Bu Yi was wiping the round table on the platform with a rag alone. He didn't stop until he sensed someone approaching and looked over. Lord? After seeing the full appearance of the person who came, Zui Yi was startled for a moment and stood up in surprise. You're up. Even though they didn't spend a lot of time together, Sakuya had a rough idea of Wu Yan's daily routine. She also knows how lazy Wu Yan is in the morning and how much he likes to laze in bed. In the fairy maid's understanding, Wu Yan should have woken up in another 2 or 3 hours. But now, he had woken up so early. It was no wonder that the fairy maids were surprised. I have something to do today, so I need to go out for a while. Wu Yan smiled at the fairy maids. So, I woke up a little earlier today. Are you going out again? The surprise on the fairy maid's face turned into helplessness. Then, Lord Bai, please come back early today. There might be a banquet tonight. A banquet? Wu Yan's face fell and he said angrily. We already had one yesterday. Do you plan to have one today? With young Miss Personality, it's not impossible. The fairy maids explained. It mainly depends on young Miss mood. If young Miss wants to have a banquet, it's not strange to have one at any time. There have been times when young Miss was in a good mood. At that time, there were banquets for 7 days. 7 days? Wu Yan was speechless. Banquets every day. The Scarlet Devil Mansion is really rich. To be honest, Wu Yan still didn't know where the Scarlet Devil Mansion's money came from. The fairy maids who worked in the Scarlet Devil Mansion all had their own wages. Although Hong Miling's wages had been deducted by the fairy maids, she was still paid. Only the fairy maids didn't receive a salary. This was because Remilia had already handed over the management of the finances to Jianghu. Moreover, if Jianghu wanted to take from it, it didn't matter how much he took. But where did all this money come from? Remilia and Fran were the type who spent money and didn't work. Patrice and Imp were hiding in the underground library all day. They didn't receive a salary nor did they go out to work. Apart from these 4 and the fairy maids, the rest were all paid by the Scarlet Devil Mansion. If that's the case, it's no wonder Wu Yan is wondering where the Red Devil Dojo got the money to pay their employees. Also, where did the Red Devil Dojo get the money to support its operations? They even held banquets from time to time. If there was a chance, he must ask Remilia about it. After making up his mind, Wu Yan found a seat and sat down. I'll go make breakfast for Lord Bai. The fairy maids immediately said after seeing Wu Yan sit down. Please wait a moment, Lord Bai. Just as the fairy maids wanted to use his ability to stop time, Wu Yan spoke up. No need. Wu Yan looked at the fairy maids and frowned. You must have been busy from last night's banquet to the end, right? Yes. The fairy maids tilted his head and asked suspiciously. Is there a problem? There is a big problem. Wu Yan's frown deepened. Since you've been busy for so long, aren't you tired? One must know that the fairy maids of the Scarlet Devil Mansion were busy until dawn to clean up the mess and go back to rest. The fairy maids must be the same. But even so, Zui Yi still had to start work so early. This burden was not ordinary. Actually, Wu Yan wanted to say it a long time ago. Sakuya, it seems like I can see you working whether it's day or night. Wu Yan looked at Sakuya with a serious look in his eyes. Do you really have a good rest? This The fairy maids hesitated as if he didn't know if he should tell the truth. But after seeing the serious expression in Wu Yan's eyes, the fairy maids knew that if he concealed the truth, Wu Yan would be angry. So, the fairy maids hesitated and answered truthfully. When I rest, I usually use time stop before I start to rest. Use time stop to rest? Wu Yan said with a faint smile. In other words, you're still using your ability when you're sleeping? The fairy maids nodded nervously, which made Wu Yan stare at him. How can that be considered rest? When people sleep, they will enter a state of deep sleep. This is the best way to keep the body in good condition. The fairy maid said that he had been using time stop when he was sleeping. However, when he entered a state of deep sleep, it would be like relaxing the body and the ability would be unconsciously removed. In other words, the fairy maids could only sleep lightly when they slept. In that case, could it be considered a good rest? Even if he could, he would accumulate some invisible fatigue that he couldn't feel. One day, it would erupt all at once and crush his body. You. Wu Yan said reproachfully. What do you want me to say about you? I can do it. The fairy maids hurriedly said. Although I've always been in a light sleep, at least I can still subconsciously use my ability, but the fairy maids rest for a longer time when time stop, using a long sleep to make up for it? Wu Yan couldn't get over it. But you don't have to do this, right? Can't you take a good rest? This. Zhuyi began to falter, and his voice became lower. Without the fairy maids, a lot of work in the Red Devil Hall will be delayed. Work is work. Rest is rest. Wu Yan raised his voice. No matter how busy you are with work, you can't always be like this. Why don't you take a good rest? But, no buts. Seeing that the fairy maids didn't seem to want to listen, Wu Yan warned him. I didn't ask you to put down your work and rest every day, but at least, you have to take a good rest every once in a while. Otherwise, don't blame me for using force. Looking at Wu Yan's indisputable look, the fairy maids could only nod with a rare grievance. Chapter 1845. In the sky, a stream of light quickly flew past, like a fleeting meteor, with a long light tail, flying in another direction at a speed that was difficult to be seen by the naked eye. The direction this stream of light flew was the opposite side of the monster mountain, which was the opposite direction of the monster mountain, as if it was flying towards the depths of the fantasy town. In fact, the fantasy town did not cover a large area, so that the mountain that people and monsters talked about referred to the monster mountain, because this was the only famous mountain in the fantasy town. The forest referred to the magic forest, the bamboo forest referred to the lost bamboo forest, and the village referred to the human world. Flying at such a high speed in the fantasy town, which did not cover a large area, it would not take long for it to reach the border of the fantasy town, which was the location of the Holy Great Barrier. With the speed of the stream of light, it should not take long for it to reach the Holy Great Barrier. However, when the stream of light was about to reach the Holy Great Barrier, it was very close to the edge of the Holy Great Barrier. The speed of the stream of light began to slow down slowly. If one observed carefully, they would find that when the stream of light slowed down, it happened to be when an endless, dazzling, orange-yellow grassland appeared in front of the stream of light. It was obviously a grassland, but the color of this grassland was an incredible orange-yellow. And that orange-yellow color was actually a field of sunflowers that grew on the grassland, almost taller than a person. It was because of this field of sunflowers. Looking down from the sky of the fantasy town, this grassland was a golden orange-yellow color. Moreover, the color was very dazzling, and one could tell at a glance that these sunflowers were. They were really good-looking. This field of sunflowers. It was called the sunflower field. Originally, sunflowers were a kind of flower that would rotate with the movement of the sun, also known as the sunflower field, and this field of sunflowers was called the sunflower field. It could be said that he lived up to his name. This sunflower field was located to the south of Fantasy Village. It was a bowl-shaped field, so it was difficult to see it from a distance. It was quite far from the human realm, so not many people would come here. It could even be said that no one would come here. However, this vast and well-grown sunflower field was very beautiful. As a result, although not many people came here, there were quite a few people who knew of its existence. It was definitely worth a look. Of course, the reason why fewer people came to the sunflower field was not only because it was a little far from the human world, but more importantly, it was said that at night, this place would become a summer concert venue for energetic monsters. If he were to join them, he would be surrounded by a large number of monsters. Who knew when he would be eaten by one of the monsters? During the day, the sunflower field wasn't safe either. The sunflowers in the sunflower field were all very ordinary sunflowers. Although they looked good, none of them had the tendency to turn into monsters. Therefore, during the day, this was also a good place for many monsters to play hide-and-seek. If he came here during the day, not only would he be teased by many monsters, but he might also be dragged out until night and not be able to walk out of the sunflower field. At that time, he would also be surrounded by many monsters and become the monsters' food. In general, this was a rather dangerous place, at least for humans who had no strength to truss a chicken. Only the body of the streamer that flew over knew that the rumors about the sunflower field were somewhat wrong. In fact, this sunflower field wasn't as lively as the rumors said. It wasn't as lively as a summer concert venue for energetic monsters. During the day, there were almost no fairies who would simply come here to play games. Because this seemingly extremely dazzling sunflower field was the territory of a certain monster. As long as one knew the true identity of a certain monster, one could not help but be afraid of it. Including the former monster sage Yakumo Yukari and the brain of the moon, Yakumo Yonglin. It was unknown if it was fearful of this extremely powerful monster, but the speed of the flowing light gradually decreased. When it arrived at the edge of the sunflower field, it made a turn and fell down, smashing heavily into the ground. Pang! In the dull sound of impact, smoke and dust filled the air, shrouding the place where the streamer hit. Vaguely, a figure emerged from the smoke and dust that filled the air and slowly walked out, exposing itself to the air and sunlight. Cough cough. Choked by the smoke and dust, Wu Yan coughed twice and waved his hand with a look of disdain. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have landed and directly entered the sunflower field. This sentence was just casually said by Wu Yan. After all, the monster that occupied the sunflower field as its territory really couldn't be rude. If he flew in casually, he was afraid that he would accidentally anger the monster. By then, not to mention whether he could achieve his goal of coming here, the monster might even kill Wu Yan directly. Although Wu Yan was a true ancestor and theoretically an existence that couldn't die, the monster in the sunflower field wasn't someone to be trifled with. It wouldn't be surprising if the monster had some means to kill undead creatures. It wasn't that Wu Yan was afraid of the monster, but he was really afraid of the monster's existence. If possible, he really didn't want to have a conflict with the monster over some trivial matters. Lifting his head and looking at the endless sunflower field in front of him, Wu Yan was amazed by the beautiful scenery, but at the same time, he was secretly speechless. The sunflowers in the sunflower field were all ordinary sunflowers, there was no doubt about that. However, Wu Yan acutely felt an extremely majestic aura from the vast sunflower field in front of him. It was the demonic aura that belonged to a monster. The sunflowers in this extremely ordinary sunflower field all carried the same type of demonic aura. What did this prove? It proved that although these sunflowers were ordinary sunflowers, their owner had used some means on them to turn them into sentinels. In other words, Wu Yan was now facing a large number of cameras that couldn't be counted no matter how hard he tried. The owner of the sunflower field was definitely using these cameras to observe every visitor that came. It's really a big deal. Wu Yan collected his emotions and muttered to himself. Today, Wu Yan came to the sunflower field mainly to meet the owner of the sunflower field. However, the owner of the sunflower field not only had amazing strength, but also had an unpredictable personality. She could turn hostile at any time. If he just barged in, it might cause unnecessary trouble. Therefore, after thinking for a while, Wu Yan chose the most conservative way to meet her. "I know, you must have noticed my arrival." Looking at the golden sunflower field in front of him, Wu Yan spoke loudly. "Can you come out and meet me? The Lord of Flowers of the Four Seasons, delicate fragrance in the wind." When the words delicate fragrance in the wind were spoken, the demonic aura attached to every sunflower in the sunflower field fluctuated slightly. For a moment, the surrounding air seemed to have solidified, becoming heavier than a rock, but then it loosened and returned to normal as if nothing had happened. Of course, Wu Yan noticed this change as well. However, even though he noticed it, Wu Yan didn't pay attention to it. Instead, he turned his gaze to the center of the sunflower field. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Suddenly, the sunflowers in the sunflower field swayed slightly. There was no wind blowing in the sunflower field, but the sunflowers in the sunflower field moved by themselves, twisting their roots as if they were worshipping something, lowering the big flower head. Not long after, another rustling sound came from the center of the sunflower field as if it was welcoming a king. That was the sound of something stepping on the flowers. Footsteps. As the footsteps approached, Wu Yan clearly felt a very terrifying aura slowly rising. Even the ground seemed to be trembling slowly. Coupled with the footsteps, it was like a scene when a dinosaur or a giant was about to appear. It made people's heart tighten. Wu Yan was also nervous, but his gaze was fixed on the center of the sunflower field. Unlike the gradually rising aura, he restrained his own aura. In the midst of this farce, the owner of the footsteps seemed to have lost his patience and appeared from the sunflower field. Chapter 1846. Amidst the flourishing sunflowers, the young lady was like a noble lady on a field trip. She walked steadily and appeared under the sunlight amidst the clear sounds of her footsteps. That was a girl who couldn't be ignored from all aspects. The young girl had the same color as the grassland, emerald green shoulder-length hair that was full of vitality. Her short hair was not soft, but slightly curled. As the young girl walked, it swayed with the wind, flashing a dazzling arc under the sunlight. The girl's figure was very tall, not to be outdone by Yukari and Yonglin. She was considered to be one of the taller girls of the opposite sex that Wu Yan had seen so far. She wore a red and dark red checkered waistcoat and a knee-length skirt of the same color. She wore a yellow bow tie and a white long-sleeved shirt under the waistcoat. She looked very energetic when matched with the checkered waistcoat and skirt. This young girl, who seemed to be full of vitality from all aspects, had an indifferent and strong feeling on her delicate and pretty face, as if she did not care about anything. She held a flower-like parasol in her hand, and with extremely elegant movements, she slowly walked out of the sunflower field. As the girl appeared under the bright sunlight, she was exposed to Wu Yan's eyes. An indescribable pressure also came head-on like a tide, making the sunflowers around the sunflower field lower their heads even more, as if they were afraid of angering the girl. It was very human-like. However, Wu Yan didn't have the time to care about the human-like behavior of a bunch of normal sunflowers. He didn't even have the time to marvel at them. His gaze was completely taken away by the girl in front of him. This was not only because the girl had a top-notch beauty, but also because the other party's red eyes seemed to be inadvertently fixed on Wu Yan. It made Wu Yan's instinct to danger began to ring like an alarm bell. Intuition told Wu Yan. The girl in front of him definitely had a powerful strength that didn't match her beautiful appearance. In fact, there was no need for Wu Yan's intuition to tell him this. The pressure that surged all over the sky already told everyone who could see this scene that the girl in front of him. Just how extraordinary was he? And from the system's feedback, the information about the girl. It also clearly proved this point. Delicate Fragrance Kazumi, Level 97, Level 97. Other than the guardian tree that Wu Yan had seen on the Emperor Island in the Spalier world, this was the guardian tree. The highest level existence. However, Wu Yan was not surprised at all. This was because Wu Yan clearly knew the identity of the young lady before him. The Lord of Flowers of the Four Seasons, Delicate Fragrance of the Wind. One had existed long before the establishment of the fantasy village. It was a monster that had lived for an unknown number of years. Her original form was a flower spirit. Compared to Yakumo Z, who was the only flower spirit in the entire race, she could be said to be the lowest level flower spirit. Her abilities were also very ordinary. She could only control the growth and movement of flowers. Rather than saying that this ability was ordinary, it would be better to say that it was weak. However, that high level 97 clearly told everyone that as a flower spirit that was supposed to be the lowest level and had the weakest ability, it did not mean that Delicate Fragrance Kazumi was a weakling. The Flower Lord of Four Seasons? A monster that had existed long before the establishment of the fantasy village and had lived for an unknown number of years? Perhaps, there weren't many people who could understand just how powerful Delicate Fragrance Kazakami was when these titles were revealed. Then, if he put it another way, it would be much easier to understand. The strongest existence in the fantasy village. If he did not include Ling Meng, who was considered outside of the standard in the fantasy village, in terms of strength and level, Delicate Fragrance Kazumi was stronger than Yakumo Z and Yakumo Yonglin. She was truly the strongest flower queen in the fantasy village. There was no doubt. Now, this publicly recognized strongest existence in the fantasy village was standing in an ordinary flower field. She held a parasol in her hand and looked at Wu Yan face to face. Her red eyes flashed with an indescribable light. However, this light gradually dimmed after sensing Wu Yan, who was standing outside the sunflower field. There was even a trace of dissatisfaction. In the next moment, a clear and cold voice came from the mouth of the strongest existence in the fantasy village, Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian. She gently echoed. "You are very boring." This was Delicate Fragrance Kazumi's impression of Wu Yan when she first met Wu Yan. It was because Delicate Fragrance Kazumi had deliberately used her powerful aura to suppress Wu Yan. Not only did Wu Yan not counterattack, but he also restrained his aura and did not collide with Delicate Fragrance Kazumi's provocation. Delicate Fragrance Kazumi was a very self-centered existence. Basically, other than paying attention to flowers, she was very indifferent to other things. In addition to flowers, the thing that could arouse Delicate Fragrance Kazumi's interest the most was fighting. Delicate Fragrance Kazumi was a battle maniac through and through. In this way, Delicate Fragrance Kazumi naturally felt bored that the other party did not resist her provocation. This was also one of Delicate Fragrance Kazumi's shortcomings. No matter who it was, even if it was the first time they met, Delicate Fragrance Kazumi would want to test the other party to see how strong they were. If they were strong enough, Delicate Fragrance Kazumi would excitedly fight with the other party. If they were too weak, Delicate Fragrance Kazumi wouldn't even look at the other party. It was precisely because she wanted to know if Wu Yan was strong enough to arouse her interest that Delicate Fragrance Kazumi released such a powerful aura as soon as she appeared. She tried to suppress Wu Yan and make Wu Yan resist. Unsurprisingly, this was definitely not a wise move. She deliberately provoked the person she met for the first time. It was conceivable that other people's impression of Delicate Fragrance Kazumi would definitely not be good. But Delicate Fragrance Kazumi didn't care at all. For Delicate Fragrance Kazumi, it didn't matter whether the relationship was good or not. She didn't want to deliberately make friends with anyone or even communicate with them. She only cared about whether the other party could fight with her. If not, it was better to simply admire the flowers than to make friends. This was Delicate Fragrance Kazumi. It was because he clearly knew this that Wu Yan temporarily avoided Delicate Fragrance Kazumi's provocation and collided with her. After all, outside of the collision, his strength would be roughly seen by Delicate Fragrance Kazumi. If he could arouse Delicate Fragrance Kazumi's interest, Delicate Fragrance Kazumi would fight with him without saying a word. If he couldn't arouse Delicate Fragrance Kazumi's interest, then Delicate Fragrance Kazumi would leave without saying a word. In that case, wouldn't there be no way to talk? That's why Wu Yan used this method to prevent Yukari Fujimi from determining his strength. That way, before she can determine his strength, Yukari Fujimi wouldn't attack him recklessly or run away. That way, they would have a chance to talk. Therefore, Wu Yan's face showed a smile as if he had everything under control and said such a sentence. I don't mind accompanying you to do those things that you think are interesting, but I came to you for some things that you think are quite boring. In that case, why don't you accompany me to talk about these boring things first, then do those things that you think are interesting, how about it? Getting a chance to talk didn't mean that Delicate Fragrance Kazumi was willing to talk to Wu Yan. Next, if he couldn't arouse Delicate Fragrance Kazumi's interest, he was afraid that she would leave without saying a word. Therefore, since the purpose of letting Delicate Fragrance Kazumi talk to him had been achieved, in order to arouse Delicate Fragrance Kazumi's interest in him and not to leave by herself, Wu Yan didn't need to hide anymore. Buzz! In the next moment, a rich scarlet light burst out from Wu Yan's body with a suffocating blood aura. In the rich scarlet light, Wu Yan's deep black short hair gradually elongated until it reached his waist. It dyed golden at a speed visible to the naked eye, mixed with a trace of blood mist, floating in the air. At the same time, Wu Yan's pair of wine-red pupils also turned into a gem-like purple. A burst of storm-like pressure like a volcanic eruption emerged crazily and instantly shrouded the whole place. The third red jade mode, Yakumo violet mode, was fully activated. The violent pressure pressed down without warning, making Delicate Fragrance Kazumi's shoulders sink, but her eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 1847. Fujimi Fragrance was indeed very strong, so strong that even Yukari, who had the ability to create and destroy everything, could not guarantee that she could defeat her. Yukari even admitted that if she were to fight Fujimi Fragrance head-on, she would most likely lose. But that was the old Yukari. After her experience in Silveria, thanks to the miraculous pond water that could transform people, Violet's strength didn't increase by a lot. She even went from level 95 to level 96. In the demigod rank, the difference between each small level was huge. After reaching level 96, Yukari's level was only one level away from Yukari Fujimi. Coupled with Yukari Fujimi's terrifying realm manipulation ability, if Yukari Fujimi and Yukari Fujimi were to fight, then Yukari Fujimi would have a 50% chance of winning. In other words, Yukari also had the ability to compete for the position of the strongest in Fantasy Village. Wu Yan's Red Jade mode allowed him to have all the power of the owner of the drop of blood, including level, ability, and all kinds of means. Even if this person's level increased and their ability developed, it would still be the same. In other words, after entering Yukari's Red Jade mode, Wu Yan's power had increased to the point where he could compete with Fujimi Fragrance. Fujimi Fragrance could not have missed this point. At least. When Wu Yan used Yukari's third Red Jade mode, Fujimi Fragrance could not have missed it. Fujimi Fragrance's spirit was shaken, her eyes flashed with excitement and fanaticism. Strong. So strong. Wu Yan, who entered Yukari's Red Jade mode, could not help but think that he was really strong. The thick scarlet light and blood mist on his body slowly dissipated. Wu Yan clenched his hand, feeling the power that belonged to Yukari that had not emerged in a long time, the corner of his mouth raised in a confident arc. He looked up and saw Fujimi Fragrance standing in the middle of the sunflower field, looking at him with excitement. Wu Yan turned his attention to the guy. I don't know. If this is the case, can I make you feel a little more interesting? Fujimi Fragrance did not answer, but the surging fighting spirit in her eyes and smiling very happily already told Wu Yan the answer. The aura on your body is very familiar. The facts proved. Wu Yan's plan worked very well. Fujimi Fragrance was already interested in him. Moreover, he didn't rush over to fight with him right away. Instead, he suppressed the fighting spirit in his heart. She looked at Wu Yan. I seem to have sensed the same aura as you on someone else's body. Furthermore, your aura has changed a lot compared to before. When she said this, Feng Jianyuxiang's tone was very hasty. Obviously, she had already guessed who the others she was talking about was. Wu Yan didn't point it out, he just nodded. You can call me to the clouds. Cloud? Fujimi Fragrance squinted her eyes. So that's how it is. Although I don't know why you have the same aura as her and why it has changed so much, it doesn't matter as long as you are strong enough. It is indeed as you said, let's put the interesting things aside first. Fujimi Fragrance's expression returned to the initial indifference, gently glancing at Wu Yan. Why are you looking for me? It's very simple. Wu Yan didn't beat around the bush. If he beat around the bush, he might attract the disgust of someone like Yuka Fujimi who does things her own way. Thus, he directly stated his purpose. I want a drop of your blood. As a flower demon that was supposed to be the lowest level and did not have the ability to compete with Yukari, how did Fujimi Fragrance sit in the position of the strongest in Fantasy Town? The reason was very simple, Fujimi Fragrance's fighting ability had nothing to do with her own ability. The combat ability that delicate fragrance Feng Jian relied on to survive was her close combat ability that no one could compete with. In other words, Fujimi Fragrance's real strength was the terrifying physical ability hidden under that seemingly soft and tall body. Moreover, Feng Jianyuxiang's demonic power was almost endless. As a flower demon, Fujimi Fragrance could obtain vitality and vitality from nature. Her existence itself was inseparable from nature. In addition, she had lived for a long time, Fujimi Fragrance was equivalent to the embodiment of nature. Therefore, Fujimi Fragrance's blood was definitely blood essence containing the power of nature. This was the purpose of Wu Yan coming to Fujimi Fragrance. Blood? Fujimi Fragrance's expression did not change at all, even her tone did not fluctuate. Why? That's also very simple. Wu Yan smiled, his smile made Fujimi Fragrance's blood boil. Your blood can make me stronger. Stronger. Delicate fragrance Feng Jian also smiled. She smiled very happily. Are you also pursuing strength? No. Wu Yan suddenly opened his mouth and said such a sentence. I am pursuing invincibility. Invincibility? This time, Fujimi Fragrance was surprised, looking straight at Wu Yan's eyes, there was a trace of change. You think you can do it? Of course. Of course. Wu Yan said this without any hesitation, he said it with a firm tone. Your blood is one of the factors that will help me embark on the path of invincibility. Is that so? Fujimi Fragrance was silent for a while, then she smiled again, but this time, the laughter was not full of happiness, but admiration. It seems that my previous evaluation of you was very wrong. You are more interesting than I thought. No, you are quite interesting. Wu Yan is definitely the first person to make a comment like this, other than Yuka Fujimi who is interested in flowers and battles, she even expressed admiration for him. To put it bluntly, Wu Yan is definitely the first one to do so. Then, your firm belief in pursuing invincibility, let me verify it. Of course, admiration is admiration, but Fujimi Fragrance is not the kind of person who will accept others' existence because of a word. At this moment, Fujimi Fragrance slowly put down the parasol in her hand and closed it, like holding a weapon, pointing at Wu Yan, her red eyes surged with fanatical fighting spirit. Defeat me. I will fulfill your request. For Yuka Fujimi, a drop of blood was nothing at all. With Yuka Fujimi's personality, she would not be like Mount Penglai Bright Knight and Yonglin Hachiai. She would not worry that her blood would be used by others to perform evil means and harm herself. This is not because Fujimi Fragrance does not care about her safety, but because Fujimi Fragrance is confident that no one can put her in danger with just a drop of blood. Therefore, giving Wu Yan a drop of blood is nothing at all. However, Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian wasn't so generous that she would obediently hand over her blood just because a person came out and said a few words that she admired. But if he can defeat Fujimi Fragrance, then it is a different story. After all, Fujimi Fragrance is a battle maniac through and through. Feeling the powerful aura gradually rising from Fujimi Fragrance's body, Wu Yan closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his eyes were calm. The defeat you mentioned shouldn't be referring to the rules of rune cards or bullet screen games, right? That's natural. Fujimi Fragrance nodded. If you are weak, then I don't mind playing a game with you. But now, there is no reason. Fujimi Fragrance recognizes Wu Yan's strength, and also recognizes that Wu Yan is a strong person. However, Fujimi Fragrance obviously did not consider it seriously. With the strength of the two of them, if they fight here, then the entire fantasy paradise is likely to be affected, and the Great Boli Barrier is likely to be destroyed. At that time, fantasy paradise will also be destroyed. It is precisely because of this that the Great Boli which set up the rules of rune cards to prevent fantasy paradise from being destroyed. However, Wu Yan knows that if he uses this excuse to avoid a direct battle, Fujimi Fragrance will treat it as an escape. So, Wu Yan raised one of his hands. On top of it, rich realm power suddenly emerged like an invisible wave. Realm, Eternal Night's four-layered barrier. The moment the words fell, the invisible realm power fiercely spread out, as if the whole world was dyed in color, quickly turned into a cage, and built four transparent barriers around it. Fujimi Fragrance immediately understood the meaning of Wu Yan's action. She stretched out her tongue and licked the corner of her mouth. Let's fight. Chapter 1848. The transparent barrier enveloped the entire sunflower field, isolating it from the outside world. With this layer of Eternal Night's fourfold barrier as protection, when Wu Yan and Delicate Fragrance fought, if there was an impact to the surroundings, the first thing to be affected would be the Eternal Night's fourfold barrier. And if the Eternal Night's fourfold barrier was affected and destroyed, Wu Yan would stop. In that case, he wouldn't cause any damage to the fantasy village without knowing it. Of course, the plan certainly couldn't keep up with the changes. Even if the Eternal Night's fourfold barrier was affected and destroyed, Wu Yan wanted to stop, but it was still unknown whether Delicate Fragrance, who was fighting, would stop or not. However, with Delicate Fragrance's performance, it was impossible for her to stop now. Delicate Fragrance was a person who did things her own way. She wouldn't care whether Fantasy Village would be destroyed or not. Instead, it was better to set up this barrier in front of Delicate Fragrance. Wu Yan is sending a message to Yuka Fujimi. If you want to fight, I can accompany you. However, once the Eternal Night's fourfold barrier was destroyed, he would have to stop. Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian must have already received this information. But Delicate Fragrance didn't even say anything. She licked the corner of her mouth and suddenly smiled. Let's fight, this sentence. It became the opening statement of the highest standard battle in the fantasy village. Buzz. At the same time, the space around Feng Jian Yuxiang trembled, and the sunflower field around her also shook slightly. The ordinary sunflowers actually secreted a force that was difficult for others to detect under this vibration. Like a stream of air, it poured into Feng Jian Yuxiang's tall and delicate body. After a long time, Delicate Fragrance, the flower demon, had become the embodiment of nature. Her existence was equivalent to the entire nature. At this moment, Feng Jian Yu blended into the surrounding nature. Extracting power from nature, she used it to transform herself into the real nature. In such a state, Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian was able to obtain endless demonic power in the truest sense, and used it extravagantly to strengthen her body. Improve her physical ability. and the effect of the delicate fragrance in the wind. It was through his body that had turned into nature. He was able to display all of his terrifying physical abilities without missing a single bit. Under Wu Yan's attentive gaze, Feng Jian's fragrant hair fluttered without wind, and a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from her tall and slender body. It pressed down in all directions like an avalanche. Under the influence of Feng Jian's terrifying aura, the sunflowers in the sunflower field all grew crazily. Not long after, they grew to a height that humans couldn't compare to. This was the ability of delicate fragrance Fujimi itself, the ability to control flowers. Now, the delicate fragrance Feng Jian had completely integrated into nature, allowing this ability to be used along with his own aura, affecting the sunflowers in the sunflower field. As for the earth-shattering aura, it swept in all directions like a gust of wind. The cold demonic aura was like sharp blades that suddenly scattered in all directions, scraping Wu Yan's cheeks painfully. With this aura alone, delicate fragrance Feng Jianxiang was worthy of the title of the strongest in the fantasy village. While Wu Yan was feeling this in his heart, delicate fragrance Feng Jianxiang raised his head, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and suddenly, he took a fierce step forward. Chi! With a thunderous sound, in the blink of an eye, delicate fragrance Feng Jianxiang appeared in front of Wu Yan. The parasol with demonic aura in his hand carried a suffocating aura. In front of Wu Yan's narrowed expression, he fiercely chopped down on Wu Yan's head. The realm of being and nothingness. Wu Yan immediately reacted. He took a step back, raised his hand, and a wave of power that others couldn't understand emerged from his palm, facing delicate fragrance Feng Jianxiang's parasol. Seeing this, delicate fragrance Feng Jianxiang actually smiled. The parasol in his hand that contained a terrifying aura didn't retreat, but instead, heavily chopped down. Bang! Logically speaking, the realm of being and nothingness should forcibly guide the demonic power surging on delicate fragrance Feng Jianxiang's parasol from the state of being to the state of nothingness, turning delicate fragrance Feng Jianxiang's attack into nothingness. However, the imagined situation didn't happen. Not only did the realm of being and nothingness not turn delicate fragrance Feng Jianxiang's attack into nothingness, but the fluctuation of the realm power in Wu Yan's hand was forcibly dispersed by this attack. Wu Yan's face changed. Delicate fragrance Feng Jianxiang actually used pure power to break the realm power. Don't be distracted. Before Wu Yan could react, delicate fragrance Feng Jianxiang's battle-thirsty and indifferent voice passed into Wu Yan's ears. The real battle has just begun. As soon as his voice fell, delicate fragrance Feng Jianxiang raised the parasol in his hand. The tip of the parasol aimed at Wu Yan, and the violent demonic power suddenly condensed there and burst out like an explosion. In the next second, a beam of light with a diameter of 2 to 3 meters, containing a shocking energy fluctuation, like a meteor falling from the sky, shot toward Wu Yan. Wu Yan also knew that now was not the time to be shocked. He restrained the emotions in his heart, and a pair of crystal-clear purple eyes flashed with a touch of light. If it was Violet, what would she do at this time? With this thought, Wu Yan mobilized the demonic power in his body that wasn't as strong as delicate fragrance Feng Jianxiang, but it was still extremely abundant. Circles of power fluctuations that belonged to the realm emerged around his body. At this moment, Wu Yan felt like he could destroy the world and burn the mountains and boil the sea with a raise of his hand. This wasn't just talk. The power of Purple's realm was just that strong. She could create everything with a thought. She could destroy everything with a thought. Since delicate fragrance Feng Jianxiang could break through the realm power alone, then he would take out the realm power that delicate fragrance Feng Jianxiang couldn't break through. Phew! A scorching breath that seemed to carry all the emotions in Wu Yan's heart was slowly exhaled by Wu Yan. Immediately, Wu Yan raised his head and looked at the beam of light that was constantly magnifying in his pupils. The corner of his mouth curled up, and he didn't intend to defend at all. His body shook and turned into a stream of light. Under delicate fragrance Feng Jianxiang's surprised gaze, he directly rushed toward the incoming beam of light. Whoosh! In the extreme sound of breaking through the air, Wu Yan rushed toward the incoming beam of light violently. The realm power surging around his body violently erupted. The realm of being and nothingness. With such a voice, the figure that turned into a stream of light collided with the fatal beam of light. Boom! Above the sunflower field, a thunderous sound burst out, and a violent gale blew out all of a sudden, blowing all the sunflowers below in one direction. This time, it was the same level of power, but the result was completely different. The beam of light that was filled with a power that was more terrifying than the one that easily defeated Wu Yan's realm of being and nothingness. This time, when it collided with Wu Yan's figure that was wrapped in the realm of being and nothingness, it quickly dimmed at the moment of collision. From delicate fragrance Feng Jianxiang's perspective, she saw that the moment the beam of light that traversed the void collided with the stream of light that Wu Yan transformed into, it suddenly began to melt rapidly from the point of collision. Moreover, the melting speed was still spreading to the other side of the beam of light at an alarming rate. During this period, a figure that was like a meteor swept across like lightning, and a part of the beam of light that came into contact with it collapsed upon contact. And it was the kind that destroyed everything in its path. Boom! In the end, the beam of light that was 2 to 3 meters in diameter disappeared completely, but the figure that turned into a stream of light didn't lose its momentum. It streaked across the space and rushed toward delicate fragrance Feng Jianxiang. Facing such a violent and direct collision, delicate fragrance Feng Jianxiang's eyes surged with crazy battle intent. Come on! Delicate fragrance Feng Jianxiang raised the parasol in her hand. Violent demonic powers surged out from her body and gathered at the tip of the parasol at an astonishing speed. In the end, the demonic powers condensed into a half-meter-sized light ball at the tip of the parasol. This time, it's double. As soon as she finished speaking, the light ball condensed from demonic powers exploded, turning into 2 extreme light beams that blasted toward Wu Yan's face. In the trembling space, the light beams crashed down fiercely. Double magic cannon. This was a move unique to delicate fragrance Feng Jianxiang. Moreover, each magic cannon was much stronger than the previous one, which proved that delicate fragrance Feng Jianxiang had brought out her full strength. In response, Wu Yan let out a loud roar. The realm power around his body once again became more violent, and he collided with the light beams without dodging. Boom! The sound of an explosion resounded in the air. Chapter 1849. Bang! Amidst the deafening explosion, the eternal night's quadruple barrier that enveloped the entire sunflower field suddenly trembled. It was as if something had struck it hard, and traces of cracks actually appeared on it. Inside the transparent barrier, a dazzling light shone, making it impossible to see the situation inside. However, the violent winds and waves were extremely conspicuous, turning into circles of ripples that constantly fluctuated and struck the eternal night's fourfold barrier, causing the cracks on the barrier to become even more obvious. Under such circumstances, traces of energy fluctuations began to leak out from the cracks on the barrier, reverberating through the air of the entire fantasy village. Holding onto her imperial coin, Ling Meng, who was gesturing at Marissa and Kamikaze Marumi, who were busy rebuilding the shrine, suddenly turned her head. She turned her head to look in a certain direction, an expression of shock and anger appearing on her face. Who is causing trouble for me again? As the overseer of the fantasy village, Ling Meng not only possessed invincible strength within the fantasy village, she was also keenly aware of any abnormalities that occurred within the fantasy village. Otherwise, how could she be the first to notice any abnormalities? Earlier, due to the eternal night's fourfold barrier providing a certain degree of resistance, Ling Meng did not pay much attention to it. Even a lazy person like Princess Ling Meng would not be able to detect any abnormalities. However, it was impossible for Princess Ling Meng to not detect the energy leaking out from the Yongye's quadruple barrier. Originally, Ling Meng was already vexed by the destruction of the Bori shrine. Now that someone else was causing trouble, it was no doubt akin to pouring a bucket of oil onto Ling Meng's head, causing Ling Meng to be thoroughly enraged. At some point in time, Marissa and Fumimaru had stopped what they were doing and walked over to Soul Dream's side with surprised expressions on their faces. Of course. The reason why they were surprised was completely different. Ling Meng. What's wrong? Looking at Ling Meng's expression that seemed to be on the verge of burning with rage, Marissa shrunk her neck and timidly asked. Your expression is so ugly. Who provoked you? Ling Meng did not notice anything strange. Marissa only noticed that Ling Meng's behavior was different. As the Crow Tengu, the life shooter Maru had a keen sense of perception. After frowning slightly, he exclaimed in surprise. Something seems to have happened. Things? Marissa was slightly taken aback. What is it? I don't know. Markummer shook his head. But something must have happened in Fantasy Country. Hearing this, Marissa no longer had any doubts. Takamaru Fumimaru looked like a reporter who liked to hype up scandals, but every time he discovered a scandal, he would rush to the scene at the first possible moment. He wasn't just fooling around. Since the life-shooting Maru said that something had happened, there was a high chance that it was true. Could it be a mutation? Marissa's eyes lit up in excitement. Great! Finally, something interesting happened. It's a troublesome matter. Princess Ling Meng clenched her fists, a look of fury on her face. This time, no matter who the troublemaker is, I will treat him or her. Having made up her mind, Ling Meng was just about to rush towards the place where she had sensed the abnormality when a voice suddenly rang out from the surroundings and drilled into Ling Meng's ears. Wait! As the voice rang out, the space in front of Ling Meng, Marissa and Sensei Marumi abruptly split open. A pitch-black crack filled with malevolent eyeballs appeared in the space, imprinting itself into the eyes of Ling Meng, Marissa and Marumi. Then, a figure holding a parasol, her long golden hair fluttering in the wind, extremely tall and elegant, beautiful and dignified, slowly walked out from the terrifying spatial crack. This time, why don't you let us deal with it? Seeing the tall figure walking out from the pitch-black crack filled with malevolent eyeballs, Princess Ling Meng, Marissa, and the life-shooter Maru were shocked. Yukari? The newcomer is the demon sage that they haven't seen in a long time, Yakumo Yukari. On the other side, the highest standard battle in the fantasy village was still ongoing. Hovering in the air, Yukari Fujimi's posture was still as free and unrestrained as before, not even a speck of dust on her body. She held the parasol in her hand and looked forward, the two emotions in her eyes representing battle and admiration fluctuating at the same time. In front of Yukari Fujimi's gaze, Wu Yan, who had entered Yukari Fujimi's red jade mode with his long golden hair, stopped in place. His body also did not have the slightest injury, but the obscure realm power around him seemed to be stirred up, it was not calm at all. Needless to say, in that collision just now, Yukari Fujimi had a slight advantage. In fact, even Wu Yan himself did not expect Yukari Fujimi's strength to be so strong. It was clear that Yukari's level and power had increased a lot after the magical pond water's transformation. Coupled with her godly realm power, she should be able to fight Yukari Fujimi to a draw. However, Yukari Fujimi still had the upper hand. Although this advantage was weak to the point of being negligible, in the end, it was still an advantage, even if it was just a little bit. It could not change the fact that Yukari Fujimi was strong. This was also because the person who controlled the realm power was Wu Yan. Although because of the infinite armory, Wu Yan's speed of controlling the realm power was very fast. The degree of control was constantly increasing, but the realm power was not Wu Yan's own strength, it belonged to Yukari's strength. Even with the red jade mode and infinite armory, Wu Yan could perfectly control the realm power, but in terms of using it, he was definitely not as good as Yukari. After all, Yukari had used the realm power for at least 1,000 years, while Wu Yan had only used it a few times in battle. Compared to Yukari, who usually used the realm power in daily life, he was no match for Yukari. Therefore, if Yukari Fujimi were to fight with the current Yukari Fujimi, Yukari was absolutely confident that she could pull the victory to 50-50. But if it was him? Wu Yan estimated. Before the red jade mode lasted for a while, he could only maintain a 40-60 chance of winning. Yukari Fujimi's chances of winning were still relatively high. Wu Yan could estimate this point himself. Delicate Fragrance Kaze, who was standing in a higher position, naturally knew about this. However, Yukari Fujimi's fighting spirit still did not weaken in the slightest. It even had a tendency to become stronger. A 40-60 chance of winning? In the entire fantasy village, there were people who could exhaust their strength to fight with her, who was known as the strongest, and still be able to do this. It was absolutely possible to count them with one hand. Yukari Fujimi couldn't remember how many years it had been since she used her full strength to fight with an expert of the same realm. A year? 10 years? Or 100 years? Perhaps not that long, but for the battle-thirsty Yukari Fujimi, even a year was a long time. Now, there was finally an opponent who could make her use all her strength to gain the upper hand. Even she didn't dare to say that she could definitely defeat her opponent. Yukari Fujimi's excitement could be imagined. What's wrong? At that moment, Yukari Fujimi's tone also leaned towards fanaticism. Her voice was full of excitement and extremely joyful, reverberated in the surroundings. Can't you do it? Bring out more power. Pursue the existence of invincibility. After saying that, Yukari Fujimi spread her arms as if she wanted to embrace the whole world. Nature responded to Yukari Fujimi's excitement by extracting vitality from nature and turning it into pure monster power that flowed into Yukari Fujimi's body. Buzz! At the next moment, a dazzling flower suddenly bloomed behind Feng Jianyu back. Terrifying demonic powers surged on it, gathering together and shooting out flower-shaped barrage that had a diameter of 1 meter as if they were shooting arrows. Let me have some more fun. Along with Yukari Fujimi's fanatical voice, the flower-shaped barrage burst across the sky above the sunflower field like auroras. In the sound of sonic booms, they mercilessly shrouded Wu Yan. Wu Yan could only stretch out his hand and set up the realm power in front of him like a barrier. The realm of being and nothingness. Suddenly, the flower-shaped auroras that shot over disappeared as if they had never appeared before when they touched the barrier of the realm. However, at the same time, more flower-shaped barrage fell and blasted mercilessly at Wu Yan. Don't tell me you're only at this level? While turning the violent demonic power into a barrage of bullets, Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian taunted him with a joyful tone. This is not enough. Not enough. While speaking, the monster power that burst out from Yukari Fujimi's body became more majestic and violent, raising the power of the flower-shaped barrage by more than one level. TSK. Wu Yan was speechless. While continuing to support the realm of being and nothingness to erase all the barrage, his mind was spinning rapidly. If this continues, Wu Yan will definitely be exhausted to death by Yukari Fujimi, who has endless monster power and will never get tired. Therefore, the current situation must be changed. There's no other way. Wu Yan's purple eyes flashed with a flash of light. I can only use that. Chapter 1850. TSK. The flower-shaped bullet screen fell one after another as if they were scrambling to be the first to fall. Amidst the TSK sound like water extinguishing flames, they were wiped out by the barrier formed by the realm of being and nothingness. Come on. Come on. Let's fight. Youxiang Fujian's joyful voice echoed in the flower-shaped bullet screen. Every time it echoed, it was accompanied by an extremely terrifying explosion of demonic power. The rain-like bullet screen that fell like raindrops had a terrifying increase in power and quantity. As the embodiment of nature, the current delicate fragrance Feng Jian seemed to have received the assistance of the entire natural world. Her monster power was endless. Therefore, as long as delicate fragrance Feng Jian didn't want to, the flower-shaped bullet screen would never stop. In fact, its power and number would continue to increase. If it went on like this, the attack made up of the dazzling flower-shaped barrage would sooner or later reach an unparalleled level in terms of power and quantity, and the boundary between being and non-being would be broken sooner or later. By then, Wu Yan would also be defeated. In fact, Wu Yan was already feeling a little burdened. The power of the realm surging around his body was already a little lax. The barrier formed by the realm of being and nothingness in front of him was like a heavy mountain, slowly becoming heavier and heavier. Wu Yan's outstretched hand was unable to bear the burden, and it made cracking sounds similar to the friction of bones. But even so, Wu Yan gritted his teeth and held on. After taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes. After reaching the peak of the 9th rank, the duration of Violet's red jade mode had increased to an hour. An hour was enough for a high-level battle where hundreds of rounds could be exchanged in minutes. Not only was it enough to determine the winner, but it could also continue for at least a dozen more battles. Therefore, Wu Yan didn't need to pay special attention to the duration of the red jade mode. Naturally, he didn't need to worry about whether it would be cancelled midway. But in terms of strength alone, the current Wu Yan, compared to Yu Xiang, still had a small gap. Although it wasn't to say that it was impossible for him to win, his chances of winning were definitely lower than delicate fragrance Fujimi. Coupled with delicate fragrance Feng Jian's extravagant fighting style and the support of her endless demonic power. The longer time passed, the situation became more and more unfavorable to Wu Yan. However, this was not Wu Yan's strongest state. Yukari's red jade mode is the strongest out of the 3 red jade modes he has. However, apart from the red jade mode, Wu Yan had another trump card that could increase his overall strength. Now that I think about it, ever since I exchanged for it, I haven't been able to find an opportunity to use it. It was clear that the burden on his body was getting heavier and heavier, and the power of his realm was showing signs of not being able to support it. However, Wu Yan kept his eyes closed and showed a knowing smile. Now, it's finally time to use it. The moment he finished speaking, a burst of bright light suddenly skyrocketed and covered Wu Yan's body. Seeing the bright light blooming on the spot that she used as a target, Yu Xiang, who was wantonly squandering her endless demonic power, was slightly startled. The bullet screen also paused for a moment. This pause time, maybe. However, the suddenly skyrocketing rich light suddenly flourished again as if something was about to burst. The flower-shaped bullet screen was all bounced back. Bang! In the muffled sound, the skyrocketing rich light suddenly burst out, cancelling out the overwhelming flower-shaped bullet screen. Then, it turned into starlight and dissipated in the air. In this regard, delicate fragrance Fujimi did not react. It would be better to say that if she could defeat her opponent with this continuous barrage, delicate fragrance Fujimi would be disappointed, so she did not react to her barrage being cancelled out. However, when she saw the situation at the center of the bright light that had just surged, a trace of surprise appeared in delicate fragrance Feng Jian's eyes. That is, she saw that in the center of the bright light that gradually turned into starlight and dissipated in the air, a figure was suspended in the air. The waist-length golden hair was still dazzling, and the purple eyes were as crystal clear as ever. Such a figure, compared to just now, had changed a lot. Because, an extremely strange thing appeared on the figure's body. It was a garment that looked like a windbreaker and a knight's suit. The hem was long enough to reach the ankles, and the entire body was pitch black. The wrist portion was covered with an armor-like object that extended to the back of the owner's hand. On the back of the hand, there were two sparkling and translucent oval-shaped gemstones that were embellished there, flashing with a dazzling arc of light. Of course, such an additional garment couldn't be considered a strange thing at all. The reason why this luxurious garment that looked like a windbreaker and a knight's suit was called a strange thing was that this garment was slowly rolling like a liquid, like a burning flame. It looked extremely magical. Wu Yan lowered his head and stretched out his hand in front of himself. He looked at the two crystal-clear oval-shaped gems and the knight's suit that was burning like a flame on the back of his hand. He curled the corner of his mouth and clenched his fist fiercely. Is this my holy knight's suit? Once upon a time, in the world of Star-Carved Dragon Knight, Wu Yan received a revelation about the holy knight's suit that could increase the owner's strength. He spent a total of 1 million equipment points, item points, ability points, and summoning points to ask the system to forge him a piece of equipment that could increase his strength in all aspects. The equipment's grade was as high as A. It was a genuine legendary armament. This legendary armament that could increase the user's strength in all aspects was none other than this knight's uniform that was burning like a flame. The armor extended from the wrist to the back of the hand, and the back of the hand was adorned with sparkling and translucent oval-shaped gems. Because of the revelation he received from the Holy Knight's suit, Wu Yan decided to forge this legendary armament for a living. Therefore, he named it the Holy Knight's suit. With this legendary armament, Wu Yan's abilities in all aspects would be greatly enhanced. Strength, defense, speed. Even Wu Yan's superpowers, magical power, magic, and magic would be improved in all aspects. If Wu Yan was a little weaker than delicate fragrance just now, but with the Holy Knight's suit, it would be different. Feeling the improvement in all aspects in his body, Wu Yan once again clenched his fist, looked up, and looked at Delicate Fragrance, who was looking at him in surprise. The corner of his mouth lifted into a smile. Boom! In the next moment, as if something exploded, under Delicate Fragrance's gaze, Wu Yan's body suddenly burst out a circle of violent air waves that spread out from his body and blew in all directions. That's magical power. After obtaining the Holy Knight's suit, it was already invincible. It belonged to Wu Yan's magical power. The magnitude of the demonic power was already comparable to Fengjian Yuxiang's boundless demonic power, causing Fengjian Yuxiang's somewhat surprised expression to instantly freeze. Wu Yan ignored Yuka's reaction. He raised his hand and a ball of pure white flame slowly rose into the air. It didn't look like it had any temperature at all. It burned peacefully. However, it was this seemingly inconspicuous white flame that made Delicate Fragrance feel a sense of crisis. You should be very happy just now, right? Wu Yan cast his gaze on Delicate Fragrance and grinned. Now, it's my turn to fight back. After saying that, Wu Yan flicked his finger. The pure white flame that was only the size of a human head and didn't even have any temperature burst out like a comet, shooting toward Delicate Fragrance with a long fiery tail. As the pure white flame burst out, Delicate Fragrance felt a sense of crisis in her heart. Intuition told Delicate Fragrance that she absolutely could not touch that pure white flame. Otherwise, even if she had the ability to defy the heavens, she would definitely have to pay a price. Chapter 1851. Whoosh! Watching the pure white flame turn into a comet and burst toward her, Delicate Fragrance Kaze's cold and delicate face revealed a dignified expression. But in addition to the dignified expression, there was another emotion. Joy. There was no doubt that Delicate Fragrance Kaze was the kind of person who would be happier when the opponent was stronger. Therefore, after noticing that Wu Yan's strength had increased a lot after equipping the knight's suit that was burning like flames, Delicate Fragrance Kaze's face was both dignified and joyful. Of course, joy was joy, but the pure white flame brought a sense of crisis to Delicate Fragrance Kaze. Delicate Fragrance Kaze wasn't a reckless person who only knew how to charge forward recklessly. So, without saying a word, Delicate Fragrance Kaze retreated for the first time since this battle. Her figure turned into an afterimage and retreated at an extremely fast speed. Whoosh! Although Feng Jianyu retreated at an extremely fast speed, the pure white flame was even more ferocious. At the same time, the flames seemed to expand with the wind, suddenly expanding in size, and soon turned into a huge pure white fireball. Like a white sun, the pure white fireball suddenly flashed in the air, and its speed also increased sharply. Delicate Fragrance Kaze's expression changed slightly. In a moment, Delicate Fragrance Kaze, who was chasing after her, suddenly exploded in her narrowed pupils. Boom! The terrifying fire wave swept wildly from the place where the pure white sun exploded. Waves of wind and waves with terrifying temperature raged in the air, scattering nearly half of the sunflowers below. After the explosion of the pure white fire wave raged for a while, a rather embarrassed figure flew out from the other side of the fire wave. After tapping a few times in the air, he stopped. It entered Wu Yan's field of vision. Seeing this, even Wu Yan was amazed. She was directly attacked by the white dragon's flame, but she wasn't injured? Yes. Feng Jianyu, who flew out of the pure white fire wave, looked extremely disheveled. The bright clothes on her body also had traces of scorch marks and damage. Delicate Fragrance Kaze's white skin was exposed to the air. But Delicate Fragrance Kaze's aura still didn't weaken at all. The expression on her face didn't show the slightest pain. Instead, her fighting spirit was awe-inspiring. How long has it been since I fell to this point? Delicate Fragrance Kaze glanced at the damaged and scorched clothes on her body. Her face was full of joy. You can make me so embarrassed, you're really strong. But Delicate Fragrance Kaze's hand slowly grasped the parasol handle. With a sudden pull, the black shadow formed by the parasol tore through the air. The strong wind blew away the surrounding pure white fire waves. The tip of the parasol tilted down, and a terrifying monster power emerged from Feng Jianyu's body. The real battle begins now. Delicate Fragrance Kaze clenched the parasol handle and stomped her foot. Dense Fragrance Kaze's demonic power exploded under her foot. The turbulent force caused Delicate Fragrance Kaze to turn into a black shadow and shoot straight at Wu Yan. Whoosh! Listening to the wind whistling sound of Yuka Fujiwara's shadow charging towards him, Wu Yan instantly raised his guard. He stared at the incoming shadow and with a grasp of his hand, a nimble longsword appeared out of thin air and fell into his hand. It was the Nin Temple Shana. Grabbing the Nigata no Shana, he tensed up his body and waited in place. When the shadow is about to reach him, he raised the Nigata no Shana and chopped it down with all his might. Suddenly, the power of the realm covered the Nin Temple Shana like a sharp blade. The light and heavy realm. The Nin Temple Shana was originally light and agile. Under the influence of the realm, the moment it slashed down, it was like a meteorite falling from the sky. Wherever it passed, sparks flew in the air and an ear-piercing screech erupted. At this moment, the Nin Temple Shana was at least as heavy as a real mountain. Delicate Fragrance Kaze's face was still indifferent in the face of the Nin Temple Shana. Her hand trembled slightly as she clenched the parasol and stabbed out. Feng Jianyu had clearly only stabbed once, yet a stretch of umbrella shadows continuously appeared in front of him like a curtain of rain. All of them solidly pierced the blade of Nidien Shana, that was chopping down with the force of a mountain. Clang! After a shrill sound that could pierce one's eardrums, the umbrella shadow that contained a powerful force shattered the light and heavy realm's power on the Nidien Shana blade, and at the same time, it easily knocked away the Nidien Shana that came attacking. As expected of the strongest in the fantasy village, Delicate Fragrance Kaze's attack made Wu Yan's expression change slightly. He smiled bitterly in his heart. Again and again, she used pure strength to disperse the power of the realm. Just how strong was this delicate fragrance Feng Jian's fighting ability? With this thought in mind, Wu Yan could only follow the force of the Anine Temple Shana that was pushed away. He rotated his body and carried the Anine Temple Shana with delicate fragrance Kaze support. Borrowing the force of the Anine Temple Shana, he rotated on the spot with a tearing sound. Instantly, the Anine Temple Shana turned into a blade of light. With an oppressive sound, it ruthlessly slashed towards delicate fragrance Kaze from bottom to top. Come on! Delicate fragrance Kaze also moved almost at the same time. She tightly held the parasol in her hand. Wisps of demonic power curled out of the parasol like mist, emitting a low vibrating sound. It surged up and heavily hit the Anine Temple Shana that was slashing towards her. Clang! The dull sound of steel colliding with steel resounded throughout the eternal night's quadruple barrier. Ha! Powerful demonic power fluctuated around her body and flowed through her palm to the parasol in her hand. Delicate fragrance Kaze slightly bent her body and coldly shouted. The demonic power on the parasol in her hand suddenly condensed and then exploded. Bang! The parasol that hit the Anine Temple Shana exploded with a towering force. The sudden burst of force directly shook Wu Yan, who was holding the Anine Temple Shana, and sent him flying. Wu Yan gritted his teeth. He turned around and stabilized his body. He looked up and looked at delicate fragrance Kaze. Sure enough, it's impossible to win against this flower queen in terms of close combat ability. Delicate fragrance Kaze didn't have any powerful abilities. Her combat ability was almost entirely focused on close combat. Wu Yan can't possibly win against Yuka Fujimi, who relied on close combat to become the strongest player in Fantasy Village. Since you're invincible in close combat, then I'll fight back with my ability. While speaking, Wu Yan raised one of his hands and the familiar pure white flames rose once again. However, although the white dragon's flames were powerful, they didn't hurt delicate fragrance Kaze. That was why Wu Yan raised his other hand. A burst of pitch-black electric light flashed amidst the crackling sound of electricity. Holding the pure white flames in his left hand and the pitch-black electric light in his right hand, Wu Yan stared at the powers of the white dragon and black dragon respectively. Then, he actually brought the pure white flames and pitch-black electric light in the middle. Buzz! The moment the pure white flames and pitch-black electric light came into contact, wisps of white flames and black electric light burst out from the point of contact. The space was torn apart and distorted. Feng Jianxiang's face became extremely solemn, and there was a slight change in her eyes. Feng Jianxiang clearly felt that when the pure white flame came into contact with the pitch-black lightning, the demonic power in her body actually became sluggish. What exactly is that? How can it affect the operation of the demonic powers in my body? Delicate fragrance Kaze couldn't get an answer to this question, at least not at this moment. Because in Wu Yan's hand, the pure white flames and pitch-black electric light were constantly twisting along with the surrounding space. As they squirmed slightly, they slowly gathered together. Not long after, a ball of golden electric light flickered on its surface and its color turned into a dazzling golden flame that floated before Wu Yan. Chapter 1852. The moment the resplendent golden flame with golden lightning flashing on its surface was born, an unusually wild and violent fluctuation suddenly rippled out in midair. The strange energy waves became even more violent. Strands of golden energy seeped out from the surrounding space. Finally, they all wrapped around Wu Yan, who is holding the resplendent golden flames as if he is holding a jewel. They spun around him like crazy. Following the rotation of these golden streams of air, a gust of wind suddenly emerged and swept out in all directions. The gust of wind was so strong that even some of the larger rocks on the ground were blown and rolled a few times on the ground, not to mention those fragile sunflowers. For the first time, delicate fragrance Feng Jian's heart showed an uncertain expression. What the hell is that? With delicate fragrance Feng Jian's accumulated experience, she could naturally distinguish some of the effects of the methods Wu Yan used before and after. In addition to the power that should belong to a certain monster sage that she had seen more than once, delicate fragrance Kaze could see that the white flame used by this man who called himself Yakumo Haku should be some kind of ability to attack time. It was precisely because she saw the true face of the white flame that delicate fragrance Feng Jian was able to react in time under the direct attack of the white flame. She used a huge amount of monster power to cover her body and let the flame burn away the existence of the monster power itself. She rushed out of the flame in one go. So, delicate fragrance Feng Jian's clothes were a little damaged, but she didn't suffer any substantial damage. As for the knight's clothes that burned like flames, it was even easier to recognize. It must be some kind of equipment that can increase the user's power. At the beginning, the scarlet light on the other party's body should be some kind of ability that can borrow the power of others and reproduce it on his own body. It had to be said that delicate fragrance Feng Jian didn't say anything on the surface, but she had already seen through everything. Whether it was the effect of the red jade mode, the flame of the white dragon's burning flame, or the enhancement of the holy knight's outfit, they were all seen through by delicate fragrance Feng Jian with her experience. But to be able to see to this extent, it was enough to prove that delicate fragrance Feng Jian was experienced and knowledgeable. However, Feng Jian couldn't see anything from the dazzling golden flames that were flickering with golden lightning. He didn't know what kind of power it had, nor did he know what kind of effect it would have. He didn't even know what kind of ability it was. How should I solve it? However, looking at the golden flame, delicate fragrance Feng Jian had a feeling that her palms were sweating, telling her it was definitely not just beautiful. Who? Feng Jian exhaled a long breath of air. She stared at the pale Wu Yan who was holding the bright golden flame. Feng Jian laughed out loud. That's right. That's how it should be. A violent demonic power surged out from Feng Jian's body, causing her to emit a dazzling light. She was like a sun, making people unable to look at her directly. In that case, I will also use my strongest attack to determine the winner with you. Who is the strongest in the fantasy village? Let us have a good fight. Amidst the laughter full of joy, in the surrounding space, a burst of airflow like power fluctuations also seeped out, and rushed into the tall and slender body of Feng Jian. Under such circumstances, if there was an outsider present, they would be able to see that Wu Yan and Feng Jian seemed to be competing for something. Traces of unknown power fluctuations continuously emerged in the surrounding space, turning into air currents and wrapping around the two of them. However, the difference was that Wu Yan's bright golden flame had an effect on the surrounding space, causing the space to seem to have a chemical reaction and seep out its own power. Feng Jian, on the other hand, merged with nature through space, absorbing the power of nature and constantly improving her demonic power. Under such circumstances, the aura on Feng Jian's body became more and more terrifying until it reached a certain peak before stopping. Feeling the unprecedentedly powerful aura of Feng Jian, Wu Yan's eyes also flashed brightly, feeling the blood all over his body boiling at this moment. Although Wu Yan himself was not as powerful as Feng Jian, but since he was promoted to the 9th rank, Wu Yan had rarely encountered a battle where he needed to go all out. Now, the strongest red jade mode had been used, and even the holy knight equipment that could increase his strength in all aspects was also used. At this moment, Wu Yan had already brought out the strongest strength he could bring out. Coupled with the fact that he was fighting the strongest king of the fantasy village, the long-lost feeling of blood boiling made Wu Yan laugh out loud. It's not over yet. Amidst the laughter, Wu Yan's body once again surged with the power of the realm, and all of it flowed freely into the dazzling golden flames born from the fusion of the white dragon's flame and the black dragon's lightning. The realm of life and death. Life with a thought. Death with a thought. The power of the realm of life and death, that could change a person's life and death with a slight touch, was like a layer of light film, covering the dazzling golden flames, flashing with golden lightning, making the strange fluctuations rising from the dazzling golden flames even more violent, faintly carrying the aura of death. Looking up and looking at Feng Jianyu, who was exuding a terrifying aura, Wu Yan was not the slightest bit timid. His body was as straight as a spear, looking extremely imposing. Since you took out the title of the strongest in the fantasy village, then I will accept it without hesitation. Let's see if you have the strength and qualifications. Feng Jianyuxiang's beastkin power rose to the peak. In the end, it almost materialized and wrapped her entire delicate body. Only the pleasant laughter echoed. If you can do it, try it. The laughter suddenly stopped. At the same time, the beastkin power on Feng Jianyuxiang's body suddenly began to converge. After a moment, it actually flashed and split into a figure. Green, slightly curly short hair, wearing a red and dark red checkered vest and a knee-length skirt of the same color, a yellow bow tie in front, and a white long-sleeved shirt under the vest, holding a parasol in her hand. Another Feng Jianyuxiang. That was Feng Jianyuxiang's clone. Feng Jianyuxiang had the ability to split into a clone that was completely no different from herself. This doppelganger had almost the same level of power as delicate fragrance Fengjian's main body. In other words, Wu Yan was now facing the two strongest existences in the fantasy village. Come on. Let's fight. It was still the same sentence. The two Feng Jianyuxiang raised the parasol in their hands at the same time, and all the beastkin power on their bodies surged to the tip of the parasol. With the infusion of such a huge amount of beastkin power, at the tip of the two parasol, a liquid like emerald green energy flowed like liquid. One move. Let's decide the winner. With a fierce shake of their hands, the two Feng Jianyuxiang pointed the parasol in their hands at Wu Yan at the same time. Immediately, all the beastkin power on their body flowed along the parasol. Double spark. The beastkin power flowing on the tips of the two parasol burst out. Two overwhelming beams of light with a sharp and ear-piercing sound cut through the space like lightning and shot straight at Wu Yan in the distance. Wherever the beam of light passed, the space shattered inch by inch. Wu Yan's vision was completely covered by the bright light above the overwhelming beam of light. As the target of the beam of light, Wu Yan could clearly feel the terrifying power in the two huge beams of light. However, Wu Yan also had absolute confidence. The golden flames fused with the power of the two familiars, coupled with the power of his realm, any attack would dissipate in the face of this power. Taking a step forward, Wu Yan released one of his hands and raised the dazzling golden flames flickering with golden light above his head. His arm trembled as if he wanted to throw the golden flames in his hand out. Whoosh! Like a meteor, a golden ray of light shot out from Wu Yan's hand like a hot knife through butter. It shot out like a hot knife through butter. The moment the stream of light shot out, the surrounding space rippled like the surface of a lake with a huge rock thrown into it. It didn't take long for it to suddenly burst open, exploding into cracks more than 10 meters wide that spread along the trajectory of the stream of light. Chapter 1853. Swish! Amidst an extremely sharp sonic boom, the resplendent golden flames that had turned into streaks of light tore through the air like a meteor. Wherever they passed, the space collapsed into pitch-black cracks that were nearly a dozen meters long. The space in this area was completely shattered like glass, causing the area to be in a sorry state. Swish! The two huge pillars of light that descended from the sky emitted a strong light that seemed to occupy the entire sky. They also carried an extremely terrifying power and a sharp sonic boom that seemed to distort space. They were like meteorites that fell straight down. No matter if it was the golden stream of light or the dazzling light pillars, both contained terrifying attacks that were enough to shatter the space along the way and spread the cracks. Just the fluctuations that leaked out were enough to kill a 9th-stage powerhouse on the spot. Two extremely frightening attacks that caused even the sky to change color finally collided violently in the next instant. However, just as Wu Yan and Feng Jianyu tensed up and prepared for the upcoming victory and defeat, waiting for the earth-shattering explosion caused by the collision of the two attacks, there was strangely no sound in midair. Wu Yan and Feng Jianyu lifted their heads in astonishment and witnessed the collision of the two attacks. Then, they witnessed this scene. In midair, the ratio was completely different. The two attacks of completely different colors didn't clash fiercely with each other at the moment of collision. Instead, they twisted together like two masses of water of different colors. The golden and green attacks had unknowingly twisted into a huge sphere. The two colors of gold and green swirled around each other in the sphere. The space around the sphere became extremely distorted. Vaguely, there were extremely subtle tearing sounds coming from the inside of the sphere. Wu Yan stared at the twisted sphere in midair. A sphere of two colors. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper, and even his body was swaying. Xiao's magical fluctuations had weakened to an unprecedented level. If it weren't for the remaining magical fluctuations, perhaps even Wu Yan wouldn't be able to hover in midair. Apparently, it fused the white dragon's flames and the black dragon's lightning together. It formed the dazzling golden flames that carried golden electric arcs on the surface and even enhanced the realm of life and death. This attack. It had almost squeezed out all the magical powers in Wu Yan's body that had never been exhausted. Compared to Wu Yan, Feng Jianyu's situation was slightly better. After all, she was the incarnation of nature. Although the clone magic cannon had almost exhausted the magical powers in Feng Jianyu's body, nature was still providing her with a continuous supply of magical powers. At this moment, even if the magical powers that she recovered were insignificant, it was still much better than Wu Yan's. However, Feng Jianyu's face was also pale. She couldn't even maintain her avatar, and it collapsed directly. Feng Jianyu's eyes were fixed on the distorted sphere in midair, and she didn't look away for a moment. Under the gaze of Wu Yan and Feng Jianyu's, in midair, the sphere that was constantly twisting and faintly emitting a subtle tearing sound suddenly fluctuated violently like magma before a volcanic eruption, and it suddenly expanded. Looking at the sudden strange fluctuations and the huge distorted sphere that expanded, Wu Yan and Feng Jianyu's both felt an uneasiness for no reason, making their hearts sink. In the end, the degree of distortion of the expanding sphere became more and more intense. The surrounding space also seemed to be suppressed by something, and there was a kacha-kacha sound. Not long after, the expanding distorted sphere suddenly burst into a dazzling light, but all the sound strangely stopped. Even the space suddenly stabilized and no longer produced any abnormalities. It wasn't until this moment that a warning sign rose in Wu Yan and Feng Jianyu's hearts as if they sensed something. Their expressions changed abruptly, and they disregarded the consumption of a large amount of magical power and demonic power in their bodies and retreated frantically. The moment Wu Yan and Feng Jianyu's retreated, the distorted sphere that was blooming with a strong light suddenly burst like a punctured balloon. Boom! Along with an earth-shattering explosion, a dazzling light sprinkled from the sky. The distorted sphere seemed to have reached a certain critical point and finally couldn't bear it anymore. It exploded in midair along with an extremely terrifying shockwave. Wherever the shockwaves passed, the space trembled, and in less than half a second, like glass, it shattered piece by piece. Boom! Wu Yan and Feng Jianyu's, who were retreating, had just retreated for a distance when the terrifying shockwave caught up with them at lightning speed. Like a truck, it slammed into Wu Yan and Feng Jianyu's fiercely. PFFF. Under the terrifying impact, a mouthful of crimson blood spurted out from Wu Yan and Feng Jianyu's mouths at the same time. Immediately, both of them were sent flying like garbage, directly smashing into the barrier of the eternal night fourfold barrier that shrouded the entire sunflower field. Boom! The eternal night fourfold barrier was smashed into pieces by Wu Yan and Feng Jian Yuxiang, who were sent flying backward. The rest of the barrier also collapsed and disappeared completely from the impact of the shockwave. But the aftermath of the impact continued to spread to the surroundings. The Sunflower Field was originally relatively close to the Holy Great Barrier of Fantasy Town. With the shockwave still raging, it wouldn't take long for the Holy Great Barrier to suffer the same impact. At that time, it would inevitably shatter directly like the Eternal Night Fourfold Barrier. At that time, without the most important Holy Great Barrier, Fantasy Town would not be able to escape the fate of destruction. Buzz! At the critical moment, in the sky, a pitch-black crack full of ferocious eyeballs suddenly split open amidst the tremors of space. A tall figure emerged from it and flashed into the sky. The realm of movement and stillness. As such a voice echoed in mid-air, an unusually huge force burst out from the tall figure in mid-air and shrouded it. It actually froze the shockwave that was rolling out like a stormy sea. Of course, it was definitely not enough to just freeze it. The realm of being and nothingness. At the next moment, the same voice, but with a different content, reverberated in the air once again. A force that was more than a little stronger than before once again enveloped this world, emanating circles of ripples that contained a strange power. Under the ripples, all the frozen waves that were touched by the ripples slowly disappeared from this world as if they had never appeared before. About 10 seconds later, the raging shockwaves in this area completely disappeared, leaving behind a silent scene. It was as if nothing had happened, which made people's hearts beat faster. After the shockwaves were completely wiped out, the tall figure in mid-air landed and stood on the ground. She had blonde hair, purple eyes, and wore a pinkish-white princess dress that was similar to a Daoist robe. She also wore a pinkish-white flower bud hat on her head and held a parasol in her hand. Who else could it be apart from Purple? Yukari gently waved her hand, and a gentle force flew out and disappeared in 2 different directions. Then, it carried 2 people who were in a sorry state and had traces of blood on their bodies back to Yukari. Purple didn't look at Tensei Fujimi, but directly looked at Wu Yan. She looked at Wu Yan, who had completely fallen into a state of unconsciousness, and smiled bitterly. It's just a drop of blood. If you want to get it, there are many ways. Why do you have to make yourself like this? Although she said so, Purple knew that it was entirely because she didn't return to Wu Yan's side and had been hiding in the dark to spy on Wu Yan. That was why Wu Yan used the simplest and most violent method to obtain a drop of blood from Tensei Fujimi. It was her fault. Purple crouched down and pressed her hand on Wu Yan's body. After a while, she let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, although the injury is serious, with Xiao Yan's recovery ability, he should be able to recover soon. Chapter 1854. Originally, the Paladin outfit was based on the Paladin armor. After the Paladin armor was strengthened and modified, it became a piece of equipment that could increase the user's abilities in all aspects. The Paladin armor was nothing more than an amalgamation of mana. It was similar to vassal beasts, which were also amalgamations of mana. Naturally, the Paladin outfit was also a piece of equipment made of pure mana. The only difference was that the vassal beast's consciousness was lodged in the user's blood. The user only needed to provide mana for the vassal beasts to manifest their own forms and abilities. On the other hand, the Paladin armor was based on the design. The user had to ask the dragon who created the Paladin armor to create the Paladin armor according to the design. Only then would the Paladin armor be able to display its proper form and abilities. The same went for the Paladin outfit. Although Wu Yan had exchanged for the A-rank legendary armament, to be more precise, he had only exchanged for the blueprint of the Paladin outfit. Based on Wu Yan's physical attributes and abilities, the system created the most suitable Paladin outfit for Wu Yan. Then, it provided the blueprint to Wu Yan. Therefore, Wu Yan only needed to construct the paladin outfit according to the blueprint, just like the holy dragons in the star-engraved Dragon Knight world. Then, the paladin outfit would appear and be equipped on his body. That was why Wu Yan could easily summon the paladin outfit during battle with just a thought. Naturally, when Wu Yan's mana was completely depleted or he lost consciousness, the paladin outfit would disappear. The Red Jade mode was similar. Although there was still some time left, the Red Jade mode was still a bloodline ability. As long as Wu Yan lost consciousness, the Red Jade mode could no longer be maintained. When the Red Jade mode and the Holy Knight outfit disappeared, Wu Yan's aura weakened all the way until he dropped out of the demigod rank. He could feel the bloodstains on his body. With his eyes closed, Wu Yan's aura continued to weaken. Purple also let out a sigh. She stroked Wu Yan's cheek and her tone became unusually gentle. "You've already tried your best," he had indeed worked very hard. To be able to fight against Yuka Kazumi, the strongest person in Fantasy Town, who even Yuka Kazumi couldn't defeat in the past. Even if it was because of the Red Jade mode and the Holy Knight equipment, Wu Yan could still be proud. After saying this, Z stood up, raised his head, and looked at the surroundings. The first thing that caught his eye was the place that had turned into a terrible mess. It used to be a field of golden sunflowers or a field of sunflowers that stretched as far as the eye could see. Now, the sunflowers' golden color and the grassland's green color had all disappeared. Only the dark gray and brown soil remained. As if a typhoon had passed through, the scene became chaotic and battered. The sunflowers and grassland had long since disappeared in this battle. The ground was also razed to the ground, showing the darkest color. There were even potholes everywhere, filled with rolling stones. It was abnormally desolate. Not only that, but in the surrounding space, pitch-black spatial rifts could be seen everywhere. Some of them even shattered into black holes. Some of them were like broken glass, still falling pieces. The endless darkness in the spatial rifts sent chills down one's spine. One could imagine what would happen if an ordinary person or a weak existence accidentally touched these spatial rifts. This should be the most serious destruction in Fantasy Town, right? Purple rubbed his forehead as if he had a headache. This is really worrisome. If Purple didn't rush over in time and stop the spread, Fantasy Town would have suffered more damage than this. "That's why I hate brainless battles," a voice suddenly interrupted Violet's contemplation. "You're right. You're right." Violet sighed. Cough, cough. After hearing this painful cough, Purple came back to his senses. The corner of his mouth was overflowing with a mocking smile. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the cough. There, Yoxiang Fujian covered his chest with one hand and supported himself with the other using a parasol to support himself on the ground. Although his face is abnormally pale, his body is swaying, and his clothes are covered in blood, Yoxiang Fujian still insisted on standing up. He didn't allow himself to lie weakly on the ground and coughed. Wu Yan has already lost consciousness under the impact of the storm, but Yoxiang Fujian is still conscious and still has the strength to stand up. From this, it can be seen how strong Yoxiang Fujian is. It's a pity that even though she didn't lose her consciousness, she doesn't have the same immortality as Wu Yan. As the strongest of the monsters and the embodiment of nature, even if she has a strong regenerative ability, it seems like she won't be able to recover from her injuries in a short period of time. Looking at Yoxiang Fujian standing up with a pale face and covering his chest with a paper fan, Purple took out his paper fan and covered the lower half of his face, but there is a hint of ridicule in his tone. Era, I don't think I've ever seen you in such a sorry state." In the past, Fengjian Yuxiang and Purple also had a battle. In that battle, because she was worried about the safety of the fantasy village, Yukari did not use her full strength. As a result, she was pursued by Delicate Fragrance, who used all of her strength without any scruples. It could be said that she was in an extremely sorry state. Now that the tables have turned, it's only natural for Yukari to ridicule Wu Yan after seeing Yukari in such a pitiful state during the fight. Youxiang Fujian seems to have guessed that Purple will have this reaction. He covered his chest and didn't even look at Purple. He cast his gaze on Wu Yen, who fell into a coma. After a long time, he showed a somewhat empty smile. Looks like I've won, that's right. Wu Yen has lost consciousness, which is equivalent to losing the ability to fight. Although the injuries on his body are recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, he can't continue to fight. On the other hand, Youxiang Fujian, even if his body is injured enough to kill an ordinary human or demon a dozen times, his recovery ability is not as good as Wu Yan's. But with the support of nature, he has recovered some of his demon power. Maybe he can't do anything in close combat, but he can still use one or two magic cannon attacks. In other words, Youxiang Fujian did win this battle. That's true. Purple also calmly admitted this statement, but his eyes have been staring at Youxiang Fujian. But why do I feel that you don't seem very happy? I just can't accept this kind of victory. Youxiang Fujian moved his body that is full of pain and said indifferently. If he didn't faint, the loser would probably be me, and I still have the ability to fight, so it's not a clear winner. If he didn't faint, the loser would probably be you. Still have the ability to fight? Purple looked at Youxiang Fujian meaningfully. What a surprise. You would actually use hypotheses such as if, and probably, to justify yourself after a battle. It seems like you don't want to admit the result of this battle. This is indeed a very surprising thing. For Youxiang Fujian, a battle is a battle, the process of a battle is ever-changing, anything can happen, so he definitely won't use if to evaluate a battle after the battle. After all, there is no if in a battle, the result is everything. Youxiang Fujian did win this battle, there is no doubt about this. There is no if to say. Because Wu Yen did lose consciousness, he can't continue to fight. Youxiang Fujian was very clear about this result. He frowned at himself for using if to deny this result, but after a while, he put on a chuckle. Maybe, I'm looking forward to another battle with him. Leaving this sentence, Feng Jianyuxiang propped up her body and opened her parasol. She turned around and slowly walked away. Today's weather is good, the flowers should grow well, right? Looking at the back of Feng Jianyuxiang, who was gradually walking away, Violet was silent for a long time. Then, she helplessly sighed. I'm really not good at dealing with her. Chapter 1855. His consciousness was as chaotic as chaos. His body was as heavy as iron and lead. His strength was flowing away like water. His voice was as muddy as hoarse. That was what Wu Yen was feeling at this moment. He felt as if he was drowning in an endless sea of despair that he could not see the end of. His body was struggling, but there was no strength everywhere. There was no way to support himself. His hands and feet were paddling, but he still felt like he was sinking, as if he had fallen into hell. In this unconscious state where even breathing became difficult, Wu Yen could only endure the feeling of emptiness in his body and drift around with his chaotic consciousness. All of this was because of the exhaustion of his magic power and the serious blow to his body, which brought about such an uncomfortable feeling. It's obvious that the injuries he suffered before he fainted, even if he recovered in a short period of time, the pain of that moment still made him feel very uncomfortable as he fainted while carrying the pain with him. Fortunately, the pain came and went quickly. After a long time, Wu Yen felt that his chaotic consciousness finally showed signs of condensing. His body gradually became able to exert strength, and the dark sea of drowning began to become bright. As if awakened, Wu Yen slowly opened his eyes, exposing a pair of somewhat slack burgundy pupils to the air. After a while, he could focus on the scene in front of him. The ceiling. No. It should be a wooden roof. Moreover, it was the same roof as the Japanese-style tatami room of Kagaya in Penglai Mountain. However, Wu Yen knew that the familiar roof in front of him was definitely not the roof of Kagaya's room in Penglai Mountain. The reason was very simple. Although there were computers and game consoles in Kagaya's room in Penglai Mountain, there were no modern fluorescent lights or light bulbs. The roof in front of him. There was a bright fluorescent light, illuminating Wu Yan's vision. Where is this? This was the first question in Wu Yan's mind. Why am I here? This was the second question in Wu Yan's mind. What's wrong with me? This was the third question in Wu Yan's mind. Although it was the third question, this question was the first to be answered. Immediately after. The second question was also solved after Wu Yan solved the third question. There was only one question left. Wu Yan had no way of answering the question by himself. That's right. Holding his head, Wu Yan smiled bitterly. I fainted during the battle with Yuka Fujimi. To be more precise, it should be said that in the battle with Delicate Fragrance. Wu Yan used all of his strength in this attack, and then in order to avoid the aftermath of the collision with Delicate Fragrance's attack, he did his best to retreat. Then, there was no then. Wu Yan only remembered that in the process of retreating, he was still swept by the aftermath of the impact. Immediately after, his body was in pain and he completely lost consciousness. Wu Yan himself didn't know what happened after that, but looking at the roof in front of him, he could guess what happened even if he had to guess. Someone must have arrived at the scene, found him unconscious, and brought him here. As a result, the second and third questions were answered. As for the first question, Wu Yan had no spare energy to think about it. There was only one thought left in his mind. I fainted. Then, in the battle between him and Delicate Fragrance, who won in the end? If Delicate Fragrance also fainted, then it was a draw. But if Delicate Fragrance still had a breath and could hold on, then there was no doubt that he had fainted and lost the ability to fight. Of the two possibilities, Wu Yan was more inclined to the second one. There was no other reason. It was just that Delicate Fragrance's strength had left a deep impression in Wu Yan's mind, so Wu Yan couldn't imagine Delicate Fragrance's appearance of being seriously injured and unconscious. Wu Yan felt that with Yuka Kazumi's strong and stubborn personality, she would most likely hold on until the very end and leave, right? This guess wasn't completely correct, but it was pretty much the case. That's why Wu Yan had such a bitter smile on his face. I didn't think I would lose in a battle with my full strength after such a long time. Wu Yan gave it his all in this battle. Not only did he use his most powerful Red Jade mode, he even equipped his paladin outfit and used his familiar's abilities. It could be said that he was truly going all out with his trump cards. Although he still had a lot of tricks and abilities that he hadn't used yet, they were nothing compared to trump cards like the Red Jade mode, the Holy Knight outfit, and familiars. It would only be embarrassing if he used them against Yuka Fujimi. As for summoning his familiars directly, that's even more ridiculous. Of course, if the host's strength increased, so would the familiars residing in the host's blood. But that was only if the host's strength increased. Wu Yan used the ruby mode to reach demigod rank. It wasn't Wu Yan's own strength, it was the result of an ability. Under such circumstances, the familiar's strength wouldn't increase. Therefore, when Wu Yan entered Violet's ruby mode and reached demigod rank, the familiar's strength remained at peak rank 9 Wu Yan's level. Even if they were boosted by the paladin equipment, they would barely reach demigod rank. How could a demigod rank familiar be used against Delicate Fragrance, who was already level 97 and only needed 1 or 2 more levels to reach peak demigod rank? That would be a disgrace. Plus, it would be foolish to let outsiders interfere in a fight of this level. It would cause a lot of uncertainties in the battle. Wu Yan rejected Natsuki, Nagisa, and Kanon's suggestion to fight Yukari Kazumi more than once. He only used White Dragon and Black Dragon's abilities to deal with Yukari Kazumi. Not only did Wu Yan have helpers, Delicate Fragrance had helpers as well. They were much stronger than Wu Yan. After all, Delicate Fragrance could create a clone that was on par with the main body. At that time, Natsuki, Nagisa, Kanon, White Dragon, and Black Dragon would gang up on Yukari Fujimi. Yukari Fujimi would definitely be tortured to death by Yukari Fujimi, who would become a peak demigod after 1 or 2 levels. Therefore, no matter how one looked at it, Wu Yan had lost the battle. This fact made Wu Yan realize that he wasn't strong at all. Indeed, after ascending to Tier 9, Wu Yan didn't go all out in a fight other than this one. He didn't even use his peak Tier 9 strength under normal circumstances. However, that wasn't because Wu Yan was too strong. It was because there were too few true powerhouses, and Wu Yan hadn't encountered one yet. His fight with Fujimi Yuka made him realize that he's not weak but he's not strong either. Compared to the real strong, the demigod tier existences, he's still a far cry from them. Of course, this was also because Wu Yan had been doing the demigod path mission. If Wu Yan had turned in the demigod path mission and generated a tool for reaching demigod rank, the result would have been different. However, Wu Yan's ambition was too great. He didn't want to be an ordinary demigod powerhouse, he wanted to be a peak demigod powerhouse. Thinking up to this point, Wu Yan couldn't help but raise one of his hands in front of his own face and clench his fist. Looks like I have to hurry up with the demigod path mission. Swoosh. At this time, a sound came from the side. Not far away from Wu Yan, a Japanese-style paper door was suddenly pulled open. A petite figure struggled to carry a basin and a towel as she tiptoed in. It was a little girl. She had cute cat ears and brown shoulder-length hair. She wore a green hat and a golden earring on her left ear. She wore a red one-piece jacket with golden edges and white sleeves. She also had 2 brownish-black tails on her back. The tips of the tails were white. Meow meow meow. The cat-eared little girl seemed to have noticed Wu Yan, who had woken up. She was stunned for a moment, then let out a series of cat meows. She ran out at an extremely fast speed, shouting non-stop. Lord Lan. Lord Purple's strange fiancé has woken up, meow. Hearing this, Wu Yan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Forget about the fiancé, Sama, he also knows who the person who popped out of nowhere is. But, what's with that strange thing? Did he look strange? Chapter 1856. This was a small wooden house at the edge of the realm. The wooden house was the same as the Forever Pavilion in the Lost Bamboo Forest. It was the kind of ancient Japanese-style house. The scale was not very large. It could only be regarded as a little bigger than the buildings of ordinary people. From the outside, this small wooden house, excluding the living room, kitchen and other places, could probably only accommodate 4 or 5 people. Of course, this was the result of considering that each person had a room. The difference between the house and the Forever Pavilion was that even though the Forever Pavilion looked very old, the whole body was brand new, as if it had not been destroyed by the years. This small wooden house at the edge of the realm did not have such a feeling, but no matter who it was, no one would think that it was a very ordinary house. This was because an ordinary house would definitely not be surrounded by countless dark spaces. Moreover, in this boundless dark space, there were many ferocious eyeballs. In such a small wooden house, in a Japanese-style tatami room, Wu Yan sat on a bed directly on the ground. In front of him was a tray with a few dishes and a bowl of white rice. He was like a patient, being taken care of. As a matter of fact, Wu Yan is very hungry. Even if the dishes in front of him are very simple, he has the urge to gobble them all down. However, Wu Yan did not touch the dishes in front of him for a long time. There was still a calm expression on his face. The reason was very simple. It was just that there were 2 very strong eyes that had been staying on Wu Yan, which made Wu Yan a little uncomfortable. Looking carefully, on the side of the bed, a figure was staying there, staring at Wu Yan, who was sitting on the bed. It was a very tall young girl, not inferior to Yui, Fujimi Yoshiang, and Yonglin Yagi. The girl had a pair of fox-like ears on her head and 9 huge tails behind her. Each tail was more than one. 5 meters long. The hair on it was extremely soft and smooth. And it had a golden luster, and the end was white. At first glance, it was obvious that it was a fox's tail. The girl who had fox ears and a tail was also wearing clothes that were similar to Violet's. The front part of her body was like a Daoist robe, and a princess dress. However, the front part of the girl's body was not purple, but blue. The princess dress was also not pink and white. It was pure white, and the sleeves were very wide. The girl tucked her hands into her sleeves and sat cross-legged on the ground in a very standard posture. She wore a white hat on her head and she had short blonde hair that reached her shoulders. Her golden eyes were fixed on Wu Yan. She kept sizing him up as if she's trying to figure out something. Her eyes were filled with a sense of scrutiny. Beside the girl, the cat-eared loli copied her and sat cross-legged on the ground. However, her body twitched from time to time. It's obvious that she's not a well-behaved person. She didn't look at Wu Yan with judgmental eyes, instead, she looked at him with curiosity. Being stared at with such intense gazes by these two girls, one big and one small, who can be said to be exceptionally beautiful and cute, no matter how thick-skinned he would still feel uncomfortable. So, Wu Yan could only scratch his cheek and say helplessly, "Could it be that there's really something strange about my body?" Until Wu Yan spoke, the big and small girl withdrew their gaze. First, they looked at each other, and then, the big fox-like girl spoke cautiously. "No, you misunderstood, this one does not have that kind of impolite idea." At first glance, the fox-like girl's words seemed to be very polite and respectful. But Wu Yan could hear that this fox-like girl was hesitating. She was hesitating whether she should treat him with such respect. Sigh. Wu Yan sighed slightly. "All right, if you have anything to say or ask, just say it. Don't beat around the bush. It's tiring for me to guess." "That's right. You're right." "Is that so?" The young girl nodded her head in agreement and finally asked such a question. Are you really Lady Z's fiancé?" Once this sentence was said, the cat-eared little loli leaned closer and looked at Wu Yan with even more curiosity. Obviously, this is the reason why the two girls have been observing Wu Yan all this while. Wu Yan shook his head as he chuckled. He picked up the bowl on the tray in front of him and started eating in small bites. He waited until the fox-like girl and the cat-eared loli started to get impatient before he opened his mouth to speak. "Aren't you going to introduce yourself first?" Hearing this, the two girls were slightly taken aback. The fox-like girl hesitated for a moment before replying. "I am Yakumo, Lady Z's Shikigami." Shikigami. They were gods, monsters, or spirits that served their masters. The fox-like young girl in front of him was actually a nine-tailed demon fox. She was a demonic beast under Yukari's command and was a spirit-branded retainer. As for the name Yakumo, it was given to her personally by Yukari after she became Yukari's Shikigami. Yukari didn't know her real name, but from the fact that Yukari gave her the surname Yakumo, it was obvious that this Shikigami wasn't as harmless as she looked. Meow. Orange's name is Orange Meow. The cat-eared little loli replied to Wu Yan with a cheerful voice. Orange is Lady Z's Shikigami Meow. In other words, the cat-eared little girl in front of him was Yakumo's Shikigami. In other words, she was Lady Z's Shikigami and a member of Yakumo's family. However, Orange didn't have the surname Yakumo. This proved that while Orange was a Shikigami, her strength wasn't outstanding enough for Lady Z to give her the surname Yakumo. The two Shikigami in front of him were members of Yakumo's family. And this small wooden house at the edge of the realm was Yakumo's house. It was Lady Z's real residence. After knowing that this was Yakumo's house, Wu Yan guessed that Lady Z had rushed over after his battle with Yuka Fujimi and brought him here. However, Wu Yan didn't expect Blue and Orange to mention the matter of her fiancé. It wasn't hard to imagine. Although Violet was usually not very dignified, lazy, and had no moral integrity, her super strength and demon-like wisdom were indeed frightening. As Lady Z's Shikigami and Shikigami's Shikigami, Blue and Orange respected Lady Z from the bottom of their hearts. Now, someone suddenly came out and said that he was the fiancé of their most respected master and master's master. It was no wonder Blue and Orange looked at Wu Yan with such a strange gaze. Wu Yan secretly shook his head at this, but on the surface, he smiled at Blue and Orange. Did Lady Z deny this matter? Blue and Orange were speechless. Wu Yan. Needless to say, Lady Z didn't deny this matter, at least not in front of Blue and Orange. I understand how you feel. Wu Yan sighed. But, believe me, my relationship with Lady Z is more complicated than you think. It's much more important and meaningful than the relationship of a fiancé and wife. Isn't that right? Even their lives were intertwined and they couldn't leave each other. This relationship was much closer and more meaningful than the relationship of a fiancé and wife. Allah, almost as soon as Wu Yan finished speaking, a familiar voice echoed from outside the door and traveled into everyone's ears. To hear you say that, Xiao Yan, it's not a waste for me to travel so far to bring you back. Hearing this voice, Wu Yan, Blue and Orange turned their heads at the same time. They saw Lady Z standing there with a paper fan covering her mouth. She was looking at Wu Yan with ridicule and joy in her eyes. I almost forgot. Little Yan is now called Yakumo Bai. That's a good name. Why don't we call you Yakumo from now on? Lady Z. Blue and Orange were shocked. What is Lady Z doing? Is she admitting that this man has the right to use Yakumo's surname? However, Wu Yan didn't care about Blue and Orange's shock at all. He shrugged as if he didn't appreciate the gesture. Forget it. It sounds like I'm marrying into her family. It's fine as an alias. Blue and Orange were stunned. Alias? Yakumo's surname can only be used as an alias? Moreover, looking at Lord Z's nonchalant manner, he did not seem to care about this at all. Who is this man in front of me? Chapter 1857. For Blue and Orange, who respected Violet from the bottom of their hearts, the surname Yagyun was an honor. For this reason, Blue was proud of having the surname Yagyun. Orange had also been working hard to obtain the surname Yagyun. Now that someone had used such an honorable surname as an alias, one could imagine how complicated Blue's heart was. As for Orange, it was pure admiration. She looked at Wu Yan with sparkling eyes. Meow, using Yagyun's surname as an alias. Strange Lord Fiancé is really amazing. Meow. Hearing this, Wu Yan was speechless. To him, Yagyun's surname was indeed special, but it wasn't to the extent of being honorable. If it was, it would be good. If it wasn't, it would just be a pity. It was a good choice to use it as an alias. After all, Wu Yan needed to enter and exit various dungeon worlds. Sometimes, it was necessary to hide one's identity. Wu Yan never imagined that using Yagyun's surname as an alias would cause him to be worshipped. Moreover, why was it Strange Lord Fiancé again? Those who didn't know would think that he was Orange's fiancé. On the other hand, Blue couldn't quite let it go. Lord Violet, this is Lord White. Is he really your fiancé? All this time, Blue had been by Violet's side. It was more accurate to say that Blue had always been by Violet's side. Basically, other than when Violet was sleeping or when Violet ordered Blue to do something, Blue had always been by Violet's side. Therefore, Blue believed that she knew Violet better than anyone else, including some of Violet's closest friends. However, some time ago, when Violet came out of her room as usual, Lon noticed that there was a sudden change in Violet. For example, in the past, Violet had always been sleeping during the day. She would definitely move around at night. She had to sleep for 12 hours every day. However, since a while ago, Violet's schedule seemed to have changed a little. Sometimes, she would even move around during the day and sleep at night. In addition, Violet had always been full of praise for Blue's cooking, but some time ago, Violet would frown from time to time when she ate Blue's cooking, showing a slightly dissatisfied expression, and would even mutter such a sentence. Even though Blue's cooking is good, it's not as good as Little Yan's. Our appetite has been spoiled by Little Yan's cooking. It wasn't just these changes. Some of Purple's actions were also confusing Blue. For example, on the first day of the change, Violet suddenly made such a suggestion to Blue. "It's been a long time since I've been to Fantasy Village. Why don't we take a stroll around Fantasy Village?" Then, Purple, who had always been lazy to the point that she even threw the job of maintaining the great boundless barrier to Blue, strolled through the entire fantasy town as if she was homesick. Another example was Yukari, who used to use her gap ability to peek at all kinds of people, things in Fantasy Village. Recently, whenever she opened her gap to peek, she would secretly mutter such a sentence. "I of Little Yan's." Then, Violet, who always liked to peep but would never target a specific person. Her peeping range was very wide, but recently, she had been using her gap ability to observe a person, and it was a strange man that Blue had never seen or known before. If that was all, it would be fine. Blue naturally knew how monstrous Violet's IQ was. It wasn't surprising that Violet would do some unfathomable things that she couldn't understand. However, what Lon couldn't accept the most was that the Lord Z, whom he respected the most in his heart, had recently been speaking such words in his sleep with a flushed and seductive face in his dreams. Ugh. Little Yen, there, no, Lon clearly remembered how flustered she was when she accidentally overheard Violet's sleep talk. There were countless times when Lon wanted to scream out loud like a maniac. Who is this Little Yen? Unfortunately, Blue didn't get the answer even once. Every time she asked Violet about it, Violet would look at her meaningfully and smile perfunctorily. It wasn't until a while later that Blue finally found out. It turned out that the strange man that Yukari had been observing through the gaps was none other than the rumored Xiao Yen. What was even more shocking was that this mysterious Little Yen called himself Yakumo Bai. He even said that he was Yakumo Z's fiancé, the head of House Yakumo. Lon expressed that her brain really wasn't enough recently. Blue could confirm 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times. Violet had never interacted with such a man. She didn't even have the chance to meet him, greet him, or even walk past him. At least, that was what Blue knew. Aside from sleeping, Violet would always have Blue by her side. If she really knew someone of the opposite sex, there was no way Blue wouldn't know. However, this time, Blue's understanding of the world was completely overturned. Two people who didn't know each other at all. Was it possible that one of them would call out the other's name every time they opened their mouths and even dream about it in their dreams, while the other would casually mention the setting of a fiancé? The answer was, of course, no. Thus, Blue couldn't help but admit that she had failed in her duty. Unbeknownst to him, in a place he didn't know, or even in a situation where he didn't know anything, his Lord Z had developed such a deep friendship with a stranger of the opposite sex that even he had no choice but to admit defeat. Or rather, feelings. How could she tolerate this? Indigo could clearly tell that this was absolutely intolerable. Therefore, even though she had asked this question countless times, Violet had always brushed it off without admitting or denying it. Blue felt that she had to clarify this matter. Of course, the most important thing was that she had watched Violet secretly observe a stranger of the opposite sex every day. Hearing Violet mutter the name of a stranger of the opposite sex every day, Blue felt a sour feeling in her heart. Since Lady Z was acquainted with such a person, why didn't she let Blue know? Why did she keep Blue in the dark all this time? Could it be that Lady Z was starting to distrust her? Violet and even Wu Yen clearly sensed her thoughts. The two of them looked at each other and laughed bitterly at the same time. Looking at how well Wu Yan and Yukari are working together, the sour feeling in Blue's heart became even more obvious. Lady Z, please answer my question. Question? Violet looked at Azura with a faint smile. But didn't Xiao Yan already answer your question? Huh? Huh? Blue froze on the spot. It doesn't matter whether we are fiancé or not. Violet waved the paper fan in her hand and smiled gently. But just as Xiao Yan said, Xiao Yan and I have a much more important and meaningful relationship than a fiancé and fiancée. Hearing this, Blue finally took Violet's words seriously. Blue knew that Z had a habit of using the word we to refer to herself. Normally, it would be teasing and frivolous. However, when Z used the word I to refer to herself, even though her tone and expression were casual and frivolous, the content was absolutely serious. As such, Blue could only admit with tears streaming down her face that her Lady Z had a special experience in a way that she didn't know anything about. Otherwise, Z, who had lived for such a long time but only had a few friends, none of whom were of the opposite sex, let alone someone who was closer to her than an engaged couple, would admit that there was someone who occupied an important position in her heart. After admitting it, Blue could only lower her head and bow to Wu Yan. My apologies, Lord Bai. Blue was rude earlier, meow. Seeing her master lower her head, Orange didn't know what was going on, but she followed suit and lowered her head as well. My apologies, meow. Well. Wu Yan scratched his cheek and waved his hand nonchalantly. Just don't cause any trouble, Wu Yan grumbled as he looked at Yukari. I have a lot of things to complain about, I know. Z smiled and changed the topic of conversation. I have something important to tell you as well. Let's go somewhere else and talk about it all at once. Without giving Wu Yan time to react, Yukari waved her hand and a gigantic crack opened up at the bottom of the room. Wu Yan, Yukari, Lan, and Cheng were all sucked into the crack before they disappeared from the spot. The room returned to silence. Chapter 1858. His vision was distorted and the world was changing. Wu Yan felt his vision blur. When he regained his vision, the first thing he saw was a boundless sky. Under the sky, there was a dazzling scene. A lively village. A lonely bamboo forest. A quiet mountain. A mysterious forest. The foggy lake, the bright red mansion, and the most eye-catching Bori shrine at the edge of the lake. They all formed a picture that was presented to Wu Yan without holding anything back. After a while, Wu Yan realized that he was in the sky above Gensokyo. He was sitting in a crack in the sky of Gensokyo. The inside of the crack is filled with malevolent eyeballs and darkness. Other than Wu Yan, Indigo and Orange were also present. They were also sitting in the crack. Their faces were filled with confusion. They had no idea why Yukari was here to talk. Wu Yan, Indigo, and Orange looked to the side at the same time. They were shocked when they saw Yukari standing in the crack. They saw the mysterious and wise Yakumo Yukari, who had never lost her composure, looking down at Fantasy Village. Her eyes were filled with nostalgia, sadness, and deep worry. Yes. Worry. Yukari was looking at the Fantasy Village that she had spent her entire life protecting with worry. This expression. Forget about Wu Yan, even Blue who has been with Yukari for who knows how long has never seen this before. Thus, Blue is the most shocked out of the three of them. She even started panicking. Lord Yukari. What's wrong? Violet did not care about Blue and Orange's panic. Instead, she let out a sigh as if she was trying to restrain her emotions. She took another deep breath and turned her head. She looked at Wu Yan who was staring at her in shock. She asked such a question. What do you think of Fantasy Village? How about Fantasy Village? What kind of strange question was that? Although Wu Yan thought so, he knew that Violet would ask this question. She was definitely thinking about it. Plus, Zi's performance just now. Wu Yan also became serious. It's an incredible place in every sense of the word. Wu Yan replied with a smile on his face. But it's beautiful, I like it too. Really? Violet lowered her head. She mumbled as if she was sleep-talking. Her next sentence made Wu Yan, Lan, and Cheng shudder. However, perhaps Fantasyland can't exist for too long. What? Blue and Orange cried out. Wu Yan also panicked for a moment, but when he saw Violet's worried look, he calmed down. Although he didn't know why Z would say such a thing, if the fantasy village couldn't continue to exist, Z would definitely be the one who couldn't bear it. Fantasy village and the outside world were separated by two huge enchantments. One was the Great Boundless Barrier, and the other was the realm of illusion and reality. Hearing this, Wu Yan's mind flashed with the memory of the Great Barrier's change that happened every 60 years. It was a change that happened every 60 years in the fantasy village. The cause was not caused by any monster in the fantasy village, but by the outside world. Once every 60 years, the number of ghosts in the real world would increase greatly, causing a phenomenon called the barrier's moderation, allowing a large number of ghosts from the outside world to enter the fantasy village. Because the Grim Reaper couldn't send these ghosts to the King of Hell to be judged, the ghosts who had nowhere to go could only rely on the flowers, causing all the flowers in the fantasy village to bloom at the same time regardless of the season. The Great Barrier's change wasn't man-made, it was similar to a natural phenomenon. After a certain period of time, the ghosts would be taken in by the underworld. At that time, the fantasy village would slowly return to its original state and the change would end. This so-called Great Barrier's change was the only one that didn't require the Great Barrier's help. It was a phenomenon that couldn't be stopped unless there were no more deaths in the outside world. In that case, there wouldn't be a ghost rampage that happened once every 60 years. Could it be related to the Great Barrier's change at this time? I'm the only one who knows about this. Even Lingmeng hasn't discovered it yet. Z smiled helplessly. As a matter of fact, every time the Great Barrier changes, the barrier moderation will weaken the Great Barrier to a certain extent. The Great Barrier's weakened? Azura exclaimed in surprise. But I've never seen the Great Barriers weakened before. Because Azura and Lingmeng were too lazy, the task of maintaining the Great Barrier was basically done by Azura. Therefore, Azura had the right to speak at this time. Usually, you can't see it, but I found that every time the boundary moderation phenomenon occurs, the great boundary that is moderated will have some abnormalities, and the moderation time will be longer and longer. During the moderation process, the great boundary will become weaker and weaker. Purple shook her head. Do you know what this means? Other than Cheng, who was still confused, Wu Yan and Azura thought of a possibility. Their expressions turned ugly. This means that as long as the boundary mitigation phenomenon continues, one day, the great boundary will not be able to withstand the weakening of the mitigation process and completely collapse. Yukari closed her eyes and revealed a cruel reality. According to my calculations, when the next Great Barrier's moderation occurs, the Great Barrier will be unable to withstand the moderation's weakening and collapse. There's only a year left until the next Great Barrier's moderation. Chapter 1859. The so-called Great Boundless Barrier was actually a barrier that separated common sense and extraordinary knowledge. Under the effect of the Great Bountiful Barrier, it would automatically distinguish the common sense and extraordinary knowledge of the outside world from the fantasy village. The common sense of the outside world was the extraordinary knowledge of the fantasy village, and the extraordinary knowledge of the outside world was the common sense of the fantasy village. This was not a physical barrier, but a barrier that existed in an ethical sense. Moreover, the Bali Great Barrier was very powerful. Even monsters could not pass through it easily. Until now, other than Violet, who had the ability to enter realms and create gaps, as well as being the creator of Fantasy Village, no one had been able to freely enter and exit the outside world and Fantasy Village. At least, other than Violet, the other monsters, fairies, spirits, and even gods in Fantasy Village had never tried it. In other words, the Bali Great Barrier was the barrier that truly blocked the communication between the outside world and Fantasy Village, resulting in the formation of Fantasy Village. For example, if Fantasy Town was a house, then the Bali Great Barrier would be the wall of the house, isolating the inside of the house from the outside. The realm of illusion and reality, on the other hand, was a door that did not exist in this house. It was still very magical. It would automatically lead to the door of the house. The door was created by Violet, so as long as she was still around. No matter where she went, she would be able to create such a door, bring in the house, and turn Fantasy Village into a home. However, if the wall collapsed, it did not matter if Fantasy Village was a house or a home. It would be meaningless. If the house remained, it would only be an empty space where the house was originally located, even if the house was still there. The house would still collapse along with the wall. At that time, even if the house was still there, the house would be gone. Therefore, the Bali Great Barrier, as a wall, was very important to Fantasy Village. The town of illusions did not have a boundary between illusion and reality. At most, it would not attract any foreign demons or humans. However, what would happen to the town of illusions if the Great Barrier of Blooming Beauty was no longer there? In the past, the Fantasy Village was not separated from the outside world by a barrier. It was called the border of the East Country. Because there were monsters living in the Fantasy Village, people who accidentally trespassed would be caught and eaten by the monsters. Therefore, people were afraid of this place. Ordinary people wouldn't go to Fantasy Village on purpose. However, there were also some people who lived in the Fantasy Village in order to fight against these monsters. As time passed, the number of humans had increased dramatically due to the development of civilization. Purple was worried that if the human population continued to grow, it would cause the balance of Fantasy Village to collapse. Therefore, she established the realm of illusion and reality to attract the monsters from the outside world to Fantasy Village, so the power of the monsters was balanced. Later on, modern civilization developed. It is somewhere between calling non-scientific things superstition and rejecting them. The monsters and the only humans in the Fantasy Village built a powerful barrier together, isolating the Fantasy Village from the outside world. They lived a quiet life here. Henceforth, the various things of the land of fantasy faded from the memory of man. This powerful barrier was known as the Great Boli Barrier. If the Boli Barrier were to disappear, Fantasy Paradise would once again be exposed to the eyes of humans and attract the prying eyes of humans. In the face of unknown superstitions, humans would generally treat them with fear and dread, including the gods that they believed in. At that time, due to the fear of the unknown, humans would pick up their weapons to protect themselves. Whether they were willing or not, they would clash with the monsters in the Fantasy Village. At that time, the side of the humans in the Fantasy Village would be unclear. Some would fight against the monsters for the sake of the people in the real world, some would stand on the side of the monsters, and some would stay out of it. At that time, the true peace would be completely destroyed, and the world would fall into turmoil. At that time, no matter how unwilling Purple was, the Fantasy Village in her heart would no longer exist. This was definitely not what Purple wanted to see. That was why Yukari said that Fantasyland might not be able to exist for too long. With her wisdom, Purple could also calculate the changes that would be brought to the humans and monsters of the two worlds when the real world and the Fantasy Village were completely connected. Therefore, the Great Boundless Barrier could not be allowed to disappear. But now, it only had a year left to exist. After a year, the Great Bali Barrier would be weakened by the barrier moderation until it could no longer exist. Then, it would disappear. This fact weighed down on Blue and Orange so much that they could barely breathe. Wu Yan frowned. Is there no way to strengthen the Boli Great Barrier or build another Boli Great Barrier? With our strength, there's no way we can build a Great Barrier. Purple's voice was full of helplessness. Although the Great Barrier was built by the people of the fantasy village and the monsters, the one who built it was the Great Witch Bali. The Great Witch Bali? Wu Yan gasped. Huh? You're saying that only the Great Witch Bali has the ability to build a Great Barrier? Or rather, only the Great Witch Bali has the right to build a Great Barrier. Purple said seriously. The one who gave the Great Witch Bali the power to build a Great Barrier is the Dragon God. The Dragon God. The highest level existence in the fantasy village and also the highest level god in the fantasy village. The god worshipped by the Bali shrine was the Dragon God, and the witches who served the Dragon God were the Great Witch Bali. The last time the Dragon God appeared in the fantasy village was after the Great Barrier was set up, and the fantasy village was completely isolated from the outside world. Purple explained. At that time, the Great Witch Bali prayed to the Dragon God, hoping to build a Great Barrier. She then borrowed the Dragon God's power to cover the entire fantasy village in the Great Barrier, isolating it from the outside world. Then, if Lingmeng prayed to the Dragon God, she should be able to build another Great Barrier, right? Wu Yan hurriedly said. In that case, it won't. Before Wu Yan could finish, Purple interrupted him. I suspect that the Dragon God no longer exists. Even though they had been shocked twice by Purple's words, they were still dumbfounded by Purple's words as if they had been knocked on the head by Purple's words. The Dragon God no longer exists. Why? In the past, it was the same for the Great Barrier. Every 60 years, there would be a barrier moderation phenomenon. But at that time, there was never a situation where the Great Barrier was weakened during the moderation process. Purple laughed bitterly. In addition, the Great Barrier was originally built with the Dragon God's power as the source. In theory, as long as the Dragon God still exists, the Great Barrier will never weaken unless it is destroyed by external forces. This makes me suspect that the Dragon God no longer exists. In other words, you're just suspecting, but you don't have clear evidence to prove that the Dragon God no longer exists, right? Wu Yan said with some uncertainty. Since everything is just your guess, it might not be true. That's true, but I also don't have any evidence to prove that the Dragon God still exists. Purple shook her head. The weakening of the Great Barrier is a suspicious point. Whenever something major happens in the utopia, the Dragon God will appear. This time, the Great Barrier is in danger of disappearing, but the Dragon God still hasn't appeared. This is the second reason why I suspect that the Dragon God no longer exists. There's a third reason. Purple turned her head and looked at Boli Shrine. Witch Boli is the manager of Fantasyland, and she is also the one who borrowed the power of the Dragon God to build the Great Barrier. In the past, Witch Boli has a certain degree of sensitivity to the Great Barrier and knows what's going on in it. But this time, Ling Meng hasn't noticed the changes in the Great Barrier until now. She doesn't even know that the Great Barrier is weakening. Purple said worriedly. Besides, the Dragon God is the god worshipped by the Boli Shrine. The Boli Shrine should have the ability to listen to the Dragon God's voice, but I can't remember how long it has been since the Boli Shrine heard the Dragon God's voice. Gradually, even the Boli Shrine herself doesn't know who the god she serves is. Everyone fell silent when they heard this. Chapter 1860. Indeed, the witches who serve the gods should be able to listen to the voice of the gods they serve. Not to mention other things, there was a Wuxia shrine on the Monster Mountain. Not only could the witches there listen to the voice of the god they served, but they also lived with the god and lived together with him every day. However, the witches of the Boli shrine, Ling Meng, or rather, the witches before Ling Meng can't listen to the voice of the dragon god. At least, in Wu Yan's memory, he hasn't heard of it. At first, Wu Yan thought it was a special relationship with the dragon god. After all, the dragon god doesn't actually exist in the fantasy paradise. He went somewhere unknown. Now, listening to Yukari, it seems that the witches were able to listen to the voice of the dragon god in the past. It wasn't until a long time ago that they suddenly lost this ability. Coupled with the fact that the Great Barrier that shouldn't be weakened as long as the dragon god exists is weakening, and Ling Meng, who should be able to sense the situation of the Great Barrier, hasn't noticed the change in the Great Barrier until now. All of this made Yukari suspect that the dragon god doesn't exist anymore. No matter what, the witches used the power of the dragon god to build the Great Barrier. Since she could sense the situation of the Great Barrier before, she should be able to sense it now. There are only two explanations for why she can't sense it now. Either that, or the connection between Bori and the god she served had been severed. Or it was the god who gave Boli the power to build the Great Barrier, and the god who connected Boli the Great Barrier to the Great Barrier could no longer maintain this connection. These two theories can't prove that the dragon god has actually disappeared. At most, it means that the connection between the dragon god and the witches no longer exists. But as Yukari said, these two theories can't prove that the dragon god still exists. In any case, all the signs point in one direction. The power of the dragon god that maintains the existence of the Great Barrier is disappearing. Maybe it's because something happened that you and I can't predict that the power of the dragon god disappeared in the fantasy paradise? Wu Yan couldn't help but say this. Maybe. The moment the Great Barrier is about to disappear, the dragon god will appear. The dragon god will appear. Who knows? Perhaps, that's really the case. Yukari's eyes were already a little unfocused as she looked down at the fantasy land. But I can't pin my hopes on such an illusory possibility, and I won't bet the survival of fantasy paradise on whether the dragon god still exists or not. Wu Yan pondered for a while. He said, let's assume that the dragon god really no longer exists. What could be the reason? Who knows? Maybe it's because I don't have any faith anymore. Violet shrugged, pretending to be relaxed. After all, there are almost no people who truly believe in the dragon god in the fantasy village. Even Witch Boli has begun to forget the god she serves. No one went to the Boli shrine to worship, so the dragon god who had lost his faith disappeared. For the gods, faith was equivalent to the power of existence. Without faith, some would lose all their power, and some would even disappear. The Wuxia shrine in the Monster Mountain moved to the fantasy land because it couldn't get any faith in the real world. It tried to collect the faith of the monsters in the fantasy land. The dragon god was a dragon, but at the same time, it existed as the god of the fantasy land. If there was no one who believed in the dragon god in the fantasy land, then the superstitious real world would be even more unlikely to have anyone who believed in the dragon god. Perhaps, that's why the dragon god disappeared. Of course, the disappearance of the dragon god was only Violet's speculation, but judging from the current evidence, it was no longer impossible. Is there no other way? Wu Yan frowned deeply. Perhaps, we can find other substitutes that are comparable to the Boli Great Barrier. I've been thinking about this before, but I haven't found anything. Yukari suddenly looked directly at Wu Yan. Her eyes were shining as usual. But, it's different now. Huh? Wu Yan didn't know what to say. What do you mean? It's extremely difficult to find a replacement for the Great Barrier. At least, I haven't seen one yet. Yukari's gem-like eyes were filled with hope. But, little Yan, you can definitely find one. For a moment, Wu Yan almost didn't react, but after he did, he understood everything. There was something in his soul that was even more magical than the dragon god. System. Yukari couldn't find a replacement, but it didn't mean that the system couldn't find one. It's better to say that the moment I became your summoner, my thoughts were no longer limited to finding a replacement for the Great Barrier and maintaining the status quo of the fantasy paradise. Instead, I had greater ambitions. Ziyu said this sentence as if she was not going to stop until she was shocked to death. I want the fantasy land to become a real world, a world that no longer depends on the real world, a world that can only exist in illusions. This. Blue and Orange didn't understand Yukari's words. Wu Yan was the only one who trembled. He looked at Yukari, who was staring at him with a shocked expression, and he blurted out in shock. Don't tell me you want me to turn the fantasy land into a real world? What's so strange about that? Yukari smiled. Since there are so many dungeon worlds, little Yen, it's not impossible for the fantasy land to be separated from this world and become another one, right? Are you kidding me? Wu Yan almost laughed out loud. Do you really think the system has a way to create a new world? Or do you think I have that kind of ability? That's right. I think you have the ability to do that. Wu Yan was stunned again. Blue and Orange were at a loss again when Yukari nodded her head in agreement. It's not just because of the system. Xiao Yan, there are no god-level powerhouses in the instance worlds. You know this very well. Even the dragon god isn't a god-level powerhouse. As for you, sooner or later, you will become a god-level powerhouse. With the system's help, little Yen, are you sure you don't have the ability to create a new world? Yukari's words were filled with anticipation for Wu Yan. You're underestimating your chances, little Yen. You're destined to soar to the top the moment you got the system. You're destined to reach a height no one can reach. This was Yukari's expectation for Wu Yan. Yukari might have been planning this from the moment she became Wu Yan's summon. She wanted Wu Yan to save the fantasy land that was about to disappear. She even wanted the fantasy land to be like the dungeon worlds Wu Yan had been to, a real world. At that time, Violet would no longer have to worry about what would happen to the fantasy village, nor would she have to worry about its destruction. By then, destroying the fantasy land would be as difficult as destroying an entire world. I see. Wu Yan laughed bitterly. I was a fool. How could the sage of the shifter, Yakumo Yukari, help me just because we're fused? Not only did she help me get rid of the Beast King, she even stood by my side. Wu Yan thought that with Yukari's shrewdness and intelligence, she wouldn't protect them when they first met. Even in the fantasy land, there weren't many people who could make Yukari do that. When they first met, he even took Yukari's life. How could he be worthy of Yukari's help? During that time, Yukari got along really well with them. She even acted like an elder sister and took care of them. She even gave Wu Yan advice. Now, Wu Yan knew that Yukari had been planning this earth-shattering event since then. As expected of Yukari. Wu Yan thought that Yukari didn't appear in front of him all this time because she wanted him to form an unbreakable bond with the people in the fantasy land. If that was the case, she wouldn't be able to sit by and watch the fantasy land perish. Perhaps, at the beginning, I did stay with you all for this purpose. I didn't reject you all. Yukari said after a moment of silence. But regardless of whether you believe it or not, I just want to say that to me now, you are already my family. Lady Yukari's family? Blue and Orange fell silent. Wu Yan smiled helplessly. Looks like I have to give it a try just because of what you've said, Yukari smiled. Her smile was very sincere. Chapter 1861. Fantasy Village, Red Devil Mansion, Stair. At this moment, Remilia, Patrice, and Zhuyi were standing in front of the round table on the platform. They had been gazing intensely at Wu Yan since 5 minutes ago, causing Wu Yan to reveal an unnatural expression. Of course, Remilia, Patrice, and Black Knight weren't the only ones present. Fran and the little devil were also present. Fran even imitated Remilia's group and glared at Wu Yan. She tried her best to pretend to be angry, but in fact, she looked adorable. As for the little devil, she was merely present. She didn't glare angrily at Wu Yan like any of the other girls present. The only emotion on her face and eyes was one of schadenfreude. Under the gazes of the 5 girls, some angry, some reproachful, some concerned, some scrutinizing, and some taking pleasure in his misfortune, Wu Yan could only close his mouth tightly and stand in front of the group of girls as if he was sitting on pins and needles. His expression was rather resentful. After what seemed like an eternity, the most impatient of them all, Remilia, finally took the initiative to denounce them. "Tell me, what happened in the 3 days that you disappeared?" "Yes. 3 days. It had already been 3 days since he had fainted from the battle with delicate fragrance Fengjian. In other words, he had fainted during the battle with delicate fragrance Fujimi. Wu Yan was unconscious for 3 whole days and only woke up today. Wu Yan had just learned of this matter. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stood here obediently and endured the intimidating gazes of Remilia, Patrice, Black Knight, Fran, and Little Devil. After all, he had disappeared for 3 days in front of a group of girls for no reason. Remilia and the others were definitely the most worried. However, Wu Yan was puzzled. "Before I return." Ziming had clearly told her that before bringing her back to the Bayun family, she had already greeted the people from the Red Devil Mansion. Why were Remilia and the others still denouncing her? "The people from the Yakumo family only said that you will be staying with them for a few days." He seemed to have seen through the doubts in Wu Yan's heart. Patrice replied with her usual indifferent tone. He answered Wu Yan's question. "But what exactly is the reason?" But he didn't explain anything at all. "So that's how it is." Wu Yan was slightly relieved and scratched his cheek. "Actually, it's not a big deal, hence." Wu Yan told Remilia and the others everything that had happened after he left the Red Devil Mansion and went to the Sunflower Field 3 days ago. Although he said it as it is, he still knows how to hide some things that shouldn't be said. For example, the Great Barrier of Fantasy Town would collapse in a year. For example, Ziming suspected that the Dragon God no longer existed. For example, Ziming planned to borrow Wu Yan's power to let Wu Yan create a world of his own and transcend from this world. In short, other than the conversation he had with Yukari in the sky above Gensokyo, Wu Yan basically told her everything he could. When they heard that Wu Yan fought with Yu Xiang, other than Fran who was at a loss and didn't know who Yu Xiang was, the rest of the girls were shocked. "The Yu Xiang you're talking about, is it the flower demon in the sunflower field?" Patrice didn't hide her shock. "You actually fought with her?" "Oh." Seeing the shocked expressions of Remilia, Patrice, and San Yi, other than Fran, Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. "It seems like you all know Yu Xiang. We've only heard of her, we've never seen her before." Remilia raised her hand and curled her lips. "I heard that the flower demon is on the same level as the demon sage in Fantasy Town. Lord Bai, did you really fight with her?" Zuoyi seemed to know about delicate fragrance Feng Jian's terrifying strength and showed a concerned expression. "Could it be that you stayed in Yakumo's house for 3 days because you were injured? Big brother is injured?" This time, Fran's delicate face showed a shocked expression and she almost jumped into Wu Yan's arms. Her eyes were filled with anxiety. "Big brother is injured? Where is he?" "It's fine. I'm fine, I'm fine. I didn't spend the past 3 days recovering from my injuries, I just fainted." Wu Yan hurriedly explained. "Look, aren't I fine now?" In fact, Wu Yan wasn't wrong. With Wu Yan true ancestors' regenerative abilities, the injuries he sustained during the battle with Yuka Fujimi were all healed up. He didn't even need to recuperate for the past 3 days, he was only unconscious. Thus, Wu Yan wasn't lying. Unfortunately, he could hide this from others, but not Patrice. Although you don't seem to be injured, your mana seems to have weakened quite a bit. Patrice frowned and stared at Wu Yan as though she was trying to see through Wu Yan. Besides, even if you were injured, you should have recovered by now with your recovery ability, right? This. Wu Yan was at a loss for words. Although 3 days have passed, just as Patrice sensed, Wu Yan still hasn't recovered the mana he used in the battle with Yu Xiang. It couldn't be helped. Although a true ancestor's recovery ability was very strong, Wu Yan's mana recovery was also reflected in his mana recovery. Moreover, he cultivated the highest level of mana cultivation. The amount of mana he could recover was more than an ordinary mage. However, recovering a lot didn't mean he could recover all of it. Wu Yan's mana can only be described as an ocean. If his mana was converted to water, then even a real ocean wouldn't be able to compare to the amount of mana he has in his body. So much mana, but in the battle with delicate fragrance Fujimi, almost all of it was consumed. Under such circumstances, how could it be so easy to recover so much mana? Even with Wu Yan's astonishing mana recovery, he only recovered about 30% of his mana in 3 days. However, this wasn't a bad thing. After such a large consumption and recovery, Wu Yan's mana would definitely reach a new height. Thus, Wu Yan let his mana recover on its own while he enjoyed a leisurely time. In any case, even 30% of his mana was enough for Wu Yan to squander. Who would have thought that Patrice would see through it and catch a ready-made one? Well, it's just that the consumption is a bit high. Wu Yan could only rub his nose and laugh. Actually, I'm fine. You guys are the ones who are worrying too much. That better be the case. Remilia turned her head away and muttered softly. However, since she dares to bully my Scarlet Fiend Mansion's people, shouldn't I go over and teach her a lesson? Hearing this, the others didn't say anything, but Wu Yan was frightened. Where did Remilia get the confidence to say that she wanted to teach delicate fragrance Feng Jian a lesson? That's the Flower Lord of 4 Seasons, the strongest existence in Fantasy Village. Even after leveling up, Yukari only had a 50% chance of victory. She's a terrifying opponent that I can't defeat even if I go all out. This Remilia is only at the 9th rank. If she can't even defeat me in my normal state, how can she deal with an opponent that I can't defeat even if I go all out? I'm afraid that if they really go over, Remilia won't be teaching the other party a lesson. Instead, she'll be delivering fertilizer. My little lady, please don't be rash. Wu Yan bitterly smiled. I don't want to go to Sun Garden to save you. This time, I won't be able to defeat Yu Xiang. Wu Yan lost to Fujimi Yuka when he was at full power. Now, he only has 30% of his mana left. If he were to fight Fujimi Yuka, he would lose without a doubt. If even Wu Yan is like this, there's no need to even mention Remilia. Even if the entire Scarlet Fiend Mansion comes out, the result won't change at all. It's the same even with Fran. It isn't that Remilia, Patrice, Xiaoyi, Fran, and the others are too weak. It's that Yu Xiang is too strong. Who needs you to save me? Remilia was slightly angry. A mere flower demoness, boom. As soon as this sentence left Remilia's mouth, a shocking explosion echoed in the Scarlet Fiend Mansion's hall. Chapter 1862. Boom! With such a huge explosion, the door of the Red Devil Hall suddenly exploded, rolling up thick smoke and fire. In an instant, it enveloped the entire hall of the Red Devil Hall. It didn't stop spreading until it reached the stairs. 3W, who's there? Remilia, Patrice, Little Devil, and Little Devil were startled. Shortly after, Remilia revealed a furious expression. Someone actually came to cause trouble in the Red Devil Mansion? Patrice, Little Knight, and Little Fiend seemed to have the same thought. They looked at the entrance of the Scarlet Devil Mansion with vigilance, indifference, or fear. Only Fran seemed to have encountered something fun. Her red eyes were filled with excitement. Not to mention the young ladies, even Wu Yen knitted his brows slightly. He turned around and gazed at the entrance of the Red Devil Mansion. But shortly after, he revealed a startled expression. At the entrance of the Red Devil Mansion that was engulfed in smoke and flames, a figure emerged from the smoke and flames and appeared before everyone's eyes. The owner of the figure had eye-catching emerald green curly hair. She wore a waistcoat with red and dark red checkered patterns and a knee-length skirt of the same style. She wore a yellow bow tie and a white long-sleeved shirt underneath the waistcoat. The young lady stood in the smoke and flames as though she was blocking the light that wasn't beneficial to her body. She held a parasol and sauntered into the hall. She scanned the surroundings with her red eyes and shifted her gaze to the platform at the end of the stairs. When she saw Wu Yen standing on the platform at the end of the stairs, the girl's bored eyes lit up and a gentle smile appeared on her face. "Found you, it's you?" Wu Yen was astonished. "Why are you here?" "Hey, hey." Remilia looked at Wu Yen and she pointed at Yuka Fujimi. "Isn't she that flower demoness?" "The newcomer. It's delicate fragrance. That's why." That was why Wu Yen was so astonished. As the strongest flower queen in Fantasy Village, delicate fragrance Kaze could be said to be the embodiment of the strong. Not only did she like to be alone, but she also never went to any meaningless places. According to Wu Yan's understanding, delicate fragrance Feng Jian would only move about in his sunflower field territory. At most, he would go to the human realm for a stroll when he was free. When he had nothing to do, he would wander around the Boli shrine. Aside from these three places, he basically wouldn't go anywhere else. Now, Feng Jian Yuxiang came to the Red Devil Hall, and from the looks of it, she seemed to be looking for him. Of course, no matter how astonished Wu Yen was, Yukari's entrance was too aggressive. When Remilia, Patrice, Black Knight, and the others realized that she was here to provoke them, they immediately tensed up. The imp already hid behind Patrice. She didn't look like a tamed demon should protect her master. Fran was curiously sizing up delicate fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang. "You're that flower demoness who bullied my Red Devil Hall's butler, right?" Remilia looked down at delicate fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang with an unfriendly expression. "Now you want to provoke my entire Red Devil Hall?" "Provoke Red Devil Hall?" Delicate fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang glanced at Remilia and spoke indifferently. "I'm not interested." "Wah." Remilia's eyes widened, the anger on her face thickened. "Are you looking down on my Red Devil Hall? You want me to look up to you?" Delicate fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang thought for a moment and nodded. "Then, are you strong?" In other words, if Remilia and the others were strong enough, delicate fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang wouldn't look down on Remilia and the others. On the contrary, if Remilia and the others were weak, delicate fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang wouldn't look up to them. This is delicate fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang. She's a battle maniac who only cares about fighting. Hee hee. Remilia smiled, but there was no smile in her eyes. Scarlet blood mist began to spread from her body. "Do you want to try? Do you want to fight me?" Delicate fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang's expression became a bit more motivated. "Then I can play with you." Hearing this, Patrice, Zhuyi, and the others immediately stood behind Remilia. One held a grimoire in one hand and the other held a glittering throwing knife between her fingers. Even the imp stood out and put on a defensive look. Fran also tilted her head and flew up. Seeing that the two sides were about to fight, Wu Yen extended his hand and stopped Remilia and the others. He lowered his head and looked at delicate fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang. "You haven't answered me. Why did you come to Red Devil Hall?" "I've already answered." Seeing that the fight isn't going to happen, Yuka Kaze's eagerness disappeared and she looked at Wu Yen. "I'm here to find you." "Find me?" Delicate fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang nodded absent-mindedly. Then she seemed to recall something. "Oh right, when I came over, this monster guarding the door kept gesturing at me and even rushed over. You guys should know this guy, right?" After that, Feng Jianyu hand that wasn't holding the parasol suddenly dragged a person with circles in his eyes out and threw him on the ground. "China!" Zhuo Yi exclaimed. When Remilia saw Hong Meiling lying on the ground with circles in her eyes, anger flashed in her eyes. She wanted to go forward but was stopped by Wu Yan. "I don't object to you coming to find me, but can't you use a more normal method?" Wu Yan said helplessly. "Knocking down the door and blowing up the door, people who don't know would think you're here to provoke me. I just don't like trouble," Yuka Kaze said as she looked at Wu Yan from head to toe. She sounded a bit disappointed. "Looks like you haven't fully recovered yet. My injuries are healed, I just consumed a bit of mana," Wu Yan said with a strange expression. "You didn't come to find me just to fight with me, right? It would be best if we could fight again." Delicate Fragrance Feng Jianyu shook her head. "But since you haven't recovered yet, forget it." Wu Yan noticed that Yukari Fujiki is back to her peak condition while he is still recovering his mana. Wu Yan didn't know if his final attack did any damage to Yuka Fujimi or not. If it did, how much damage would it have done to her? However, he knew that Yuka Fujimi's consumption of Yao power is no less than his. However, after 3 days, Delicate Fragrance Feng Jianyu has recovered to her peak condition. Wu Yan couldn't help but admire her. As expected of the embodiment of nature, even if she doesn't have an immortal body, her recovery ability is super strong. Coupled with the constant supply of energy from nature, it's not strange that Delicate Fragrance Feng Jianyu recovered. Putting aside her recovery ability, Delicate Fragrance Feng Jianyu won over Wu Yan in terms of mana and mana recovery. Wu Yan once again felt the power of Delicate Fragrance Feng Jianyu. Just as Wu Yan thought of this, a dark red color suddenly appeared in his eyes, making him stunned. He subconsciously reached out and caught the dark red color in his hand. Then, Wu Yan was surprised to find out. That speck of crimson was a drop of blood that floated like a gem. Blood? Could it be, you? Wu Yan looked at Delicate Fragrance Feng Jianyu with an uncertain face. "Is this your blood?" Delicate Fragrance Feng Jianyu smiled without saying anything, which is equivalent to admitting Wu Yan's guess. "Why?" Wu Yan asked puzzledly. "Didn't you win the battle 3 days ago? Why are you giving me blood?" Only by defeating Delicate Fragrance Fujimi would he be able to obtain her blood. This is the bet that Delicate Fragrance Feng Jianyu made. "I don't need to follow a bet to decide who I want to give my blood to." After saying this, Delicate Fragrance Feng Jianyu looked at Wu Yan with eyes full of expectation. "I remember you said that my blood can make you invincible, right?" Although he didn't know what Delicate Fragrance Feng Jianyu was planning, Wu Yan still nodded. "Then, make a promise with me." Delicate Fragrance Feng Jianyu's voice showed a trace of excitement. "When you become invincible, then fight with me." "Fight again." This is Delicate Fragrance Feng Jianyu's condition. It's very Delicate Fragrance Feng Jianyu's condition. Wu Yan clenched the drop of blood in his hand. After a long time, he nodded, making Delicate Fragrance Feng Jianyu smile with satisfaction. Chapter 1863. Night fell quietly, whoosh. The hubbub continued to reverberate throughout the hall of the Red Devil Mansion. It was the sound of the monsters partying. Needless to say, Remilia held a banquet as usual and invited all sorts of monsters to party in the hall of the Red Devil Mansion. Apart from the demons who had been invited, Remilia and Fran were also participating in this banquet. As usual, Black Knight was busy at the banquet as the head maid. This time, Patrice didn't attend the banquet. Like the little devil, she stayed in her underground library and immersed herself in the world of books. Wu Yan didn't attend the banquet as well. As the butler of the Scarlet Devil Mansion, Sakuya told him that Wu Yan must be the host of the banquet and help the owner of the mansion, Remilia, prepare for the banquet. Wu Yan didn't forget about this. Just as Sakuya had requested, when Remilia decided to host this banquet, she mobilized all the fairy maids in the Red Devil Mansion to prepare the food and wine needed for the banquet. Then, she sent people to invite the other Yaoma to the Red Devil Mansion to participate in the banquet. However, after all the preparations for the banquet were completed, the Yaoma came by invitation and Remilia brought an excited Fran out. Wu Yan managed to hide his presence from everyone. He left the banquet venue. It wasn't for any other reason but because he wasn't in the mood to attend the banquet. After returning to his room, or rather, the room of Remilia, Fran, and himself, Wu Yan laid on the bed and closed his eyes. The various events that happened in the fantasy village for the past 10 days flashed through his mind. It may sound inconceivable, but even with all the things that have happened, it doesn't change the fact that Wu Yan has only been in Gensokyo for 10 days or so. However, in these short 10 days, many things had happened. Meeting Remilia, Patrice, Black Knight, Spirit Dream, Alice, and the others, inexplicably becoming the butler of the Red Devil Mansion, consuming the medicine of the 8 senses Yonglin and triggering the 7 deadly sins, he got to know Gu Ming's Di Ju and Gu Ming's Di Love, he had sex with Patrice and Alice. Indirectly leading to the collapse of the Bori Shrine, she fought with the strongest Lord of Flowers in the fantasy village, in the end. He also learned from Yukari that the fantasy village was about to cease to exist. One thing after another happened. It was hard to believe that all of this had happened in just a short period of 10 days. Not even a month had passed. And in this period of less than a month, Yi Zichen had already made his move. Wu Yan also encountered all kinds of strange girls in Fantasy Village. And have more or less. Perhaps it could not be severed, or perhaps it was a bond that they had only met once. Now that he thought about it, Wu Yan still felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. However, the Fantasy Village was an incredible place. What's so strange about some inconceivable things happening? Of course, there were inconceivable things, but there were also things that should be done as a matter of course. Thinking until here, Wu Yan opened his eyes and raised one of his hands. On the hand, 5 drops of crimson, crystal clear, and beautiful blood that looked like gems were floating on top of it. Beep. Detected blood essence containing power of fantasy, X1. Beep. Detected blood essence containing power of realm, X1. Beep. Detected blood essence containing power of eternity, X1. Beep. Detected blood essence containing power of nature, X1. Beep. Detected blood essence containing power of time, X1. Ding. Obtained blood essence containing power of fantasy, X1, blood essence containing power of realm, X1, blood essence containing power of eternity, X1, blood essence containing power of nature, X1, blood essence containing power of time, X1. Ding. Congratulations to user for completing Demigod Path's 4th phase quest. Ding. Demigod Path's 4th phase quest completed. User can now choose to leave the current dungeon world at any time. The dungeon world is now open to user. Upon entering the dungeon world again, the system will no longer issue any more dungeon quests. User can now enter and exit the dungeon world at will. After bringing Fran back to the Red Devil Mansion and battling with Remilia and Black Knight, Wu Yan obtained a drop of blood essence containing power of time from Black Knight's body. After going through the root of the 7 sins, Wu Yan entered the Forever Pavilion. He turned Kagaya of Penglai Mountain into his summon and obtained a drop of essence blood imbued with the power of eternity from Kagaya. With the help of Remilia, Patrice, and Black Knight, Wu Yan obtained a drop of blood essence containing power of fantasy from Red Dream. After the battle with Fengjian Yuxiang, Fengjian Yuxiang personally came to the Red Devil Mansion and gave Wu Yan a drop of blood essence containing power of nature. Not long ago, during the conversation with Yukari, Yukari also gave Wu Yan a drop of blood essence containing power of realm before she left. Now, the quest items for the Demigod Path's 4th phase quest, the 5 drops of blood essence containing power of mystery, have all been obtained. Wu Yan's Demigod Path's 4th phase quest is finally completed. This means that Wu Yan's goal of reaching the pinnacle of the demigod realm has taken a huge step forward. Wu Yan's thoughts seemed to have drifted to another world as he held the 5 drops of blood in his hand. His eyes that were looking at the ceiling gradually became unfocused. What's wrong? At this moment, a familiar voice resounded from the side and entered Wu Yan's ears. Reluctant to leave fantasy paradise? In the corner of the room, right next to the bed Wu Yan was lying on, a pitch-black crack filled with ferocious eyes appeared in the space. Yukari, holding a paper fan, sat inside leisurely, only half of her body poking out. Like Wu Yan, she was looking at the ceiling. Although I want to tell you that it's not necessary, I'm not confident that I won't feel reluctant to leave fantasy paradise. Isn't this what you want to see as well? Wu Yan didn't look back, his voice was full of confusion. You want me to like fantasy paradise or something? Of course I'm happy that you like fantasy paradise. Yukari covered her mouth and smiled. However, if you don't want to leave, it will be quite troublesome for us. In another year, Fantasy Paradise will usher in the 60th anniversary of the Great Barrier's change. At that time, the Great Barrier that could no longer withstand the weakening of the barrier moderation phenomenon would collapse directly, connecting Fantasy Paradise to the outside world and causing unimaginable turbulence in the two worlds. A year's time was neither long nor short. For a great monster like Yukari who had lived for thousands of years, it was naturally not much different from a minute. For Wu Yan, if he didn't want to leave Fantasy Paradise and stayed in Fantasy Paradise, this year would pass very quickly. Yukari was counting on Wu Yan to turn Fantasy Paradise into a world for her. In order to do that, Wu Yan had to first become an existence that surpassed the Dragon God. That was, a god-level powerhouse. If Wu Yan couldn't become a god-level powerhouse before then, Yukari would indeed be troubled. Are you rushing me? Wu Yan said helplessly. There's no need to rush, right? As long as Wu Yan left this world, the time in this world would be frozen. Even if there was a summoner here, the time in this world wouldn't be frozen directly. The ratio of time would automatically be adjusted to 100 times the time in Wu Yan's world. That was, if Wu Yan spent 100 days in another world, only 1 day would pass in Fantasy Paradise. If a year passed in Fantasy Paradise, almost 100 years would have passed in Wu Yan's world. Using 100 years to become a god-level powerhouse? Wu Yan was still somewhat confident. I'm not rushing you. Purple said with a smile that made people unable to figure out what she was thinking. I just saw that you seemed to have something on your mind, so I came over to chat with you. Unfortunately, Wu Yan didn't feel that Yukari was being considerate at all. Peeping again? Wu Yan pursed his lips and asked. So, you agree that I should leave as soon as possible? If possible, I do need to buy some time. Yukari stopped smiling and sighed. 100 years, actually, isn't that long? Hearing this, Wu Yan fell silent, and the entire room returned to silence. Until a certain moment, Wu Yan suddenly said. Yukari, let's have a banquet. You're tuning in to the Unparalleled SwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.